1-4 earlier in the first half. They, of course, did close out that first half, winning the 6th round, which in the end has proved to be very pivotal. There's a big difference if it's 5-1 and Roflcopter's got that sort of lead that they can give up a few of these rounds, but ultimately now Order are putting on a bit of a defensive masterclass here, and well, they are only 2 more rounds away from sending Roflcopter packing, which would be quite disappointing because, as we sort of touched on earlier in the pre-show, well, pre-match discussion, this is a big game for Roflcopter. You lose this, suddenly that's 4 Playdays guards for just 2 points.
Oh, yeah. That would be devastating. Time will tell, though, and Rof will get themselves back into this one. I mean, still a good opportunity for them to do so, and if Boyi can continue to step up, I'm sure that will lend a helping hand. The rest of the team has been quite consistent, but no doubt he's been the star player that, in a lot of these rounds, has not only been getting frags on the board, but critical ones at that. Not just straight numbers. They have been quite impactful for the most part. Order, though, mounting a slow comeback, and Nate in particular. Wow, I only just noticed going 12-6. That's mighty impressive for one of the newer, I guess, additions to this roster full time, and has been proving himself week after week to be a very valuable addition to the lineup.
Well, I think he proved it, honestly, in Stage 1 as a sub. He had always come in as a sub player and performed to high expectations. Literally, mate, I'm pumping you up and you do that. No, you know what? No, I'm not pumping you up anymore, Nate. You've lost your chance.
I like this little cheeky setup from all. Oh, I like the setup, but not the execution. Jack Daddy executes Bailey, and now it's a 1v5.
What
Nico
is this?
left with it all to do, and a lot to do he has, and there's nothing that he can do in the end. That was a very, very messy round from Order, but Ruffle capitalized.
Well, that was, yeah, I mean, that's probably a nice way to put it, Gus, and we'll leave it at that. There's no other way to discuss that round. That was a free round for Roflcopter. They'll happily take it. They'll oblige. It's 5-5. Next round, of course, gets that match point, and, well, we do have the replays here at OCN, but unfortunately, I don't think for Order that they will want to watch it. 2 very average moments, unfortunately, and Roflcopter were happy to pick up that round win by 5.
Yeah, I decided to look away during that replay package. I didn't really want to have to put myself through that, so maybe when the time is right, I'll go back and watch the VOD, because yeah, that was a little bit yucky, but hey, mistakes happen. I guess a question of how you bounce back from those mistakes, because there isn't really a big opportunity here for either team to drop their head. And off the back of that last round, it's important that, I guess, Order laugh it off, brush it off, and refocus here. Because, of course, round 11, when the scores are 5-5, is that, I guess, mini match point scenario. Whichever team gets this round in particular gets 6 on the board. That means you're guaranteed, at the very least, to get something out of this matchup. At the very worst, but in the best case scenario, you position yourself nicely to get the full 3 points in regulation.
Yeah, and that's the big thing right now for Roflcopter, is getting all 3 points. I think Order's probably in a position where 2 points is fine. It's not going to make or break their season. That will put them to 8 points with 3 play days to go. But for Roflcopter, they need everything that they can get. They need all 3 points. It's going to be difficult, though, on the attack here for Cafe. And, well, that last round was more of an Order blunder than anything, right? You don't look into that last round and think, oh, suddenly there's, you know, the Roflcopter attack is here. Obviously, you're always going to want to make use of that when it does present itself, and they were able to take advantage of that mistake, well, those mistakes from Order, but yeah, it's not going to happen every round. They got their 1 freebie, now they're going to get back to work.
10 drones still available here for Ruffles, so a wealth of knowledge and opportunity available. Boydie as well on the Jackal can speed up, expedite this process of clearing these roamers above. In fact, there is at least a few in towards this dining and train position. One of those is Bailey, finding himself in a gunfight and will fall back. That hatch popped. Specker, though, tries to reclaim that position, at least temporarily, falls off as well. No one from Rofl holding that rotation outside of Garage. Instead, the team focusing their efforts from up above. Nothing wrong with that, as they gain map control, but now that timer begins to be a little bit of a factor. We're halfway through the round. Rofl will be able to clear out this second floor in just a moment. With that hatch pop, that's one less minigame that they need to worry about. Instead, they can focus their efforts on establishing verticality and then deciding what will be the play. Now, I presume that dropping the freezer hatch would be an option, but with that comes the risk of Specker going big inside of VIP.
Minute left in this 11th round. It starts to get a bit tense between these two teams. They started off the night with a 7-2 win for Wildcard over LFO, and while this one has gone in a different direction, it is close. Bailey, though, with Nitrocell will find the opening kill. Campo is taken off the board now. The sledge no more. And not much more time either. They will have to deal with Specker inside of VIP.
Specker's position not really reinforced by utility, which could make things tough. Sure, there's the Banshee to his right, which could assist. Nonetheless, though, this should be cleared out by Rofl. As I say that, though, Specker goes large. Only 2 members left for this attack. It's falling apart at the wayside for Rofl. It's been devastating for them, or to make them pay. It's a flawless execution on the defense.
And that's what you come to expect when Order are at their best, Guz. When they are fit and firing and they're playing at their best, they are a team that is hard to deal with, and this is why they've now got match point. Despite a bit of a slow start on their offense for Cafe, their defense has been, well, quite frankly, fantastic outside of that 10th round. It's been almost flawless, right? We head over to Bar Cocktail. This is it. Final chance for Roflcopter. They need to send this to overtime. For Order, they've at least got 1 point secured, banked up, in the back pocket, however you want to say it. It does momentarily also put them above Knights into third. Can they secure all 3 points, though? Now, that is the remaining question.
Big stakes on offer here for Order. 3 points would boost them significantly in the standings. Now, of course, still plenty of games to be played out this evening, but it would temporarily, I believe, place them equal first alongside Team Bliss. Thereabouts, which is obviously quite impressive. That said, all the teams sort of in that top echelon, again, still have to play, but good signs for Order. They get big 3 points here.
And the other thing, you mentioned it, they actually play Team Bliss in Playday 5 next week.
Ooh.
So if they can get all 3 points here and then get the wood over Team Bliss, there's a chance that they can end up in, you know, one of those still top 2 positions by end of season. So this is a big moment here for Order.
100%. Order committing to the third floor hold.
Are you okay?
Stuttering.
Guz.exe's just stopped working for a moment.
I don't know what that was from me, but anyway, Nate takes a little bit of damage early in this round. Having one of the dangermen for Order, so important that he stays alive. He's trying desperately to get out. Their clash doesn't provide quite enough cover. He falls down, and Specker, thankfully, to his rescue, will pick him back up. That could have been a lot worse for Order, but Rofl are applying some pretty early round pressure.
They've got a lot to fight for here to try and send this one to overtime. They're going to throw everything they've got into this round. The Rotera drone goes out. Just under 2 minutes left. Still a lot of time in this one, but Nate being low, not ideal, considering the way he has been playing for Order. 14-7-3. It has been immense. Does still have a Nitrocell, but not much in his life. Avoiding dealing with the clash, which has been a big figure point here on Cafe so far, the clash.
Now, it is Specker down below. I don't know whether that Nitrocell was actually used or if it's pre-placed. I don't know if it's been actually detonated. Point being that the clash could have soft pinged or yellow pinged the floor there below Boydie, and that would have been his demise. Either way, that doesn't play out. Nate still down below, could have an impact. This pixel minigame proving really difficult for Rofl. This position still fortified by the defense. Order on match point, doing a great job in holding out, but that smoke will indicate the start of this execute.
Yeah, but it's Nate who starts the kills, though, by getting one onto Campo. Trades go out. Jack Daddy's down. That was OJ, Boydie both falling at the hands of Baylor, who finds the double. Advantage Order momentarily, but do have to recall Jack Daddy's down. So it's Bailey and Nico versus Bouncin and Hotshot. And the diffuser has been planted. So Roflcopter in a very good spot right now to hold on and win this round. And Bouncin can go over towards that skylight position and make this almost impossible for Order.
Well, the thing is, Bailey can surely protect him with the shield. If they drop Hotshot inside of Freezer, it makes it so much more winnable. Bailey needs to commit to the spin, manages to connect, and now Order might be able to close it out.
15 seconds. If they're going to do it, they've got to do it right now. Bouncin obviously realizing that there is still that clash in play.
Oh, here we go.
This is it. He just has to protect him. Bouncin drops down. Is there another spin in this one? He gets off of it. Bouncin with a good headshot onto Nico. What a play from Bouncin and from Roflcopter. As they send this one to overtime, and they do, in fact, deny all 3 points away from Order.
Order. I mean, you got to question, why is he falling off the counter defuse when it's in red time? Under 7 seconds, you can't get back on it, regardless if you can kill that player or not. So why not just stick it? I can't think of a good reason why he wouldn't just stick it. And honestly, I think there's a really, really good chance that Bouncin was not going to find that kill at the end, right? He drops. Nico only has to hold it for another 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Just hold F, dude.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Look, I think sometimes in the heat of the moment, mistakes happen, for instance, guys, and you know, it's hard to get too critical, you know, when you're in that position and that thought process. It's easy to sit back and say, well, why did you let go? But I think every player at some point will be in a position where that pressure does mount and you do slip up in some way, shape or form. Maybe that tiny little thought pops into your head and you just almost forget about the time. There's so many different circumstances, so many different ways you can say, oh, that's why this happened. For Order, though, they've got to just almost reset mentally now immediately, move on. Still on the defense here. Still with a chance to get 2 points. It's not ideal. They would have wanted all 3. Everyone does. But 2 points for them is going to mean a lot. For Rofl, they do get at least 1, which is significant for a team that's on 2 points inside of the bottom 2. This is good for them. If they can get even 1 more here, make it 2 from this, they'll at least jump out of the bottom 2.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, good recovery effort there from Rofl. A little bit dicey there in the dying seconds of that previous round, but Bouncin able to waste enough of it. Time, of course, very precious commodity in Siege, and now that Rofl continue overtime on the attacking side, they'll know just how important resource can be. In terms of the defensive setup here from Order, we're not seeing anything too wild from what we've come to expect. And the attacking route, very common here on Modern Day Cafe. A top-down take, the Jackal in the hands of Boydie again to try and speed up that process. It's going to be a matter of time before we start seeing engagements. Hasn't felt like we've had massive amounts of early engagements between these two. It's been relatively tame for the most part, especially considering that both of these teams can play quite aggressive when required. As I say that though, Nate will actually flank all the way up red stairs. Scared away though by, I believe it was a drone that I heard drop. Takes one down with him. Not bad there for Nate. I mean, he gets a drone for his hard work. So.
A big opportunity for Roflcopter as well, because they are on the attack. If they can find another attacking round win, they will then switch over to the defense, where they had a very good defensive first half. Went 4-2. Minute 25 remaining in this first overtime round. This game has just been swings and roundabouts. Inside of the first 5 rounds, it was a 4-1 Roflcopter lead, and then Order went on a rampage to not only bring it back, but then take the lead themselves and eventually get match point, which they squandered in the end. That was a nitrocell that just exploded. 5 drones left, 1 minute on the clock.
Rotero is being used to try and clear out that VIP position as Boydie will drop the Mozzie.
Located by attackers.
Bailey was committing to the roam earlier into the round, and this is a good sign that Rof will have control of the above floors, and they can start to pressure the likes of Specker, who get absolutely deleted. That was Nate, I believe, getting back towards the site. Lucky not to get taken down as well, but Jack Daddy doesn't have that same luck. Campo finds that kill, and this round is completely falling apart for Order.
Yeah, it's not just the round, it's the match as a whole that's completely falling apart. Nate, though, is the last one standing. Unfortunately, runs straight into Boydie. He wasn't actually the last one. It felt like it, though. Nico is actually now the last one standing for Order, and he is not standing in a good spot. Right into the way of Bouncing, who finds the kill, and Roflcopter find the round. Overtime match point, and they will be going over to the defense here on Cafe. Massive opportunity for Roflcopter to get the 2 points.
Sides will switch, and a tactical timeout has been taken. It's waiting on word as to who exactly it was that initiated that. You would probably presume Order, and yeah, there we go. Order wanting to take this opportunity to work out how they're going to get themselves back into this match. They're on the attack, statistically, the unfavored side, but that said, their counterparts just took their first round in overtime on the side of the attack, so nothing is impossible on Cafe. And Order looking to try and bounce back.
Man, should they even been in this position, right? Taking a tactical timeout down overtime match point, when in reality they should have had probably almost all 3 points, Scuzz, and mentally it would be devastating to lose this from here. You do walk away with 1 point, but that's not ideal when you were in the position they were in. And they don't look like a happy camp inside of the Order faces here, at least the ones we can see.
Though. Specker was smiling. What are you talking about?
I don't know if he's smiling right now. His picture might be, but I'm not sure if he is. 7-6, overtime match point, Roflcopter. And we are going to be heading to Reading Fireplace.
Clash being 6-picked here by OJ. We have seen quite a bit of Clash play in this head-to-head, which is always interesting to observe. Now, in terms of the objective, we are going to see Reading and Fireplace committed to here by the defense, and with that mirror on the board, we can see some pretty gnarly extensions here from the defense that Order will need to contest. We'll see one inside of Train facing Zoom north. May well see one up above as well here, placed by Bouncing. More obstacles that the attack needs to deal with. Minigames have played a pretty pivotal role in how this matchup has played out. And more often than not, the team that is a little bit cleaner in clearing out key positions has been building some nice round-to-round momentum and been converting, for the most part, the advantages that they have ascertained from the early to mid-round.
And it feels like it's all eyes on Order to make a play, to be the team that's proactive and moving forward and being aggressive. Roflcopter just have to really play their defense. They don't have to do anything too crazy. They don't have to really even look for picks or anything on a Reading Fireplace defense. It can be structured. It can be full defense first and foremost. It's definitely Order that need to make something happen.
Back up. Oh! Okay. OJ takes quite a bit of damage there from the hands of the Gridlock. 2 minutes left on the board. Order slowly establishing control on the western side here as they go for the sweep. Now, those Rotero drones could play a pivotal role in clearing out this location. That said, Nico already quite confident behind the bar, not waiting for Cocktail to be cleared to start pressuring vertically down towards the site. He does have Specker to offer some support to ensure that he doesn't get swung, but nonetheless, this is a little risky from Order.
Still plenty of time as well. Don't have to force anything too quickly. Of course, when we saw Roflcopter attack this, they ignored everything in Cocktail. The push from Bouncing just gets unstuck. He actually got the down onto Specker anyway, though, so it's basically a 2-for-1. Unless Becker can get brought back up into the fray. Nate drops down top red. There's a player pushing up those red stairs as well, but he's going to have to be forced back down, at least momentarily. Boydie. The Boydie cam at 17-7. Late now with overtime match point. This is when you expect the big plays. Jack Dab will go over and get that revive onto Specker.
Neutralizes it to a 4v4. Now we have seen time and time again both of these teams, in fact, on the attack, struggle to get entry in towards the side and even be in a position to get that plant.
Specker's almost going to go down if he's not careful.
Down, yeah. Incredibly close. OJ just chipping away as he falls back down. OJ is a lot lower, or is very low on HP, but with that shield as coverage, could be in a good position late round to have an impact. 20 seconds on the board. Boydie finds a pick. Rofl
Specker's going to die. He's dead. OJ's killed him with the shield. And Nate's down, so it's only Bailey that's alive here with 14 seconds left, and he's got to deal with the clash. He does get the guard break and gets a second one, and that's actually going to get the kill onto OJ. But yeah, no time. It's going to be a Roflcopter victory here on Cafe, guys. It's an incredible performance from Roflcopter, start to finish. They came out of the blocks in the first 5 rounds, and they finish it in the final 5 rounds. Roflcopter will take all 2 points.
A hard-fought victory there for Rofl. They'll be happy to get at least 2 points from this matchup. It was a close one there. Either team was in a good position to take it in regulation, but Rofl able to just edge out on top in the end. And it smiles all around.
It certainly is smiles all around, and for Roflcopter, it's been a turbulent and up and down sort of OCN here for Stage 2. They, of course, defeated Chiefs 8-7 on Playday 2. That was a big 2 points. And they've almost replicated that here with an 8-6 victory over all.
Order now at macros.com.au.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out on a feeling song. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the same. The player heroic. It's stage 3 of the Oceanic Nationals. We've got some new teams, we've got some new faces, even a new map. But we'll see if we get a new champion. Boy, I absolutely butchered that one. Firstly, more than anything, I just want to welcome in Vast into the broadcast, of course, retiring back-to-back champion from the Chiefs. He will be joining us this stage as our, I guess, dedicated analyst, really, more than anything. Vast, firstly, I will say congratulations on what was an awesome career. I very much look forward to your career on the desk alongside us, but I do have to ask, What do you think you're going to be able to provide for us, I guess, for this stage?
Sorry, I was
That's
muted.
all right. Happens to the best of us.
That is not a good start. Anyways, yeah, thanks for that. I'm really excited for Stage 3 to join the analyst desk. Yeah, I think I can provide, like, you know, a lot of the things you don't see on camera. I think I'll be able to provide an insight on that. I'll be able to provide, you know, breaking down a lot of the strategies and maybe kind of analyze why teams do what they do. And yeah, I think I'll be able to also, you know, talk about the ins and outs of how teams function and, you know, stuff like that.
One thing I wish you could also provide is me a haircut. Unfortunately, that's just not possible. Obviously, we've also got the lovely Guz back on for Stage 3, but we can just skim over him and his short haircut. Let's look at the schedule for today's proceedings ahead. Of course, we've got 4 matches to be played out. Knights versus Overt. Of course, for those unaware, LFO were unable to field themselves a roster for Stage 3. We had to bid them farewell. And coming in from the Oceanic Challenger League, it is Overt, Guz. Of course, Stage 1, Stage 2 combined, they were considered the best team and therefore got invited in.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Overt. Now, of course, we'll dig into this in a little bit, but this stage for them is basically just a trial run. Their chances of avoiding relegation is quite slim. So for them, they're just heading in, have some fun, learn some new stuff, and play at the highest level of local ANZ competition. In terms of the rest of the night, though, Rofl and Order shaping up to be quite a close matchup. Looking forward to that one. Rhythm and Bliss, maybe not as close, that one. Bliss, of course, the best of 1 Kings. Then to round out the night, the back-to-back champs taking on Wildcard. 2 big names in the scene going head-to-head.
Vast, we want to get your thoughts in here about these matchups tonight. Anything that maybe entices you? Any thoughts? I guess, obviously, it looks like it's a pretty straightforward affair, but if there are to be any sort of, I guess, upsets along the way, where would you see them coming in?
No real upsets. I'm really excited for the Order and Rofl game in particular. Historically, Rofl have beaten Order, but Order have brought in a new coach, and they've been working hard to, you know, fix a lot of the mistakes that they've been making and work on their fundamentals. Last night in Apex South, you know, they kind of proved that they have made a lot of progress. So I think that will be a really exciting game.
Certainly will. We'll, of course, dive further into some of those changes for the respective teams as we get to them individually later on tonight. Firstly, though, the predictions, my favorite segment, especially considering I was the champion for Stage 2, whether it be regular season with Guz or postseason with Manic. We have, of course, got rid of Raven. We've brought in 2 new faces. Of course, Vast joining the broadcast, and Mandy, our observer as well. I don't know where reserver comes from, but some interesting choices here, Guz. Most notably, Sky and Manic. What's going on here? Because they're the only 2 changes compared to everyone else being pretty much on the same page.
Yeah, the only 2 outliers for the entirety of the evening. And look, I mean, I'm just going to put it out there, a bit of a meat pick from these boys. I think it is definitely fair to say that the Knights heading into that matchup, clear favourites. To me, what stands out as a little bit of a surprise is that match 2. Of course, Vast mentioning that he's expecting it to be quite an interesting one. No one backing Rofl heading into that one. Maybe a potential oversight, considering Rofl have a pretty strong history. As for the last 2 games, though, to be expected, Bliss and Chief should win those comfortably.
Yeah, I agree. I think everyone kind of just chose safe picks, to be honest, except for Manic and Sky. Yeah.
No surprises at all. You obviously have gone with everyone else there, Vast. It's looking like that sort of night, I guess, to maybe kickstart the stage, where I think we are all pretty much on the same page with this. I've already got my eyes to tomorrow night. But hey, to be fair though, guys, OCN and to a degree APAC South is always 2 leagues that throw up surprises, guys. So it's never as easy as it really seems. I think Vast touched on it already, the bit of history between Roflcopter and Order. I guess, honestly, we've obviously had a lot of our prediction in the past, most notably Raven, which is why we got rid of him. But ultimately, I think tonight should be pretty straightforward to kickstart the stage.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like almost every night we say it's going to be straightforward. It doesn't end up being the case. So we'll probably come back to bite our words eventually a little bit on that one. But I do have to agree, across the board, at least 3 out of the 4 matches, pretty clear cut on paper based on recent form. A bit of the Apex South form that we've seen from last night as well. So not expecting too many surprises to be thrown up, but still a lot of storylines, I guess, to follow. And that's probably the most interesting thing for me tonight.
Let's quickly, though, go to our first matchup of the night. Knights versus Overt. Knights, of course, a team that is more than comfortable in this sort of position. For Overt, though, they're going to be thrown straight into the deep end. We'll look at the Knights, though, of course, first, guys. They are a team with high expectations here for the Oceanic Nationals. Realistically, all the pressure's on them to perform in this match and nothing on Overt.
Yeah, once again, the Knights heading into this stage unchanged. It's now been this 6 for such a long period of time. They've developed some really great synergy, and they are really starting to step up to the next level. Now, of course, unfortunately, they did qualify for the last major over in Mexico. Due to COVID restrictions, they were unable to attend. So for them, they've missed a pretty big opportunity to gain a lot of that international experience, which they are yet to. That would have been nice to come back into OCN. They would have felt very, very comfortable, even more so than they already do. But the storyline for them heading into Stage 3 is basically more of the same. OCN, historically for them, has been a little bit weak, so maybe a couple of tweaks here and there to try and tidy up their performances. But we're not expecting them to drop off by any stretch. In fact, they should only boost up the standings even further.
Yeah, I mean, Knights, they are a very aggressive team. They have very strong synergy. To beat them, it requires a lot of coordination and to make sure that there's no room for error, because they will punish you for those small mistakes. I think we saw last night that Hayward was doing that really well. I think Overt, will have a lot to do in this game. Just want to note as well, I really like Josh's haircut.
He seems to have followed suit of Guz and Manic there, and has decided to just get it all chopped off. Let's look at their opponents, though, and a big welcome into OCN for Overt from the Oceanic Challenger League. I mean, look, as we already sort of spoken about it, Guz, no real expectations on these guys, and when it comes to sort of promos and rallos, well, they're basically going to head to the relegations, regardless of what they can really do at this stage. But most importantly, it's about gaining experience.
Yeah, so there is a scenario in which if Overt finish in the first couple of places in Stage 3 and Rhythm and Wildcard both significantly drop off and perform poorly in this stage, that they could avoid that relegation battle. But for the sake of simplicity, it's basically confirmed that no matter what, Overt will probably be forced to play in relegations. But think about it, the next couple of weeks is a fantastic opportunity for them to learn a lot, develop themselves as individual players and as a team, so they'll be well equipped for that relegation run. Of course, they did enter, being the top-ranked team overall for the 2021 season in OCL. A close-fought contest basically between them and Fury, but they did just edge out. That's why they qualified for this position. And I'm really excited to see what they can bring to the table. There's a lot of question marks as to how big the gap is from the top of OCL over in towards OCN, and we'll finally start to get some answers.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think as well to note that Overt, their playstyle is oriented around adapting, and what that means is they basically form a lot of their plans and decisions based off the info they gather during the round, before the round starts. And I think that playstyle could work against Knights. So I think tonight will be really interesting how these playstyles mesh.
Guys, what do you think the goals are for Overt, really, this stage, right? I mean, we're not going to put expectations on them like playoffs or anything like that, but would they have, I guess, some sort of internal goal of maybe just get one win? I think we had Sawyer on the reload, and he said it was to get more points than Rhythm of last stage.
Yeah, I think that may have been what he said. It's difficult to speak for them. If I was in their position, I would just be taking each match on its own merit and just going in with the expectation, let's play our best. If we get a win, we do. If we don't win, it's not the end of the world. It's important, though, if they do lose, they learn lessons and they transfer that knowledge into the remaining matches for the rest of the stage. I think as well in the first couple of play days, a telling sign is going to be how well Twent comes back into the roster. Of course, a bit of experience here at this level. I'm thinking way back to like Six Masters 2019. He was playing on Sleeper Gaming with like Molosca, so he has been around. I think he was previously coaching this roster, now in for Geordie, so there might be a bit of a transition period there for this team to deal with, but I think that's not going to be the only shock value for them. They're jumping into a massive step up from OCL for OCN for them to contend with.
And to basically have to play the Knights straight off the bat. I mean, that's as hard as it can get. Maybe the only Chiefs would be harder. Let's go to the maps, though, of course, for this matchup. Now, best of one. we're done with all the best of threes from the playoffs of Stage 2, and it looks as if it is going to be Oregon coming on through for our first match of the stage. Not too many surprises really here, guys. I don't think we would have been expecting Bank or any other maps that have had some changes this early on.
Yeah, for those who don't know, heading into Stage 3, all three, Bank, Coastline, and Clubhouse all received minor reworks for the Crystal Guard season. They're all available in competitive play, none of which will be seen in this first matchup. Part of that probably being that the Knights don't want to hide, or want to hide rather, these maps for APAC South matches, and Overt maybe not feeling too comfortable on them just yet. Oregon is a map that saw quite a bit of play over in Stage 2 of OCN. 7 times in total. So yeah, it's a staple map at this point, both of these teams. I think we'll know what to expect, and as Vas pointed out and Overt said in their interview, they love playing an adaptable play style, and if you can bring that to Oregon, that can sometimes bode really, really well. Teams often get stuck in their ways, fail to adapt. We saw that last night in APAC South, and we may well see it here again.
Yeah, I agree. I think what I thought was that Overt would probably want to go for Clubhouse in Oregon. We see that Knights have banned Clubhouse straight away, probably expecting that, or maybe they want to hide Clubhouse for APAC South. Those two maps are really comfortable for Overt. I think Oregon as well, sometimes it's good to have that aggression and unpredictability. It can really give you an edge sometimes against particular teams that you're versing.
I think for Overt here as well, going to Oregon, I think they will be able to learn a lot against a team like the Knights, which probably won't have to do too much, guys. They'll probably be able to play pretty stock, standard, structured Siege on a map like Oregon, but it allows them to just get that sort of first-hand experience. We'll go to the final thoughts, though. Guys, I'll go to you first, and then Vas will get your thoughts after that.
Yeah, as the predictions reflected, except for both Matic and Sky, this should be a heavily favoured matchup to the side of the Knights. They have the experience, the pedigree, they have the roster to pull off a pretty easy win here. It should be comfortable. Over just trying to find their feet in this matchup. Not expecting anything spectacular from them, but I do hope we see some signs of positivity. Not expecting necessarily a win from them, but if we can see some new stuff and some good team play, then I'll be excited for them heading into the rest of the stage.
Yeah, I predict Knights will probably win this game quite comfortably, but I think that if a few of Overt's kind of star players, such as Edpan and Cairo and Elements, I think if those players in particular are really confident and comfortable, I think that could give them a chance to have a pretty good performance. I think a lot of how Overt play will reflect on how those three players are.
Well, very much. It's going to be a tough match for Overt. Knights, definitely the favoured team. Thank you very much, Vas, for your thoughts. We are ready to get into the game, though, for our first match of Stage 3 of the Oceanic Nationals. It's good to be back, guys. And for the Knights, well, they'll be looking to maybe stop the Chiefs' winning streak and maybe find a championship of their own.
Yeah, it is good to be back. I love me some OC Siege, and I'm really, really excited to see what Overt can bring to the table and just how good they really are. And what young talent might be up and coming. Yeah, exciting storylines to be developed.
It's a good test. Honestly, I almost feel like if I was a player in this situation, to go up against a team like the Knights straight away probably is ideal. Because if you're going to look at some of the teams that are maybe closer to your level, the ones that you might think you could get a few points against, you probably don't want them day one. You probably want to get your feet wet, get involved, get a bit of momentum, find a bit of a rhythm inside of this stage. And maybe even find rhythm at some point later on and maybe try and find a win. But this allows them to sort of just see where they're at, get a bit of a feeler, and come in against a team like the Knights, who, look, I think Overt are going to know they're not going to be playing probably 110% Knights, but they're still going to get 95% Knights that are going to give them a really good test.
Yeah, and there's no expectation, no pressure on Overt here. So this is, as much as I hate saying this, and people probably won't like me saying this, this is to an extent a glorified scrim, because Overt highly unlikely to avoid relegations, the Knights highly likely to comfortably sit in the first couple of positions. So this is just a great opportunity for them to come out, try some stuff, see if it sticks, and if they get absolutely slaughtered by the Knights, well, then they can go back to the drawing board, lessons learnt. If they put up a really good contest, then hey, maybe they'll be a real prospect going forward for the rest of the year, and maybe even heading into next year if they do survive that relegation run. Either way, though, bound to be exciting. In terms of the bans, though, Habana, Thatcher, Malusi, and Kaid. Nothing too unexpected here on Oregon. Pardon me, I was going to say Habana, pretty important, of course, particularly on those basement attacks. Can be supplemented by the Maverick or even any other hard bridge because the Kaid is unavailable.
Oregon, one of the more played maps for Stage 2 of the Oceanic Nationals, had the highest defensive win rate out of all the maps played in Stage 2. So Knights on the defense first. We kind of expect them to, I guess, get out of the gates here, build up a bit of a lead, make things difficult for Overt. If they're able to do that, you kind of expect them to then, I guess, run away with the game. For Overt, I would say, as we do come back, even Vast is going to join us here. Hello, welcome back, Vast. For Overt, if they can find a couple of rounds early on, Guz, and make it an interesting contest, maybe we change our tune a little bit. And I think one thing that should be noted here is, based off what we've said, we definitely would like to see Overt come out strong here, start strong, find a few rounds, make it interesting as we do get back into the game. So goodbye to Vast. Hopefully, though, hi and bye. Hopefully, Overt can make things interesting, and we'll see how it all plays out as we get in for our first round of, well, basically Stage 3.
Yeah, positive sign just on the offset here for Overt. Nook being brought out here by Cairo, and that could allow for a bit of a sneaky off play here, maybe try and catch the Knights off guard, especially if any of the team elects to go for a roam. It doesn't look like that will be the case, so Overt should be able to get into pretty quick map control, but Cairo is still important. 2 nades in hand for late round.
Of course, we've got a new sponsor on board, HP by Omen, and they will be our community votes. 68%, 32%. I mean, that's a little bit cautious. I'm a little bit surprised by that one. Thought Knights would probably dominate a little bit more there, but big thank you to HP Omen, of course, there for the community vote. Of course, reminding everyone, you can follow at R6 Esports OCE and at Omen by HP_ANZ on Twitter to vote on the next series ahead.
This is interesting. Hayward at the top of tier 3 in Big Tower. If it hasn't been droned out here by Overt, that could pose a very dangerous threat late round. He can flank, especially once Overt get control of Pillar and they're not really watching those flanks as much.
Minute with 40 seconds on the clock and not too much going on at the moment. Hayward over towards Big Tower. Minute and a half now, and honestly, I think for Overt, this is an interesting point, really, that we're going to see throughout this stage. Their ability to manage the clock, Guz, and you do not want to leave too much time. If you get down to the last 20, 30 seconds and you haven't found a kill, for instance, it's going to be difficult, especially against a team like Knights. They haven't flushed out Hayward either. Josh does go back down. He's going to get pushed, though. Nice little flick onto Edpan. Twent, though, able to get the headshot onto Josh. And Elements gets one back. He finds a second. And suddenly this attack from Overt is looking quite successful.
Hayward, though, on the flank. Is the flank being watched? Yes. Got a shot from Elements. 3 in the round. Now Juicy needs to try and retake Laundry. Vaults over, does so. But the long angle being held by Cairo. Overt to take round 1.
Well, for a second there, I thought time was going to be an issue. It was about a minute left on the clock. They still hadn't quite flushed out Hayward, and in the end, they just pushed straight onto site, guys. And that's what you like to see from Overt, especially on the attack, making something happen, dictate the play ahead of them, and back themselves in, understanding that we're going to have to push into a team like the Knights, sitting on the defense, holding those sort of angles. I think Josh definitely got caught out for a second, did find a kill, but then got traded back immediately, and then that kind of opened up Pillar and the rest of the site down in basement.
Yeah, basement was already starting to go through a bit of a phase where the attack was unlocking it, and it was starting to get quite tricky to defend. I think that's only been exacerbated more so by the recent change to flashbangs. They are so much more powerful now. Even if you look away, if it's within range, it still will flash you for at least a small duration. So very, very difficult to hold some of those positions downstairs where you need to. Easily flashed out by the attack. Now, I'm not entirely sure if Overt flashed too heavily in that last round, but it is something, of course, to note for the remainder of this match as well. Juicy will bring out the Warden in this round, so responding to any more potential flashbangs on this occasion, but I don't think any will be brought. Heavy emphasis on grenades here from Overt. I don't know exactly what Ace has in hand, can't see at the moment. Groaning, but we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, and I don't think one round means it's suddenly panic stations for the Knights or anything like that, but suddenly when it's 1-0, and then maybe you make it 2-0, then suddenly 3-0, then it would be panic stations, right? That's the position that Overt are going to want to try and find themselves in, back themselves in, see if they can find a few kills the way that Elements was able to do. And if they can replicate that here again in the second round, maybe even up 2-0, Knights might just say, oh, what's going on here? Like, this is a little unexpected. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, though, and we definitely know Knights are more than capable of bringing any sort of game back if things do eventually snowball later on in the round. Right now, though, Knights definitely playing down below. They are going to extend out away from sight.
The Valkyrie available. A common ban here on Oregon, but slips through on this occasion as it is that Malusi Kaid combo taken down. That means that the defense can gain good intel outside. Twent elsewhere, though, will burn those mine magnets, eventually open up a line of sight in towards Games, elements on the rappel. Over towards Gen Window, holding the cross as well. Decent progression here so far from Overt. Cairo electing again to lurk on the nook down below. Might be able to find a pick, and does. Juicy. Went for the vault, but shut down. Hayward unable to immediately trade that back, now under threat.
Really good game sense as well there from Cairo, understanding that push is going to come, and the aggressiveness from Knights. Great positioning, great timing. Sometimes timing is everything, and sure, there's a little bit of luck involved as well, but you take that and you make your own luck. Minute and 40 seconds, Overt with the man advantage. We definitely build this one as the Knights should win comfortably, but Overt looking quite strong here in the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, Cairo's still down below. Hayward is electing not to contest that, instead playing safely tucked away inside of security. Cairo, that meanwhile, goes up white. A little bit unlucky not to win that fight. Dino wins it out the MP5. Leaves it in a 4-on-4, minute 15. Still available as Overt will rotate over. Twent does have that diffuser in hand. I think the setup for here for Overt is probably main stairs or white stairs rather, and the main double window. It looks like that will be the case as Edpan goes bot white, but Hayward ready and waiting finds that kill. And the Knights now in a great position.
Should have also mentioned Sage on the Thunderbird. Of course, now available. Saw a little bit of it yesterday in APAC South, as Kona stations have been deployed. 45 seconds Knights, though, now with a 2-man advantage. Makes things very difficult for Twent. And Sawyer, spray from Dino. Thought was going to be successful, was not. Push in as well from Twent through big window. Josh will take out Sawyer. It's 1 versus 2. Dino on the ground. Twent, though, roughly about half health at the back of Dorms. 25 seconds. Does have the kit in hand. If he can get this down, maybe get out through window, could make a play. Goes for the shots and expecting plays from left and right. In the end, it's good night from Hayward.
Good cross being held there in the 2v1 by the Knights. Disciplined, not feeding the ace there in the latter stages of that round. Hayward playing a pivotal role there. It really did look like Overt were going to be able to set up that white stairs cross, jump in double window and get that plant down, but getting that pick down below onto Edpan, critical for the Knights. They capitalized upon that, close out the round, and in doing so, even the score's 1-1.
Well, I mean, what an opening 2 rounds of it, of course, with a sort of blitz attack down in basement. Knights much better in the second round, and definitely seemed like they were in a bit more control, despite Overt getting that opening pick. But again, as you mentioned, Hayward roaming down below, able to find a few kills and prove to be the difference maker. Knights, of course, not concerned by any means here. It's only 1-1. It's very early days, but it's good signs from Overt, and that's what you like to see.
Yeah, I don't think there would have been... Again, it's just so hard to put any expectation on them, but it still would have been disappointing had they rolled into the first 2 rounds and just gotten absolutely stomped. But the first round, quite positive, and I really like the intent they're still in the second round. They made the mid-round call. Lads, we've done good work over towards trophy side. Let's rotate. Let's go for something slightly different. Maybe the Knights won't be able to adjust in time. Of course, they did overlook the fact, again, that Hayward was down below. They didn't quite clear him out in time. But, you know, still positive signs. Just got to tidy up that execution a little bit. As for the other side, though, the Knights, they'll be cruising. I don't think it's been... I think it's been a long time since they've seriously felt pressure inside of the server. It feels like they're, you know, pretty cruisy. Maybe part of that's just their body language. It always seems to be so cool, calm, and collected. But yeah, no reason really for them to be stressing out.
Of course, yesterday, Knights opened up their APAC South campaign with a 7-1 stomping against Wildcard Gaming. So they're already quite warmed up. Those are some of the advantages of playing in APAC South. It's been spoken about many times, guys, about, you know, the teams that have to play so many different teams. They've got to prep for, you know, 2 teams every week. Got to play South, got to play OCN. But in this instance, you do get warmed up that for Playday 1, coming into Playday 1 of OCN, you do get that little bit of a warm-up in a real match environment. Knights, of course, already had a good win yesterday. They'll be looking to do it here as well for OCN. For Overt, though, I guess that opening round may have actually expelled some of the jitters a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Obviously, the mental aspect of Siege critically important, and if you are even a little bit nervous, that can significantly impact your performance. So the approach for Overt, well, both of the teams really, has got to be just cool, calm, collected, play your game, and execute that match plan. Back downstairs we go though here in round number 3. Mirror available, so that could make these clears a little bit trickier for Overt, but keep in mind, flashbangs, so powerful. Now again, I'm not exactly sure what Twent has in hand because he is droning. Always seems to be droning when I want to see what his secondary utility is. So it will be I can't remember the name of them. The breach charges. Jesus Christ, I completely forgot what they're called. So that's interesting. Overt electing actually not to bring any flashbangs. I would have thought that for these basement attacks, they would be very, very powerful. Instead, they're leaning heavily into the frag grenades, so maybe wanting to clear utility instead.
We saw those flashes, of course, which have been changed. So useful in APAC South. Elements inside a trophy. Be careful when taking a fight with Sage. He ended up winning it, but not enough to get the elimination. Sage is able to fall back through Attic. Elements does try to follow after him. That's what you like to see from Overt. Play aggressive, back yourselves in, look to take those ones and try and win them. And well, now you force Sage down below. It's 5 now on site for Knights. And you've still got 1:45 seconds to open things up and choose your avenue of attack.
Yeah, heavy emphasis from Overt still to be clearing from the top floor. They'll need to quickly realize that, of course, the defense is down below, bunkering down, trying to set themselves up for the execute. You can see Freezer being monitored by both Dino and Sage. Pillar side also being covered by Hayward. Previously watching front behind that mirror window, and Josh alongside him, Pillar, to hold that cross. So quite fortified currently by the Knights. Overt will need to open up these hatches, which they are, and then really start to get to work on dislodging some of these players. Those frag grenades will prove critical. If they're not going to use flashes to blind their opponents, they need to think about using grenades, either to clear the utility supporting these positions or the players holding them themselves. Unfortunately, though, for Twent, he falls at Hayward, taken down. Those Sun was no longer being impactful.
Just feel like we're not going to see a replica of the first round where Overt were able to then push onto site, find quite a lot of kills, mostly through Elements, who found 3. With 42 seconds remaining, down a player. Knights setting up defensively really perfectly right now. They've got 3 players basically covering Pillar, 1 watching Freezer. Not too much of an emphasis towards Laundry. And there's only, what, 25 seconds left. This is going to be very difficult for Overt. Hayward does not move at all. Should have found that kill. Never mind. We are going to see a replica of round 1. Elements found 2. Edpan got 1. 3 versus 2, though. Dino and Juicy look to bring things back here for the Knights in red time. Elements will now push on to site, get this plant down. Edpan with the kill onto Dino. Juicy in a 1 versus 3. Elements is low. This is technically winnable, but very difficult. And full credit to Overt. They're very much landing their shots.
No nitro available for Juicy. Proves costly as that plant is secured and he can't even use it now to try and retake site. Angle's being held here by Overt. They just need to hold on for another 20 seconds. 50 HP available for Juicy, make it 0. Slayer to close things out. What a play there from Elements to bring his team back into that round.
Edpan as well, very much instrumental in that round. But yeah, I mean, I felt like with, what, 20 seconds left on the clock, guys, down a player, that they wouldn't be able to do it. And I got to say, yeah, I got a little bit of egg on my face there because it basically happened the way that it did in round 1. Again, Laundry, Supply, and Elements has been able to produce a round win for Overt, basically. They go up 2-1 here on Oregon on the attack as well. I mentioned the stat from Stage 2. I mean, look, only 7 times we saw Oregon in Stage 2, but nonetheless, it had the highest defensive win rate, around 66%. Nothing else was even remotely close. And Overt right now playing this very well. I think we did speak about it yesterday, though, in APAC South, that for Oregon, especially for basement, we are seeing attackers open it up quite a bit better.
Yeah, the Knights, though, will reattempt it now for the 3rd time, yeah? So
wow. That's interesting.
Quite intriguing. And both times they have faltered on this site, it has been really around losing that control of Pillar and not winning those ones. And a lot of that hasn't necessarily even been facilitated by the util being dumped by Overt. So a little bit concerning there for the Knights, and good signs of confidence from Overt who are being able to win those fights, transition that control in towards side and actually pin down the remaining defenders. So the Knights will need to really tidy up here. I'm not sure exactly if they'll change their structure up. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, basement seems to be very comfortable for Overt.
It does feel like Knights actually fell off above pretty early on in that last round as well. I think noting about minute 45 on the clock when we saw all 5 members. A large reason for that was Sage losing his 1v1 up in dorms. But I think Knights almost need to play a little bit more aggressive, to be honest. Make it very difficult for Overt. They're continuing to sweep. They're already continuing to commit to this, but at least you need to maybe get a few of those fights in. 2-1 on the clock, 2-1 on the scoreboard, but Overt, they can find a third win here down in Laundry Supply. I mean, this is, well, what could set up maybe the surprise of the season in the first match of the season. And I got to say, I would love to see Overt win this, but the fact that Manic tipped them means I don't want it to happen. Because I will hear about it all night tomorrow night.
And Pan aggressive in towards meeting. Now there is a player on these stairs. Droned out by Sawyer. Josh with an impact will take that down as Edband swings, takes down the default, and Josh will fall back. One thing to note as well is the Knights, Dino in particular, of course, on that mute, placing those jammers actually on the top floor, faking out a bit of a roam, forcing the attack to take their time, clear the jammers, drone out top floor, make sure it's clear. Now, they did do that. Time efficiency quite solid as well. Similar, really, to the last round where they still have half of the action phase remaining to open up these hatches, begin draining out sight. Sawyer likely to rotate over towards blue once again and pinch out that pillar position alongside his team on the stairs. So positive signs once again from Overt. They are just going through that checklist like they did on their last 2 successful attempts. And I don't see any reason why if they back themselves in once again, they can't convert the round.
Yeah, and they're not even down a player this time either. They were able to accomplish all of that at a 4v5 deficit in the 3rd round. Still came out on top. The key man to watch, though, is definitely Elements, because he's done it twice now, guys. You almost expect him to do it once more. Just under a minute remaining. And one thing that's definitely been noticeable for Overt is they don't rush this. They're more than happy to let that clock tick down.
Sun was deployed, Twente to drop the hatch, gets aggressive. Doesn't quite win that fight though. Oh, there's one in Harry Potter. Hayward finds one, but it's a great swing from Edpan to find that kill. Good comms from Overt. That player on the stage, or stairs rather, can get picked up as Juicy. Use that mirror window, does find one in response. Overt with the man advantage. HP low on Elements though. 30 seconds to shape up for the execute. Dino up.
Dino up and low. So is Elements. 3 versus 3 is a go. Pillar control established now for Overt. Sawyer can get this plant down. Edpan watching the hallway. Juicy starting to get moving. There's a ping as well. It's actually a whole bunch of them. Sawyer though, the C4 from Sage. Is this going to stop him? No, it's not.
The swing!
Oh, the swing though! Edpan covers. It's a quad now for the round. But the plant did not go down. Juicy to maybe salvage this for the Knights of the final second. He hides. He denies the ace and he denies the round win. For Overt, Knights hold on to make it 2-2.
Whew. All right, let's go. This is actually turning into a really spicy matchup. Juicy doing a great job there to hold on late round. That really could have gone poorly for them at the end there. The C4 denial from the Knights, not on point. I believe 2 nitros were ripped there as Slayer attempted the plant. Missed the first and missed the second, but fortunately the swing there from Dino was really, really powerful there at the very end. We saw Cairo as well lurking. He got shut down. Juicy doing great work.
0.2.
Yeah, Edpan covering. But again, just not quite enough. Juicy here, his positioning and his match awareness, his game awareness, spot on. I really was around a millimeters, but the Knights just edging out with that experience.
Definitely feels like right now Overt are bringing a lot of chaos down below and just sort of trying to swarm and overwhelm the Knights. It worked out the first 2 times, doesn't quite work out this time. Edpan with a quad, didn't quite get the ace. He's now 6-2-1. Elements 5-2-2. So they are fragging out. They're actually doing very well in these exchanges. 2-2 on the scoreboard now, and that was a big one for the Knights, because if they had gone down 3-1, boy, a story definitely would have been brewing. Well played from Juicy, well played in the end from Knights. And I think the major thing was that player in Harry Potter, guys. I think that turned the tide the most for the Knights defensively as we head back upstairs to dorms.
Yeah, a player being allowed to lurk in that position must have simply just come down to a miss drone. Someone from Overt not droning that position, or maybe they did and Hayward managed to rotate unsuspectingly into that position. I'm not quite sure, I didn't quite catch it, so can't comment, but either way, a little bit disappointing there from Overt. Still a really, really solid effort to try and still win that round out. Super duper close in the end. I'm really interested in getting the thoughts on Overt. Still electing to stick this Nook pick. I believe this is, what, 4 out of 5 rounds probably where it has been played so far. Proving to be quite prominent. Don't know if it's had a massive impact, but it is something that the Knights will be thinking about in the backs of their mind. They can't trust all the intel that they are gathering.
Cairo, the aggressiveness. Oh, and he does spot Hayward, lands a tag in his shoulder. At least that's a little bit of information for Knights. Cairo lurking in that shower corridor. Elements watching this double window.
A bomb has been located.
And Sawyer and Edpan can get to work on this attic wall.
Oh, Sage. Finds one there on the Thunderbird. Nade cooked by Edpan. That might hit the mark. No. Josh survives. Playing close up against the wall. His feet surely will be exposed. The shot's missed though. Edpan shooting between his legs, I believe. Either way, misses his opportunity to find that kill. Josh able to fall off. No one there to cover from Overt. A kill does go missing and the Knights will retain the man advantage.
One minute and 15 seconds on the clock here for round 5. Oh, Elements. That's always a tough one to hit.
It's Josh again.
Able to just scrape by. Sawyer finally now with access into attic. Establish hit control as well. Josh though with that kill onto Elements, and now Edpan going down makes it a 5 versus 2. Sawyer low in this exchange to get the kill onto Dino, but immediately traded back. Josh and Juicy combine, and the Knights will take the lead 3-2.
Yeah, an unfortunate set of circumstances there for Overt. Allowing Josh to get away with that was a pretty fatal error. Had they put it back to the 4v4, it would have been unlikely that we found themselves, or Overt found themselves in that situation where they kind of just had to send it. They didn't really have too many other win conditions available for them. So again, a small mistake does prove costly. Last round though of the attacking half, Cairo brings out another pocket pick. It will be the Finca on this occasion. Now Finca, interestingly enough, heading into Crystal Guard, the most recent update as of a couple of days ago. Really, really strong now. She has frag grenades. Her heal now permanently heals. It's no longer temporary either. So you can do a lot of work with Finca. She can be quite powerful. If the rest of the team's happy to put up with the recoil buff, which some players actually don't like because it's so strong, if you can put up with that, then she can be a very handy pick. She's bringing, or Cairo is bringing flashbangs though. So I guess maybe compensating for the fact that Sawyer and Edpan already bringing 4 between them. Probably don't necessarily need any more. And like I said earlier, Overt probably not bringing enough flashbangs and abusing them as much as possible. Yeah. So I don't mind the fact that the Finca is trading that off.
So the final round of this opening half for the first match of this stage. We head over to Kitchen Meeting for the first time, actually. Basically only seen Dorms and Basement in this matchup so far. Of course, Overt taking 2 of the first 3 rounds, and since then the Knights have been able to win 2 in a row, establish a bit of a lead. And if they can actually finish at a 4-2 half, guys, I mean, that's basically job done in the end for Knights, and basically avoided a bit of a scare for what could have been.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, but still a lot of work to be done in this round. Can Overt show something on this site? How well versed are they on attacking this objective? Default taken out over towards rear stage. Overt looking to establish a foothold in Big Tower. Twain over towards T2. Think about opening up attic. Important that teams get control above. If the hatch is being monitored by the defense, getting the default plant down will be challenging. So it is likely we'll see Overt contest the likes of Dino, who is playing up above, trying to force him, flush him out of this power position.
No pressure here for Overt either. This has already gone pretty well against a team like the Knights. 2 early rounds. They would probably hate to see it maybe unravel from here. It actually has been a very exciting opening half.
Attackers have
Elements.
located a bomb.
Big pick onto Sage. Just like the first time in a while since we've seen Overt with that opening pick, and now with the man advantage to follow. With a minute and a half remaining, can they capitalize? They have actually got some decent pressure now with Cairo positioning himself inside of Dining. To say that though, it's Dino with the kill onto Sawyer.
Attackers have dropped the bomb
Oh,
diffuser.
okay.
Juicy gets traded though. Cairo from behind enters from Dining to find that kill. Elements. He's been an impactful player so far in this map, but he needs to go big. Still 3 defenders
Ooh.
remaining. Make it 2 as Cairo finds another. Dino up above with control, and Hayward in an off position at the top of Laundry's stairs. Can they deny the plant? Can they retake site?
I don't think anyone's watching this hatch though. Dino doesn't quite have the information, and that diffuser is going to be planted from Cairo. Element 6, 3, and 2, a player you would love to have up in this position, and he certainly is. Time now is of the essence here for Dino and Hayward to make a play. Just under 30 seconds remaining, pushing on to site. Hayward dies immediately. Cairo's got 3 for the round. Cairo's got a quad for the round, and for the half, it's 3-3. What an entry to OCN for Overt here in the opening half. Welcome back to Oceanic Nationals, presented by Samsung. Of course, we always love to thank our presenting partner, Samsung. You can check out their latest range of NVMe SSDs by simply typing !SSD in Twitch chat. So, opening half is done and dusted, guys. 3-3. I mean, that's basically as good as we thought Overt would be able to do. More than anything, I think they've even surprised myself and maybe even yourself.
Yeah, genuinely a pretty impressive half of Siege, and really, there was an opportunity for them if they won that other basement attack, which was really, really tight. They could have actually been leading 4-2 on the most defender-sided map in the region. So, standout performance from them. No expectation heading into this match, heading into this stage. They are here to learn from the very best, but they are putting up a really, really good fight. A 3-3 scoreline, reflective of what has been good performance. Cairo in that last round of the half went absolutely huge. Elements as well throughout the first half, really impactful, getting a lot of really critical entries and gaining map control, particularly around those executes. So some really positive signs from them so far. Again, not dire straits for the Knights. Like it'd take a lot to absolutely chalk their mental. They're probably one of the best in terms of maintaining that. But this could very much chalk the mental.
This is nice to see from Overt. You don't see it too often from some of these OCN teams. Cheeky play from Edpan. Advantage for Overt now for the remainder of this round. 5 versus 4, at least for the time being, but takes Hayward out completely. The Finker boost as well, the adrenal surges, will not be a part of this 7th round.
I take back what I said. Mental chalked.
Oh yeah, Hayward's mental's gone.
He's just smashed his keyboard. Juicy though, on the Monty, gaining quick control down Freezer. It'd be tricky, of course, for Overt to contest this. Instead, they'll just have to watch him stand there and gain that intel. Call will go out that no one's really playing close. Instead of it playing quite deep in towards site. Pretty expected. We haven't seen anything crazy here on the defense here so far in this match.
What do you mean?
I mean in terms of setup. All right, we haven't seen a roam, an extension. It has all been
Mate, I just saw a run out from Blue Bunker. Okay, that's already crazy enough.
True. I may have overlooked that critical part of the round.
I do know what you're...
That's why you're color commentating tomorrow night.
Yeah, exactly. I'm upgrading. Minute and a half, though, as the push from Knights will slowly eventuate. Juicy taking over that bunker position on the Monty. I think the biggest thing that I've noticed from Overt is just they don't sit still. They're always on the move, always keeping you guessing. They're always on their toes, watching so many different angles. Right now, it feels like Knights are slowly getting control of Freezer. Cairo, though, with this mirror shield, will make it difficult for Josh to eventually push through.
gone 6 to burn the ADS placed by Cairo. Need to follow up, but no one playing that position. Edpan, that was inside of blue. Synced with a different nade in that bunker position. Twent now under pressure from the Monty, and Elements will try to come across to support.
They're going to wall him off.
Oh, that's risky. Twent, though, finds the pick. Juicy disrupted. I believe it was from the ice cream cone enough to dislodge that shield and finds the kill.
Did he not know he was behind the shield still?
I think he knew. Just went for it.
Didn't even look at him, though. Either way, I mean, it works out really well from Overt, although the trade immediately from Josh onto Elements makes it a 3 versus 3. 30 seconds left. Sage.
No nade.
Surely they can get that kill. I mean, he literally can't go anywhere. He's stuck behind that shield. But Knights are more preoccupied with taking over control of the site.
Got to try and overwhelm Sight, but Sage, he does find that kill onto Slayer. Cairo elsewhere does find one. Twent able to retake blue. Cairo under the pump, needs to hold on and does, but Dino shuts him down. Now Twent, the objective changes. He needs to fall back in towards blue. Dino forced to stick the plant, can only fake it once, has to stick now. 3, 2, 1. Twent rounds the corner, and Twent wins the round.
What a round. 2 in a row now for Overt. They closed out the first half with a win. They open up the second half with a win as well. They take a 4-3 lead against Knights. Guz, is it happening?
I tell you what, this is a stressful game to watch. In the space of the last 20 to 30 seconds, I think the win condition for both teams changed like 3 times, right? It went from the Knights having Twent inside of blue isolated. They could have just 3v2'd site, tried to trade it out. Then it kind of didn't quite go their way. They didn't overwhelm it as effectively as they would have liked. Some counter aggression from the defense. That meant that Twent went from trying to run, retake site, try and aid his team, to then run away, try and survive, and then he was forced to deny the plan. So a lot going on in the last 10 to 15 seconds of that round. I was struggling to even think of words to describe what was going on. It was that wild, but really exciting stuff. Overt playing it so well. A little bit cheeky there with the initial pick in blue. A little bit cheeky to leave Twent isolated in blue, but they made it work.
I like it though.
Yep.
I love it. You love to see, you know, when a new team comes in like this, they're not just trying to play standard Siege, right? They're playing their style. They're playing aggressive. They're making it difficult on the Knights. This is where they think that they can get their win condition, and it's working out perfectly. Can they finish this off, though, is the question to be asked. And the other question is, when do the Knights start to panic? Is it at 5-3 if that does eventuate? I'm already panicking, because if Manic gets this one right, guys, I will never hear the end of it. Ever.
Yeah, it would be a little bit of a tilter. Sky as well. I'm sure he'll be giving it to me.
Jeez.
But yeah. It is important to remember though, we are not expecting Overt to win this match. It would be such a big upset.
But that's the thing, guys. All I'm going to hear tomorrow from Manic, oh yeah, I was expecting it. That's why I tipped them.
It would be crazy. Imagine the top APAC South team in Stage 2 losing to the new kids on the block. That would just be ridiculous. Even saying it just sounds crazy.
Well,
so
it hasn't happened yet, though.
No, it hasn't. It's still a long way to go. And most importantly, Overt, even if they win dorms, they need to still then win a tertiary site. So a lot still needs to be played out. The Monty being persisted here by the Knights. Juicy once again. Quick map control. They know that what white's clear, they can try and cut that off. The Knights in a good position at the moment.
Yeah, and this is where, obviously, for Knights, their mental fortitude is really strong. They're not going to waver. They will continue to back themselves in, and I'm not going to let Overt bully them around. Now, I will say this, though. I thought that Knights had already sort of pulled back momentum when they made it 3-2. I figured, all right, this is probably where Knights will take over. But since then, Overt won the last 2. So they've won 2 rounds in a row now. Can they make it 3? The timing, Josh! How does he win that, guys? Tell me.
Look, some things just can't be answered. Leaves us in the 5v4. Juicy still. Bot white, Sage applying pressure onto Edpan to find that kill. Sawyer, Twent, Elements need to try and hold on. Not really much Twent can do in this position. Pinged out and now isolated in the corner. The nade from Sage is perfection. Sawyer and Elements. Dire straits for them in this round. Elements to try and take white stairs. That's another perfect nade from Sage. Is taken down, so it's not flawless for the Knights, but it may as well have been. What a response.
Clinical from the Knights that round, and they will even up the scoreboard 4 apiece. I would definitely say Overt got picked apart that round. for sure on Dorms. They will repeat. That's the kind of nights we expect, though, where they just pick you apart systematically more than anything. It wasn't like chaos. They didn't have to, swarm the site or, rush bodies onto site, guys. It was like one by one, we're going to take you out, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, it was like a hitman just going through his list, right? Every single player was isolated, called out, and then either naded or put in a position where they just couldn't win the fight, and they were basically just choked out of sight. So it was really, really well played there from the Knights. I love the fact that Juicy, again, got that early control bot white. That means that rotating down there as a defender is basically impossible, or if you do want to rotate, you are going to be called out, and the Knights are one team that's super coordinated and can punish that. That means that the rest of the team basically isolated, and if the Knights, again, persist with that double window take, going to be very, very difficult for Overt to deny. So we'll have to see if they can tie things up a little bit more in this round. Maybe, I think, the play for them could be get in the face of the Knights again. Try and get a little bit aggressive. If you can get that opening pick, that means you can free up one of your defenders to maybe play a bit more aggressive in that mid-round and not allow the Knights to just rule themselves really over the whole map.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Well, I'm glad that we've got a game here, and I think this very much now sets the tone for Overt's season a little bit. Obviously, it's only one game. In fact, the game that hasn't even finished yet, but I know that many of us felt that they would do okay, Guz.
Yeah.
But then you start to question, well, how far can they really go? If they can push teams like Knights, if this is something that can become regular, well, suddenly then sky's the limit, really, at the end of the day. But good signs so far early on for Overt, and you take the wins when you can get them, and I think it's fine to praise them, but we'll see if they can get the job done. And even if they don't, even if Knights do sort of pull away here, I think you could still give them a pat on the back, considering their circumstances and the expectations placed on them for this stage.
The Jackal here being employed by the Knights. Smart decision. It means that the players, such as Elements, roaming inside of Kitchen, spotted. Peace of mind for Juicy, who again just stations himself on this position. And look, that would have to be probably the most boring role on this team at the moment, to just stand here the entire round, but it's a critical role at that, and a role that Juicy fulfills really, really well. Now, Elements will make his way up the stairs. If he contests this, if he manages to take down the Monty somehow, that would be absolutely massive for Overt.
He has to time this, where I was going to say, where the Monty's already halfway pushing up white stairs and does get spotted, gets pinged out as well. Minute and a half. Does put, I guess, the doubt into Juicy's mind a little bit, though. And I know that, of course, Elements is roaming around. He will make his way back over towards Freezer. Minute 20 on the clock here. Now just will silently make his way back up.
The Knights, of course, know there's a roamer. Lobby being held. Ooh, Cairo swings meeting, gets the down onto Hayward. A big opening pick there. Elements gets aggressive, finds that down, confirms the kill. Dino elsewhere though with the 5.56 does drop Edpan. 4v4, 50 seconds left.
It just feels like Elements is making it difficult for Juicy to push up white stairs, gain ascendancy of that position by just holding this freezer area. He doesn't even need to overcommit, just makes it hard for Juicy. We are now seeing that push down white stairs as well. Sage with the elimination onto Elements now gives the advantage for Knights. Dino's going to get this diffuser down though with 35 seconds remaining in the round. Sage is going big though. I think Josh should take care of this position. Basically does so. It's only Cairo and Twent that is remaining. Cairo having a bit of a dance with Juicy on the Monty. And Knights are going to take a 5-4 lead going into the 10th round. Unless Cairo does something magical. It's not to be the only fantasy. 5-4 lead for the Knights.
This structure from the Knights is a real headache for Overt to deal with. White stairs is almost impossible to hold, and that does expose them to that double window position. Elements did a really good job to hold on for as long as he possibly could, but eventually he fell. There was at least 3 players holding the top of white stairs, waiting for him to run back up. Just nothing you could feasibly do in that scenario to try and open up a win condition for your team. So really well played by the Knights. Overt, they can find comfort back down below. That said, they're exposed for the rest of this matchup. Upstairs, for me, is a no-go zone for them. We'll need to see them start to win sites like Kitchen Meeting or Kitchen Dining to be any chance of winning the map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Just feels like maybe this is the final chance for Overt to extend this match. If Knights can get to 6, it's likely they will be able to close it out here in regulation as well. That's the other thing to bring up. Of course, if this does go to overtime, Overt would be able to at least get 1 point, which would already match Rhythm's 1 point from stage 2, Guz, which is what Sawyer said he wanted to better, or for his team to better. Do that in day 1 against the Knights would be exceptional. As you said, though, we head back downstairs where it has been comfortable in the basement for Overt on both attack and the defense. They have been very successful. 3 of the 4 times we've gone down to basement, Overt have been able to win out.
Roam time here, though, for Overt. The first roam on a downstairs defense we'll see this evening between the two. Interestingly enough, no rotation on Attic. I believe it was double reared and muted off with a jammer. So heavy emphasis placed here on Overt being able to hold trophy, bedroom, etc. As they have no rotation back over towards Big Tower. We'll see whether or not the Knights want to contest this. Juicy still again persisting with the Montagne can help significantly in this clear. Really comes down to how aggressive they want to be. I don't anticipate the Knights to get too excited. Play this methodically, make sure that they have their bases covered, try and isolate these picks as much as possible.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Elements. He got pinged out as well. Sage had the information. Elements was completely caught unaware, and that is a player down on the roam, and that's going to make things difficult for Overt when they do eventually now fall back to site. Sage and the Knights seeing if they can maybe find one more, but I think Overt have all now fallen back. It's the unfortunate part of a roam like that, guys. Obviously, the goal is to try and make it 5-4 in your favor, but by doing so, you risk this sort of scenario. Now the Knights can really open up this site late in the round.
Yeah, high risk, high reward. You don't necessarily always need to find that kill, but at the very least, you need to waste a lot of time. And unfortunately, Elements being popped in the back of the head, he wasted basically no time at all. So, unfortunate start here for Overt. Cairo forced to aggress now a little bit over towards backstairs, monitored again by the hallway monitor himself, the Don, Juicy. He has just been holding out that extended shield for the last 15 minutes of this match, but looking as comfortable as ever, and again, having a big impact on the perceived pressure here of the defense. Edpan, again, trying to find something for his team. Everyone from Overt getting a little bit aggressive here, a little bit excited, trying to find something. Time is running down here for the Knights, but a minute is more than enough to work with.
Well, not so much that, but the run out from Edpan to check that area, and now as soon as he falls back, the Knights, of course, now drop into that spot and can take control of this blue bunker position. They're holding that elbow position. And yeah, there's 40 seconds remaining. Gasbade does go out. It will buy a little bit more time here for Overt. In fact, doing quite well with the man disadvantage. They do rotate now over towards blue, looking to keep control of this area, make it difficult for the Knights to push in. Quento pushes up. That's going to leave this backstairs position and Pillar exposed slightly. Sawyer with the kill onto Sage. Hayward trying to just create this entryway so that the players from Blue Bunker can push in. Edpan though with the kill onto Josh. Laundry suddenly an option as well into red time. Dino has got control of Pillar, waiting for that player to peek from Freezer. Time though is of the essence. They need to get Juicy on site to get this player down. Sawyer with another one. 2 for the round. Pulls out the shotgun. Juicy pulls out the pistol. Overt pull out the win.
Ooh, close round there for the Knights. But those smoke canisters in blue, wasting so much time. I thought a minute, that's fine. The Knights, they'll be looking pretty comfortable. They can take blue, take a Pillar, maybe even try the plant a couple of times. But no, really, 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 really well played there by Sawyer on the smoke. He wasted so much time. Keeping in mind as well, I believe, unless it got changed, smoke canisters as well are a direct counter to Finker. If you're boosted, you take more damage. If that got changed recently, let me know. But either way, again, really, really well played. They hold on in the end. They prevent the Knights, most importantly, from ascertaining match point. But now the real challenge comes. They tried upstairs twice. They got absolutely slaughtered. Now they need to show what they're made of on the tertiary.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
And it definitely feels like whenever they can get Juicy on the Monty under control, or at least someone under control, that Overt stand a much better chance. That's the win condition, at least in my eyes, when we look back to Dorms. Juicy had such a large impact, especially controlling white stairs on the Monty. They just couldn't quite deal with it. When we look at Basement, in the opening round of the second half, of course, we saw Juicy get caught when he pushed in towards Alba, and then really in that last round, just got caught in the crossfire of so much happening over towards Blue Bunker. They need to almost make that Monty just completely useless. If Overt can do that once again here for Kitchen Meeting, then I think they can win this round and get 1 point secured and match point.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oryx being used here by Ed Pan from Overt. That might lend into a bit of aggression here from the defense. In fact, he will play down below and see him just boop, straight up the hatch. And he's back in towards site, so he can play again down below and prevent any takes from blue. Anyone sneaking in can play above and help his team retain control of the hatch. So a lot of options available to him. As for the Knights, though, it looks like Big Tower will be their point of interest. Dino on the hard breach. Juicy as well as secondary hard breach available. And if they can work together here, they can open up rear stage and think about getting that plant down.
Big round, though, the 11th round. Who's going to get that match point? Put the pressure on the other team. I would almost have to sense a timeout surely is on the other side from the losing side. Would be the perfect time for it. Or Overt, do they continue to play in that aggressive manner, look to find these picks? Obviously it didn't work out in the last round. Despite that, though, they actually fell back to site, still held on quite well defensively, even down a player. And it says a lot about them that, you know, you're seeing Overt on this defensive roam, trying to find a few picks. Josh on that drone. Not sure if he spotted Edpan, though.
30 remaining. Exothermic detonated, that's up above. Exposes the line of sight in towards Attic, making that hatch tricky to hold now for the defense. The next objective for the Knights will be to open up rear stage, allowing entry point in towards the objective itself. Kitchen hallway held here by the Knights. The use of that Monty to block up the door, really, really pivotal. He can just stand there, prevent anyone from retaking that position. In fact, he can find a kill, Pyro down.
That is such a critical kill. I mean, Juicy had already done his job by just blocking off that doorway to find the kill. There's icing on the cake. 50 seconds left. Overt were able to turn around that man disadvantage in the last round. Can they do it again? It will have to be now from -2 because they've lost Edpan. Twent taking damage as well. He does get the kill onto Juicy. Still very low. Hayward trying to fire a few shots back. And Sawyer's been taken down though. So Twent, with his low health and elements, the 3 versus 3 down elements. He will finish off Sage. Can he get he does get the second one. 3 for the round. Josh, though, now in a 1 versus 1. As we assume Sawyer's not going to be able to be brought back up, goes for the plant. Elements will go for the revive. It will be a 2 versus 1, Guz.
Pickup committed to Josh. Repositioning in towards Kitchen, has line of sight on
he's
the
gonna drop.
hatch. I think Overt can trade it.
What if they drop single-handedly? He'll get 1, and now because they both dropped a little too slow between each other. Still, Elements is on site. 23 seconds, does still have some time, but does he know where Josh has relocated? And knows now time is very much against him. And he does not know where Josh is. In fact, does he even know where the diffuser is? He's found it. 10 seconds, expecting the push from Josh. He can't get off it any longer. There's the peaks, there's the shots, but there goes the time. Knights are going to have a 6-5 lead and match point.
So close there from Elements. He has been playing really well so far in this match, but not quite enough there in the end. The bait from Sawyer on the drop, not quite followed up there in time. Such a difficult position that they found themselves in. Not a lot of time to work with. They didn't even know, I don't believe, where that diffuser was actually planted. So all the odds against them. But again, the key point of interest in this round, it has to be the Monty again. It feels like Juicy has just been so impactful on a lot of these attacks. Shut down Kitchen hallway, got the opening pick. It was really only a miracle retake or a miracle flank there from Elements that even gave Overt a look in on that round. Again though, not quite enough, and the discipline from Josh to win out this position, just absolutely beautiful. One of the best players, of course, going around for one of the best teams going around.
In a way, it would actually be very heartbreaking if Overt get nothing from this. They deserve a point.
I agree.
Guys, they deserve a point. If they lose this 7-5, they actually will fuel the rhythm, because that's kind of been Rhythm's thing in OCN, Guz, where they got a lot of 7-5s. They were competitive. but they just couldn't quite get points. I don't know why I keep saying it like it's a past tense. They're still in the stage. But still, nonetheless, it does give me kind of rhythm vibes if they do lose this one 7-5. For the Knights, though, of course, 3 points now on offer. They can get all 3 points. They've got at least 1 already banked up for Overt. They must win this round to at least secure 1 point and maybe then go for 2 in overtime.
5 seconds left.
I have to defend above, though. I don't know if Overt have it in them. They've just been really struggling on this objective. And that's not to diss Overt. I'm not about that. It has just been a clinic from the Knights. Both times they have won up above, it's been very similar, right?
Yeah.
Send Juicy Butt White. Cut off the rotations. Take double window. Prevent White from ever being touched by the defense. And then just absolutely crush every single member on site. Overt have just not really been allowed to have any breathing room on this objective. So I'm keen to see whether or not they can open up the round a little bit more here. Maybe try and contest Juicy a bit more. Potentially find a way to prevent themselves from just being flooded by these projectiles. I don't know exactly what the answer is to the problems that they are having at the moment, but something needs to be slightly tweaked here. Try and throw the Knights off this game.
Or somewhat maybe more along the lines of a bit more security control and white stance control until at least you get forced off of it and then have to drop down security hatch, then rotate off. But I think that's generally where they've been losing it, has been allowing Juicy to get up white stairs and take that position. Knights have won now 3 of the last 4 rounds. It's imperative that Overt can maybe get off to a good start here. An opening pick, and once again, it's deja vu, guys. We see Juicy trying to control bot white.
They do have elements on the Oryx that dash can dislodge the Montang, try and break his shield, so that could be a potential counter, but getting close enough to Juicy going to be tough, especially if he is receiving coverage from his teammates. A bad start again, once again for Overt Edpan to fall. That's the alibi off the board. Twent now under quite a bit of pressure in Attic stage as well to find one. Tough circumstances. They find themselves in. Kyra down below. He needs to go big, but as well shut down by Sage. A 2v5.
It's happened again for the 3rd time, where Overt have just been systematically pulled apart on this Dorms site from Knights. They show the difference between the 2 teams in the end. A valiant effort from Overt. The Knights, they're still top dogs. They'll take all 3 points from this matchup with a 7-5 victory.
As we always say, Jake, Dorms. It is the objective that always dictates this map result. Yep. And the Knights, they win it 3 times in a row, Overt with no response. A valiant performance for their opening match in the Oceanic Nationals, but again, outclassed by one of, if not the best team in the APAC South and Oceanic region.
It needs to be said, though, what a performance from Overt. 7-5, they took it right up to the Knights here on Oregon. I think that they should feel pretty happy about themselves with that performance. Obviously, they don't get any points, so they can't be too ecstatic, but still, nonetheless, you know, we sort of prefaced it in the pre-show that this was to be some sort of a training montage of a stage, and boy, did they get some great experience. We welcome back our lovely analyst, of course, Bast, and I'm going to go straight to you first, though, Vast, because what a game that was. Overt, I mean, were you a little bit surprised?
I was really impressed with Overt. The way they came out swinging just from the start, yeah, it just really surprised me, and I think it surprised the Knights as well.
Guz?
Yeah, Overt brought this sort of energy into the server where they weren't too afraid to play their own play style. Now, for the most part, that did work. It did unravel a little bit again on that Dorms objective upstairs. Their defense was really quite weak, but if you take that out of the equation, they played some really damn good Siege. Really impressed with what we saw. Good signs, I think, for the rest of the stage, because again, the Knights are arguably one of the most difficult opponents they're going to face. If they can play this well against some of the other teams in the league that are arguably not as strong, they are seriously going to accumulate points.
Yeah. It's a feels bad kind of moment for Overt, but in some ways, guys, I guess it is also, hey, that wasn't so bad. They can build off this and what they could be potentially capable of for the rest of the stage. If they can bring that sort of siege to other teams in OCN, you would expect them, guys, to maybe get a few points along the way.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why Overt are going to go downhill from this game onwards. If anything, they're only going to grow and improve. I'm sure, again, a lot of lessons would have been learnt from this. On Oregon more specifically, again, if they tidy up that upstairs defense, then their Oregon play is going to look really strong. In terms of stats, having a look, nothing really standing out. I do want to give a mention to Elements, though. Again, always easy to point out the person at the top of the scoreboard, but there were a couple of really key rounds from him where he either facilitated a round win or almost kept his team in it. So a really, really strong performance from him, and across the board quite consistent. Again, from the Knights though, same old. Juicy, again, a standout, not in the stat department, but on the attacking half, on the Montang, absolutely pivotal in a lot of those round wins.
Fast.
Yeah, I agree. I was really impressed with Elements, Kyra, and Edpan. They were playing really confident, really aggressive. Yeah, I just think they kind of ran out of steam in the end. Knights started to figure out how they were playing and started to punish them for that. And then after Knights figured that out, Overt didn't really have an answer to, change up their play style and try to change what's not working.
One thing I'm going to say, it's a fun fact with Xenox, guys. And I always love them. Guess what? Knights only won one round outside of dorms. Can you believe that statistic? Outside of dorms, Knights only won one site, which was one of the laundry supply sites. Everything else, they got all their round wins from dorms. That was both on defense and attack. We obviously always have our jokes. Dorms is the difference maker. In the end, it quite literally was this game more than ever.
100%. It was just really impressive how strong the Knights were on that particular objective. They just had it down to a T. And the disappointing thing, I think, for Overt, they'll look back at this VOD and they'll see what we saw. The Knights did almost the exact same thing for 3 rounds straight, and they didn't have a good response. In the very last attempt, we saw they got super aggressive in security, top freezer stairs. Like, they were trying desperately to clutch up something there at the very end, but again, wasn't quite enough. So back for the drawing board again for them on that particular objective, but taking a step back again, just good performance across the board. I don't think they'll be too disappointed with this result. Any round against the Knights, never mind 5, is a very good effort.
I want your thoughts on this one though, Vast. Winning basically almost all of their rounds on dorms. It was obviously the difference maker. Did you see anything that maybe caught your eye as to why that was the difference maker between the two teams?
Something that I noticed with the Knights was in particular the way they were using the Monty on that dorms. Juicy coming up wide, he was able to gain a lot of map control quickly. He was able to gain a lot of info, and we saw that round where Stajon got 2 nade kills literally from Juicy calling out that the players have moved to that double window corner. And I just think a big point to make is also the way Knights were kind of surrounding site as Stajon and Juicy were working that double window. We had Dino opening Genwall, and we had a few other players in Trophy, so they were just pinching site, and there was not really anywhere for Overt to sit.
Definitely a team effort that Juicy was, I guess, the star of the show on the Monty in the end. We're going to have a quick chat with him here, of course, for our first interview of the stage. It is the Don. Welcome on in. Another win. But I do have to say, were you a little bit surprised from Overt?
Not surprised we were getting caught out by stuff that we knew every round what they were basically going to do. We were, as prepared for it as we could. We're getting caught out by stuff we knew was going on. So it was, a bit frustrating the first few rounds. I don't know, someone dropping E-hatch, I think 2 rounds in a row and getting doubles. It was, a little bit frustrating, but it is what it is. We knew that our attacks were fairly strong and coordinated, so we could just come back from there.
Yeah, talking about those attacks, Juice, of course, you jumped onto the Monty in that second half. We thought it had a pretty big impact. Keen to hear your thoughts, of course. It seemed like upstairs you were locking down White, the meeting attack as well. Kitchen hallway was locked down as well. Just how impactful was that, Monty?
It's pretty good when I'm just completely indestructible and they can't really shoot me. So, it's, I don't know, I'm just standing in places, getting a lot of info. And as you saw, Sage getting freebies. I think by the 3rd time I stood on before the round, Sage stood outside White window. They're going to regress on me this round. It's been brewing for a couple of rounds now. And I think he got a couple of freebies from them trying to push me. So, I don't know, Monty's just good op.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to talk quickly about kind of the mental aspect behind that game. I think mental is just as important as having good strats and everything else. How do you guys reset from losing those first couple rounds?
I think it's as simple as knowing that we screwed up. They didn't do anything spectacular. We screwed up. They played well, of course, but, we were losing to ourselves. We knew what was going on, as I said. We were just screwing up a couple of things. So it's nothing massive. It's just, next round we keep going, and I think that's what you got to at this point. Otherwise, you'll never make it anywhere. So good mentals, super important. That's about
Totally
it.
agree.
You guys are churning along very nicely for Stage 3 in both APAC South and now OCN, mate. So everything's looking good. Any final shout-outs you want to give?
Of course, just the fans and you guys for the cast and everything. Without it, every week it doesn't happen, as I always say. So just thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much, mate. Best of luck in all of your games to come. I think we're playing tomorrow again.
Yes, we certainly are. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow night.
Definitely. I probably expect it. Of course, the Don is good, and the Knights are looking very good. Although it's a big game tomorrow night, the Chiefs. So I'm not so sure what's going to happen there. That's exciting. But hey, look, this has of course been a big win for the Knights. Should definitely give them their just due here. They held on, and I think Vast made a good point. You know, when it comes to the mental aspect, I think yourself and I, Michael, were very much questioning in the first couple of rounds when it was 2-1. You start to wonder, when does that mental maybe snap? I would have thought Hayward's probably dropped in the bin a little bit after he got rushed from blue, but nonetheless, Knights are too good, and we kind of expected them to hold on in the end, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, good insight there. Good question from Vast. Just tapping into that mental aspect. It's important for teams, if they are struggling, to identify what's going wrong and being able to adjust it. And I think the fact that the Knights were actually able to do that is just, again, another sign of how experienced they are. These 5+ Picnic as coach have been together for so long. They've been in these positions time and time again. So they were able to take that step back, realize what was happening, and correct those mistakes. They tidied up their attack, as Juicy mentioned in the interview. And yeah, they got the full 3 points.
Final thoughts, Vast?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to touch on about Overt. I think they have a lot of potential, and I think that, you know, tonight is a really good learning experience for them. Although, you know, it is against Knights, I don't want to see them get in their own heads and kind of expect that exact same performance, you know, consistently. But I think it'd be important for them to look at kind of when the game started to shift more Knights side and see, you know, where they went wrong and see, you know, why what they were doing was starting to not really work.
Basically just watch Storms.
Yeah.
Well, we've got more games to watch tonight, though. Big win for the Knights. Coming up, though, our next game, it's going to be Roflcopter versus Order.
Boyd, and I'm entry fragger for Roflcopter GG. But what you don't know about me is that I grew up on a farm. I grew up on a cattle farm, 1,600 acres, just lived there for most of my life. We had roughly 800 to 1,000 cattle, depending on the time of the year. So I used to muscle cattle, fence work, help feed out hay, anything that needed to be done. It was good in some aspects and challenging in others. A lot of empty space, ride motorbikes around, just chill. I was pretty reckless on the motorbike. I lost count of how many times I crashed my motorbike. The worst part was definitely the internet. I had to play Siege on 3G mobile hotspot for a year and a half, 2 years, I think. I was back on console in those days I had roughly 400 abandons because of the internet by the time I moved to PC. I could handle the 1600 acres easy enough and the mobs of cattle, but the internet, just no way. I think the best operator to be a farmer would be Fuse, because he's chunky. I would never go back to farming. I couldn't deal with the internet issues. Yeah, I'm too reliant on YouTube.
I'm Nathaniel Williams, and I'm Fragger for Order. But what you don't know about me is I have an obsession for cars. Even when I was younger, I used to go to like drag races and stuff with my dad, and I love the racing part. I'll sit there and watch it, but I also love obsessing what car I would want and what I would do to them and stuff like that, like even older cars. I grew up watching my dad and my brother fix cars. That's basically a family tradition at this point. My current car is a 1991 Nissan 300ZX. I love it. Just everything about it, the aesthetic. It almost looks like an old Lamborghini, but it's not the price of an old Lamborghini. So the only issue with my car is obviously it's old and I'm constantly working on it. The biggest job I think I've done on my car is basically going from front to back and fixing every little problem. Like I'm pretty sure the only thing that hasn't been replaced is the actual core itself. I think that's why I like it. It's like a constant job, something new every month basically. My favorite operator is Vigil, and I think that he would drive a low-spec Aston Martin, some undercover. My dream car would be a fully blacked out Mercedes-Benz AMG. It looks like a tank, pretty much. It's legal to drive, won't be getting in any trouble. I would describe myself as a good driver. Don't know if my mum would say so, but yeah, I'd say so. I've had a couple dodgy experiences in cars. I remember I was driving with a friend actually, and he just bought his new car. It's like you could feel the car wobbling, and he looks out to the right, and his right wheel wasn't connected to where it was supposed to be at all. If we didn't pull over, it would have been rolling down the street, and so would have we.
Hello folks and welcome back from the break. It's Xenox here, the worst host in esports. No, it's actually Guz because Xenox is at the toilet. I don't know what the man's doing, but it's good to be back. Of course, we did just jump back in. Whoa.
Whoa, why are you... Wait, whoa. Jeez, Guz, I got away for 2 seconds and you're trying to steal my job. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. I didn't go anywhere. I don't know what he's talking about.
Mate, I'll tell you what.
That was the shortest break ever. I couldn't even get to the toilet and back in time, but hey. Welcome back. What a start to the stage. Overt taking it right up to the Knights. They ended up losing though 7-5. It was a really fascinating game and a really good way to see Overt kickstart their stage and for the Knights, of course, to get all 3 points. We move forward though on the night and we are coming up to our next matchup, Roflcopter versus Order. Guz, this is a match that's got a little bit of history from, of course, stage 2. We think back, and I think it was the pre-match show. The incident with Nico on Cafe.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one there. We don't mind a good incident here in OCN. I tell you what, opening up from the break there felt very alien to me. Been a while since I've done that, but yeah, focusing in on this matchup, Rofl and Order shaping up to arguably be the closest of the night. Might be fair to say.
Yeah, probably. I mean, to be fair, I mean, when we looked at the predictions earlier on, everyone had Order winning this one, but there's been some decent additions to this Roflcopter lineup. K-King comes in from Fury, bouncing balls. This is a big one as well. I want your thoughts more than anything, though, Vast, on this Roflcopter lineup. Is this team better than maybe Stage 2, or is it too early to tell?
I think it's very early to tell, especially when especially since some of the players have picked up. We don't really know a lot about Taken coming from OCL and obviously Wettables as well joining. Yeah, these players we just don't know enough about, so it's kind of hard to tell how this roster is going to perform.
Yeah, I should actually that's an out Wettables in on that graphic was a little bit outdated, but this one is not. I do agree. Of course, Kaken coming in also makes things a little bit difficult to ascertain as to where Roflcopter is at. Wettables, we know, had a marvelous stage though with LFO, picked up MVP on one of the weeks as well. So some very talented players on this roster. I do expect them to still be fighting for a playoff position most definitely. They're still a wild card by all means. They could finish anywhere from probably third to maybe even last. Just about hard to predict Roflcopter. Their opponents though, Guz, it's Order, a team that has always been dealt with inconsistency issues. It feels like maybe though they're turning the corner. The addition of Derpe as their head coach, we think is going to play a factor in that.
Yeah, we saw them last night over in APAC South, putting in a decent performance in. They got a win on that occasion, and it does seem like maybe Derp jumping into the roster. Of course, previously played for Wildcard, has played at the 6th Invitational, a lot of experience in that brain of his, and he can, of course, inject that into the rest of this roster, who for the longest time, we've put that inconsistency tag on them. They themselves have labeled themselves as a team that, you know, they're one of the best, but they haven't quite been able to put those pieces of the puzzle together. They've been there in their own heads a little bit. So if they can break out, I guess, of that mental prison and put in some good results, link those pieces together, no doubt they could be one of the strongest teams here in OCN.
Bus, this is a team that I think over the last, we'll say year at least, has always been sort of linked to Chiefs in terms of that similar level. Yet you guys have always been successful and Order have always fallen short. Do you think with the addition of Derpe, their time is now that they can take that next step and say join the ranks of Chiefs and win a championship?
Can't really say that for this stage, but you know, their game last night definitely showed a lot of improvements. I would describe Stage 2 Order as a bit all over the place, you know, lack of organization. Seemed like, I don't know, some of their players were trying to play a different game and they weren't really on the same page, whereas last night we saw a lot more slower, methodical approach. Everyone was working together in unison, taking things together. It just felt like they were at the same tempo. So I don't really know. It's very early to say, but there's definitely a lot of signs of improvements, and yeah, maybe that they can actually have a good season this season and make playoffs. Yeah,
I definitely think that's what they are more than capable of achieving. I think they could go all the way of, you know, winning OCN and having a good APAC South run. Remains to be seen whether they're going to be able to do it, though. Of course, there's a lot of teams that are capable of doing that. It makes it very difficult, very congested league. Is the old OCN. Let's go to the map vetoes, though, and see where we're going to be heading for our second map of the evening. We're keeping it pretty stable here, guys. It's Clubhouse. We had Oregon for the first game. We have Clubhouse for the second game. Not really too surprised with either of the two maps.
Yeah, well, we do at least get an appearance from one of the three reworked maps tonight, Clubhouse being one of the three, alongside Bank and Coastline, so that's good. Clubhouse, it is an absolute O staple at this point. The numbers reflect that, the most played in Stage 2, and I'm not even going to look at Stage 1. I'm probably willing to bet it was the most played there as well. So both of these teams will know exactly what they're doing here. Now, the map has changed up a little bit. We have seen both in NAL, one round at least. We also saw it in APAC North, Bar and Stock. Obviously, Bar and Stage now is potentially viable. So that does open up 4 objectives here on this map. If these teams have done their homework, done their drive runs, we could well see defense lean into that. And if you can pull that off, maybe you'll get the edge.
Apparently Villa got banned out twice. They must not like it either. Interesting. Past Clubhouse, yeah, it's had some changes, but I do kind of suspect it's going to play out for the most part the same.
Yeah, I can imagine so. I actually find it interesting looking at Ruffles' bans. I would imagine they would have tried to take Order to a Villa or a Cafe, but they're the ones that banned it. So to me, I think with their roster changes, maybe their map pool has changed. So it's kind of hard to say who's the favorite of this map.
Well, I'm going to ask you, who do you think is the favorite of this map? Past, if you had to, I guess, take a bit of a gamble, maybe a bit of a guess. I mean, you did go for Order. Are you sticking with it?
Yeah, I predict Order to win this game. I think they haven't made a roster change in the off-season, which I think has allowed them to just really focus on a lot of the mistakes that they were making, you know, fixing a lot of those mistakes, work on their fundamentals with their coach, Derpe. Whereas Ruffle, they've made 2 roster changes. I think there's just a lot of question marks over on Ruffle, and yeah, I just think Order will have the experience, and yeah, I think they'll beat them.
It's a new look Roflcopter. It's also a new look Clubhouse. We head into our second match of the evening for Stage 3 of OCN. Thank you very much, Vast. Let's go to Clubhouse, though. Roflcopter versus Order. As we said earlier, a little bit of history between these two teams, guys. Order will be looking to turn the tide from their previous match in Stage 2.
Here we go, a bit of Clubhouse action. Keen to jump in to this one. I only just noticed, it's been the same fly-in for like, what, 5 years? I've only just noticed that it's nighttime and not daytime. On the
How have you only just noticed that?
I don't know.
I'm not going to critique you too much because, like, let's be real.
At least I'm actually here,
At least you're
on
here.
broadcast
Exactly.
on time. So
Yeah,
that's a positive.
got you there. Boydie says specifically, good luck, have fun to Specker, but to no one else. That's a little bit rude. Hibana going to be the first ban here. Order on the attack, Roflcopter on the defense, and no real surprise there with Thatcher. In fact, both, as you can see, the two most banned operators on Clubhouse here for OCN, because obviously Order the favored team, and I think if they are to win this game, it says a lot more about where they're heading. Getting rid of this inconsistency tag. They need to be winning this kind of matchup. They need to be putting aside teams like Rofl, the teams in the middle order of the pack, and establishing themselves as a top team.
Yeah, I agree. It's these kinds of matches that you need to get over the line. Wamai taken off the board from Order, so that will mean that the Jaeger now heavily leaned upon on the defense. Rounded out by Rofl as they start on the defense first. Falk taken off the board, meaning that teams will not need to bring the IQ. One thing as well to note is Kaken. He is dressed way too formally for this occasion. You may as well just chuck a suit jacket on as well to go with. I believe
that Enigma? Is that his son?
it's a. Is he wearing a tie? I swear he is.
That is a tie. Yeah.
Now I have seen some of his interviews in OCL. He has got to be one of the funniest characters I've seen in a long time. So if Rofl do win this matchup and we get an interview with him, I will be thrilled because he is an absolute lad.
He is the interviewee if Roflcopter do find victory in this match against Order. Although that means then we won't get to speak to Specker.
True.
Always
That is
fun
true.
chat.
We got an interview with Specker last night though. So. A good one
true.
too, actually, where we got some really good insight.
Very in depth. I feel like he's definitely going to take one of our jobs in the next year or two.
Attackers need
Hopefully
to
yours.
locate and defuse bombs.
A bit rude. Either way, let's get into the game. Our second match of the night. It is Cash and CCTV to start it off. And of course, we have our community votes, as always, presented by HP Omen. Surely it's going to be in favor of Order. 73%. I did think it might have been a little bit lower than that. Of course, if you guys want to vote at home, make sure you go and follow at R6 Esports OCE and at Omen by HP_NZ on Twitter to vote on the next series, which will be round 3 matchup to come later on tonight.
Now, in terms of structural changes to Clubhouse, there really hasn't been a whole lot. Sure, you can rotate around the map a little bit easier on the attack, but there hasn't been that much change. There is one, however, on this objective that is notable. The wall on Cash to Construction has now been changed from a double reinforcement to a singular reinforcement. Thank you, Mandy, for showing that to us. That means that you free up another reinforcement for exterior con or top red. You don't necessarily need to make that conscious trade like you had to previously. So a nice quality of life change there for the defense, frees up their options a little bit more in securing an objective that over the last couple of months has shifted towards the attack. Very much figured out, very well drilled by the attack in the current meta.
Yeah, one thing that I'm going to be keeping my eye on in this match is to see whether the changes do have an impact to a degree.
Come on, Nico. You can do it. Hey.
The other thing as well for Mute, the Mute changes as well, guys, especially here on the Kennels wall, usually is a bit of a staple. No longer possible to really get both of them. What is it, the spherical changes?
Yeah, so before Crystal Guard, the Mute Jammer it had a cylindrical range, so it extended all the way up to the top of the wall. Now it's spherical, so it doesn't actually have the range to extend all the way up above. That does open up the opportunity for the likes of Salmas from Jack Daddy on the Ace to be opened up at the top of the wall. That won't come into play at the moment because the wall's just been Maverick, but yeah, it's definitely something to note if the Maverick is played later in this match.
Hot shot just casually chilling up in rafters. Minute and a half. Order wanting to get to work on this now single reinforced wall inside of Con. No longer the double. Which I don't think that aspect is going to make too much of a difference. It's more so, I think, about the reinforcement that you get to save.
Yeah.
More so than the wall itself. So I don't think that's going to be really too much of a hindrance here for Order. Still, minute and 5 seconds. Doing well for time at the moment as they do edge a little bit closer to getting now Con control. They've obviously already got Kennel's wall opened up. Still got to deal with maybe Hotshot and Rafters and haven't been able to clear out anyone on site. But a bit of damage now onto Bailey when he was looking to get it the other way, I think, onto Voidy.
Nico down below looking to play Vert. There's a player towards Lounge and Wettables pre-fires that position, forced back though. Bailey also did fall. I think he was inside of Con, if I remember correctly, weakening that hold from Order. 30 seconds left. Someone needs to go for a play. It's Specker with a nade to open things up.
It's Kaken taken out of the picture. They head down to the final seconds. Boydie through that gas babe is able to get the headshot onto Specker. Jack Dad falls. In fact, they all fall one by one. Successful defense from Roflcopter to start here on Clubhouse.
Blink, can you miss it? Unfortunately there for Order, the execute being absolutely destroyed by the defense. Good groundwork from the attack early. Main wall was opened. I think they did start to lose momentum when they shifted over towards Con. They got stalled out a little bit. They couldn't quite recover. Nico down below wasn't freed up enough to be able to play that Vert, find a kill or two. The Suppressor Bandit himself not having that kind of impact that he would have liked down below. So unfortunately for Order, unable to really connect those pieces in that last round, but now it's time for them to reset as we head below.
Definitely imperative that they can get off to a good start against Order, a team that we feel is on the rise, and to deal with those inconsistency issues and to really establish themselves as one of the best teams in the region. They have been for a while, but they've just never been able to get to that, say, top 2 kind of spot and to be consistent in doing that. I think when we look at the teams that are in that position at the moment, it's definitely Knights and Chiefs. And then you can kind of have Order just below them. They want to be in that sort of position. They want to be contending, you know, deep into the gauntlet, for instance, and in the top 4 in APAC South. And I think getting Derpay is definitely going to unlock that for them. Roflcopter, though, some decent additions. I mean, Kaken and Wettables, 2 very talented players. Could just reinvigorate this roster that had a somewhat of a down stage 2. They had a very good stage 1. Stage 2 wasn't bad by any means, just couldn't quite, I think, live up to the stage 1 hype. And we'll see how they go this stage. Good start, though, with the opening round.
Order emphasizing a map clear here. Both Specker and Nick on the soft breach entering up above. Just making sure that no one's flanking currently. Look to establish control up above, and I don't think they should be too afraid. Ruffle playing in towards site. Nate elsewhere will work dirt, open that up, and Nico getting a nice long line of sight from top floor all the way down below in towards the armory objective. You can occasionally see a player get caught off guard, but no one from Ruffle playing aggressively in that position as Specker looks to take secret and establish a foothold.
Oh, nice shot back onto Nico. Opened up. Pretty standard sort of floorboard inside of that hallway. Minute and a half remaining, and Roflcopter's defense has been proven to be difficult to take down. That is a tight angle. It's to be expected, I think, on Clubhouse, where we see a slower approach. And I think maybe going from a match that had, you know, the new fancies in Overt, playing that very aggressive, fast siege, I think it's to be expected that this match is probably going to play out quite a bit slower, guys.
Yeah, as is the nature as well of Clubhouse. Sure, the current meta has opened things up a little bit, but Clubhouse extremely structured and pretty well drilled. So yeah, definitely expect structure and pretty slow pacing as teams set up for these executes. Order do have decent control above, and Jack Daddy can deploy 1 of 3 summers on the hatch. Needs 2 in order to open that up, and will just play patiently as he expects a potential impact trip from down below. Hotshot and OJ do have impacts available, neither of which have been employed. Foothold in secret now replaced by Bailey. Bot main as well by Jack Daddy. No Selmas left to try and open up this church wall, but as we often see with Order, Ash wall is open, and that will be where they start this attack.
Nate gets one back onto Edibles, but is immediately traded by Kaken. 4 versus 2 advantage. Thoroughly on the side of Roflcopter. Specker taking damage as well, but Jack Dad is able to push into Church and find the kill onto Hotshot. He definitely will back him in from here. He takes out Kaken. He has 2 for the round. But OJ was able to finish off Specker. Time not on the side of Jackdad and Roflcopter. Now taking the first 2 rounds here on Clubhouse.
Once again, Order going for the execute, shut down by their opponents, unable to really get in that Ashwall rush over towards Armory. Had to try and change things up, shape up for Church, but Roffle in a good position to shut that down. Playing really disciplined at the moment, not giving away anything for free, not surrendering any map control, and not giving away any picks. So a good, strong start for them.
Yeah, and these are sort of some of the concerns we have with Order in the past. Their ability to go from game to game, play that sort of high tempo, match their opponents every single night, every single game. That consistency that we speak of. Now, of course, they're on the attack here on Clubhouse. Roflcopter, though, playing very well. I think, honestly, Order haven't really had much of a look in the first 2 rounds. Sometimes you can have the team on the attack, guys, have some look-ins, have some opportunities. Sure, Jackdad kind of made some sort of play from Murder Hatch and through Church, but it never felt like Order was in control so far in the first 2 rounds. They need to somehow get in control here on this gym bedroom defense, find a way to get in control, whether that's going to be the round win or not. Obviously, if they do lose it, then that's the World Tour for Roflcopter already done and dusted.
Yeah, we theorise that maybe heading into this matchup, Roffle would struggle a little bit. They are contending at the moment with some roster change. They had significant changes, in fact, from their stage to lineup. Campo jumping over towards the coaching role, Bouncing departing the roster, and then Wedables jumping across from LFO, and Kaken actually as well. Special mention to him jumping across from Fury in OCL. Posted some really good numbers in the playoffs for stage 2 and across the stage in its entirety as well. So definitely a name to keep our eye on, playing the mirror on this occasion. So a bit more of a support role and probably a bit more information heavy, but nonetheless a player to keep our eyes on.
It's a good start, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the end result. You know, we only have to look back one game when it was a 2-1 start to Overt.
Oh. Aggression inside of server? No. Boydie, if he had gone for the vault, would have found a kill, but does fall back, plays it a little bit more passively. The Nico, oh, not the Nico, the Milo rather, set up here inside of Cash, where the left wall is left soft, lines of sight established. That makes it difficult for the attack to get inside of CCTV. Boydie lights up Nate, not enough to find that kill. Specker looking to try and find something in response.
It's quite decent aggression from both sides really here. Of course, this is a gym bedroom. This is not a Cash CCTV, but Roflcopter defending it almost like it is. Boydie loses that exchange to Specker, but Boydie take him low. They're not quite 1-for-1, but basically as close as you could get it. OJ gets taken down, and it's a 2-man advantage now for Order. And this is what I was talking about before, guys, where for the first time in this match, it feels like Order are in control.
This is what we come to expect from Order. Specker is low on HP, so he'll have to play safely for the remainder of this round. 2 grenades left in the pocket could prove pivotal in clearing out some of these locations. Hot shot now under the pump. Will receive some assistance. Nico elects not to immediately peek, and rightly so. Hot shot. This could make or break the round for Roffle. Forced out of that position. More control obtained by Order.
He go out of flashes, but he can actually use one of his drones to destroy that Sawyer gate, blocking the hatch. He so chooses to. 50 seconds remaining, still a 2-man advantage for Order. Specker low. Nate obviously has already taken a bit of damage, but Hotshot at half health too. They are firmly on the defense here, holding on site. Con control now established as well for Order. A nice angle found from Nico as well. Specker has found 2 for the round by getting Kaken. After a bit of a slow start in his OCN debut, Bailey will finish off Wedables. It's a flawless round in the end for Order. That was much better as they take apart Roflcopter on that gym bedroom defense, and it makes it 2-1.
Yeah, couple of cheeky smiles if you want to stretch it that far here from Order. Oh, geez, Jackdad. His arms are massive. I don't know how he lifted that water bottle. Wow, that's quite an impressive effort. But yeah, important that you do get one of these first 3 attack round wins on the board. It means that your opponent's prevented from, again, doing that round the world trip and finding solace on 3 different locations. Ruffle to change things up, though, as CCTV unlocks. I thought we'd maybe see the Thunderbird here. Probably one of the objectives in the entirety of comp, where I assume that Thunderbird could be quite impactful. You can position those Kona stations on garage rafters, fortify that position, top red stairs as well, commonly played. You can even just place them inside of cache, for example, if you want to play behind the boost boxes. And as players come back towards side, they can heal themselves up. But instead, we won't see that from Rofl. Instead, again, leaning more so into denying the walls from being opened with the Kaid and the mute combo, as well as some of that crowd control. I'm trying to think of the word. Can't even get it out. Of course, with the smoke canisters and those elusive engines.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Still good signs, I think, from Roflcopter on the defense. Of course, that last round, definitely one that they would rue and hope that they can bounce back from. Okay. Playing in an aggressive position, side of the freezer. Bailey now on the Montang. Saw it in action in our last match prior. The Knights versus Overt matchup. Juicy brought it out and was very dominant, but struggling to deal with it. And we'll see how Roflcopter can deal with Bailey's Monty.
I'm going to say, Bailey is probably one of the best shield players in OC. I feel like he's criminally underrated, and we probably don't talk about it enough, but he can be really impactful on the Monty, the Clash as well, on defense. And at the moment, he's doing a lot here. He's wasting so much utility already from Rofl. They're forcing basically a player to continually watch this position and ensure that he doesn't aggress up the stairs and really pressure rafters. So I like this play from Bailey. Oh, good drone from Spectre as well. Will spot out OJ. Doesn't quite flick in time. He'll make his way back up main stairs. Or down the stairs, either or.
Yeah, and while this is happening, of course, Order have got to work. They've opened up that kennels wall. The real question will be the eventual rotate over to Con, if that does eventuate, or if they will look through Bailey's shield to try and take control of garage, get control of rafters, and make the push from there. It seems like that might be the play here for now. Order have got Nico and Specker inside of stock at the moment, though. There's 18 seconds left here in this fourth round, and seems like they're going to go for a pinch inside a garage, but it's Wettables pushing down red stairs, finds the kill onto Nico to get the opening pick of the round. Had a bit of backup there as he did get tagged quite low, but immediately goes back up to top red. Minute left, and definitely the attention over towards garage now for Order.
Yeah, slight oversight there from Order. Not clearing that bot red position, compromising them now for the remainder of the round. Bailey, though, can still push rafters, and with Bodhi taken down, it will free up this location. Makes things interesting with 45 seconds left. Still a player on the rafters, shut down surely. Oh, Jack Daddy. Yep, confirmed by Bailey. Makes it a 4-on-3.
Yeah, and Wettables is very low as well. He's not going to be able to have too much of an impact unless he can find a sharp, quick kill in an unexpected position. Nate can now watch the cross as well, since they've got this wall opened up. 25 seconds. Order have been able to adapt pretty well on the fly here in this fourth round. And look at Bailey, can just walk straight into Cash. He can watch both of them. How do they get past the man with the shield? Jack Dad will get this plant down. They can't deny it. They can't push through. They need to get the kill onto Nate. They do so, but Bailey ended up finding both with the pistol. The Montang, in the end, proving to be the difference in that fourth round, and we are tied 2-2.
It really has been the night of the Monty. Last game, it was juicy from the Knights on the Monty, doing a lot of work, and on that particular occasion, Bailey. A big presence inside of garage. Eventually, when the call came through, able to push up the stairs and apply additional pressure, cutting off 2 players inside of rafters off the back of the pressure he was providing, and then he just plonked himself down on that connecting doorway into Cash. Sat there, absolutely nothing the defense could really do there to try and retake site. Really, really well played by Order, and that's the well-oiled machine that we're slowly raising our expectations towards seeing in this stage.
And this is shaping up to be a bit more of the Order that we are expecting to see more of in Stage 3. In fact, they take a tactical timeout on the back of winning 2 rounds in a row. Not entirely sure why, guys. You know, you could ask me. I wouldn't have an answer for you. I'm sure you don't have an answer for me either. Maybe to just reaffirm where they want to be and what they want to do to close out this first half.
Yeah, not entirely sure the philosophy behind taking this tack timeout, but the interesting thing I'm observing is that how the dynamic of communication has changed. Previously, during these rehosts, it was more so your likes of Specker trying to lead the team. But now that they have Derpay on board, you can see that almost no one there in the last minute was actually talking. It was just Derpay, I can only assume, in the background, giving some feedback, giving some advice for the rest of the half. And to me, that would probably indicate that Order are really, really trying to emphasize this attacking half. They probably back themselves in a little bit more on the defense. So whilst they're still equal here heading into round 5, they're probably just taking a moment to reassess and go, lads, let's really tight up XYZ and let's try and get these next 2 rounds. That would give us a huge, huge advantage in the context of this BO1.
Monty was successful for cash and CCTV, but not going to be chosen, not going to be used here for Church Arsenal. It's 5th round. I'm keen to see how aggressive Roflcopter are going to play this site above, whether or not they, especially when you look at the operators, you're expecting this sort of roam, you're expecting presence and pressure above, but how much they really commit to it still remains to be seen. Are they going to play, say, you know, cash, CCTV, garage, bedroom sort of positions? Are they going to be that aggressive, or is it just going to be kind of like peeking around main stairs?
In terms of how aggressive the roam will be, is that what you were questioning?
Yeah, basically.
Well, I mean, you look at the operator picks, but the Mute Mozzie combo plus the castle, that is just classic SSG. On top of that, though, you have Vigil and Allard, 2 incredibly aggressive, frag-heavy operators. So if Roffle don't commit to the full roam here and just send it, they're probably going to struggle in actually denying plan and playing on site. So they have to back themselves here into playing this play style. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but I don't think there's any real case for them to fall off quickly here. Just commit to it and force Order into clearing it.
I think one's already going to get flushed out. Nico able to fire, but he is getting fired back at. OJ loses out. Specker, unfortunately, gangs up on him, and that's one down very early on in the piece. The Vigil taken off the board. And this is the problem when you go for this sort of roam style, the very aggressive, heavy roam. You lose 1 or 2, and suddenly everything could just fall apart like dominoes.
Still 2 players on the roam, though, and that means that Order need to make a decision. Do they hit site, try and overwhelm that, and force these players back to site, or do they commit into still clearing these roamers and, say, I guess, securing that position for an execute? We'll have to wait and see. Wedables, though, makes his way down main through Lounge over towards Secret, and can re-enter blue if so desired. Hotshot will join him. So Roffle have actually successfully made their way back towards site. They've burnt half the round. Some may say that's not the worst result. I would argue that Order's still in a good position. They have the man advantage. Plenty of time still to work with, of course. And again, with those operators being brought to the board, they don't have the greatest in wall denial or hatch denial, and that does open things up for Order.
Definitely expecting Order to take out this round. Can Roflcopter turn around their fortunes? Kaken, bit of a slow start here at OCN, but what a way to make your entry. He just goes bang with a double C4 kill onto Bailey and Specker. Now makes it a 3 versus 4. With the fact that Nico is still quite low as well. Jack Dad just has no choice but to push through the hallway into Arsenal. As a player inside of Dirt, he can play off of that information. And he is watching, waiting for that peek and that push. He does eliminate Boydie. Wedables goes down. They got 2 from Kaken. They're going to need probably 2 or 3 more. Nate, the swing. It's unsuccessful. Nice shotgun. Hotshot helps him as well. 1 versus 2. Jack Dad, oh so low inside of Arsenal. Position known. Time running out. Kaken and Hotshot, you would think, should win it from here. Hotshot does not fall to the pressure. What a round win for Roflcopter, and what a play from Kaken.
Oh, okay, that was a pretty exciting round. Roffle, despite losing a player early, OJ again inside of bar, aggressing onto Nico, pinched out, they were still able to bring that round back. Part of that being the fact that the 2 remaining roamers, geez, if I could spit that out, were able to get back to site uncontested. That positioned themselves nicely. On top of that, Kaken hitting an absolutely ridiculous C4 there over the Church triple wall, got 2 back, gave them the advantage, and they could trade it out. So really, really well played there from Roffle. Not in the favored position when it came to that execute, but able to bring it back.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It does give them the slight edge heading into the final round of the opening half. It was a 3-3 opening half in our first match of the night. Could very well still eventuate to be a similar factor in this second match. Of course, Knights ended up beating Overt. For those who might have missed that match, it was a 7-5 victory. Overt played well, Knights were too good. Now here for Rofl versus Order. Roflcopter up 3-2. They started off amazingly in the first 2 rounds. Order then bit back. Roflcopter through Kaken able to take that 5th round. We head back upstairs, gym bedroom, which Order did pretty well on last time, Guz. And for Roflcopter, they're going to need to step it up defensively here.
Bandit being brought into the fray here for Rofl, again, probably in response to the mute adjustment, meaning that muting up the balls not quite as reliant. Could have potentially bought Kaid, I guess, but electing not to do so. The MP7, I guess, is a very strong primary weapon as well as being in combination with that 3 speed, so a bit more fragability, some may suggest. Oh, okay, that is a pre-placed camera. Oh my word, inside a bar there. Bailey getting exposed. Able to see those rotations inside of bar. OJ now needs to be very, very careful.
I think so far as well in this match from both teams, guys, it's been a fairly even contribution across the board. Really from all 10 players. Becker with the opening pick onto Boydie. Having actually a pretty decent game. He's top fragging the lobby right now, 5-3-1. The man with the moat. Under 2 minutes left in Order, looking to even things up going into the second half. Specker looking for another kill on Hotshot inside of Cash. They're able to clear him out. It's not too bad. Remembering back to the last time we saw Gym Bedroom, it was a flawless round for Order. Off to a pretty good start once again here.
Order looking to take from CCTV across. OJ, though, still on the roam, now isolated inside of Kitchen. If he swings and doesn't win this pick, surely gets taken down on the pinch. Someone from Order needs to come and help. Oh, maybe not. Bailey wins that fight with the LMG, weakening this defense further for Rofl. Been a good start for Order, but they still need to convert. Logi now under the pump. Nico will aggress up above, open up that hatch, exposing 2 players down below.
And they got so much time as well. 2-man advantage, still a minute on the clock. Roflcopter very much feeling the pinch, feeling the pressure. Medibles and Hotshot, I mean, they're just constantly trying to see if they can get lucky and find a pick. It's just not going to happen. Still 5 drones available as well for Order. So much information that they can still gather. They don't have to rush this. They don't need to throw bodies onto the site. They can start to get into position. That's a nice position, though, from Nico. Not from Nico, from Hotshot. Nico, though, watching above, not able to spot it. Got to see if Hotshot's positioning.
4 versus 3. It's really down to Hotshot or Wedables here on this cross. Locking down Con to go big. Wedables initiates things, finds Nate, forces the drop inside of Logi. Wedables swings. Wedables will find those picks. The rest cleaned up by the rest of the team. What a half that was.
Well, a pretty good opening half for Roflcopter on the defense, of course, on Clubhouse, so you don't want to get too excited, but 4-2, that's pretty much par for the course. Guys, it's job done, and now it's time to see whether or not they are going to be able to carry on their attack and increase this lead as we head down to Church Arsenal to kickstart the second half of this match.
I questioned, at least in my own head, how much creativity we might see here on Clubhouse, despite its rework, structurally very, very similar. But my prayers have been answered by the Lord himself. Nico bringing in the Tachanka has been buffed numerous times across the last couple of patches. More ammo, the fire is more effective now, disperses further, lasts longer, etc, etc. Deployable shield as well, also available. So a very powerful tool in denying areas of the map, as well as denying plant. The LMG can also really set up sites, so we're seeing footholds into the stock. line of sight into kitchen hallway as well. So it's going to be a bit tricky for Rofl to take control above, and they'll need to be mindful of these angles generated.
Yeah, and just an update on the, I guess, newbies to the Roflcopter lineup. Kagan, 5-4-1, of course, had that big impact play with the Nitrocell. Weatables, 5-4-2, continuing sort of where he left off with LFO, and I think definitely highlighting that these are going to be very solid additions for this Roflcopter lineup, and that they're not to be underestimated. That because they've had changes, they're suddenly to be worse. If anything, they could end up being better. And wouldn't that be a sight to see? Nico struggling at the moment, 1-5. The rest of Order all playing pretty well. As we're into the 7th round, Roflcopter just clearing through. They take control of Garage. They'll, of course, get above, open up some of this kitchen floorboards, remodel it, and Order will just sit tightly down below.
Weatables being droned ahead here by Kaken. Looking to take control of Lounge and likely post himself up inside a secret. Typical for basement attacks. Voidy on the sledge up above. Can use sledge to open up the floor, create lines of sight. Deal with maybe any utility players down below with those frag grenades. Cheeky boost spot here from Bailey watching bot main. Nico as well, not shying away from peeking back up above this vert. Both players though will need to chill out a little bit as the Summers will be deployed. The hatch, has Bailey managed to get that in time? No, the hatch will be open. Yeah, it was very, very close, but fortunately, if you're a Rofl fan, it has been opened up.
And with 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock as well, decent timing. Has OJ already just dropped down as well? He has. That Moto hatch. Roflcopter actually positioning themselves pretty nicely, but it's the fact that it's still a 5v5 that maybe you have to still back in Order here. They can sort of hold these angles, win these trades. They are still in a good position. A lot of the presence, though, from Order over in Arsenal.
Triple wall opened by OJ uncontested. No impact grenades available to deny that, and the 5.56 will net a kill for the Thermite. Gives Rofl the advantage with 30 seconds left. They're forced deep now inside of Arsenal to try and hold on and deny the plan.
Attackers located a bomb.
Specker watching in from blue for that push into Church. Boy, with a big nade. Drop down as well. Nico got the headshot though as soon as he does. Nico watching the next kitchen drop. Weatables, nice frag, and then Specker able to get at least the trade, but now he's in a 1 versus 3. His teammates have just fallen around him. They got the plant down. They had the drops. Everything was perfectly executed from Roflcopter in this round. Guys, they're going to take a 5-2 lead here on Clubhouse.
Whew. Really well played there from Rofl. They did great groundwork up above. They got the hatch open uncontested. Really big play from OJ as well. Triple wall open for free and netted a kill off the back of that towards the black boxes as well. Super duper stuff. And we saw Order choked up deep in towards Arsenal, playing with their backs against the wall. Nice boost spot from Bailey that we saw for a microsecond before he got naded. And then, yeah, Rofl did a great job overwhelming sight. Too much for Order to deal with. And they are now up 5-2. That is a very significant advantage. They do as well take that kind of mini-match point. If they win any more rounds, they do net themselves at least one towards the standings. So pretty important.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Roflcopter looking very good right now. Can they finish it off, though? What a way to kickstart their OCN stage if they can do so, and it would be disastrous for Order. Certainly not ideal losing against a team that's sort of, I guess, around that position on the standings. Two teams that could very much meet in the gauntlet early on. Depending on how, of course, things play out. Not counting Order out yet, though. And the other thing to note, remembering back, guys, but they took their time out already, back in round 4. Has that maybe come back to bite them? Because I'm sure they would have loved to have maybe taken a timeout off the back of that round, or even going into the second half in itself down 2-4.
Yeah, I guess like I said at the time, the idea behind that tactical timeout was more than likely to try and really put an emphasis on that attacking half, try and really shape up nicely for the defensive half. Of course, in hindsight, didn't quite work out, so look, again, hindsight 2020, can't look into that too much or be too critical of that at this stage. I think we just have to praise Rofl. They're actually playing some really decent Siege, keeping in mind, again, this is a pretty new look roster compared to what they shaped up in stage number 2. And so far, it seems to be working out quite nicely. Kaken's fulfilling that support role really nicely. The rest of the team combining as well. So, yeah, happy days for Rofl, but they still need to close it out.
I definitely feel like if they can win this round, though, make it 6-2, the pressure would just be paramount. In fact, I would imagine the pressure's probably already been applied onto Order when you're down 2-5. And, you know, we had the interview with Specker yesterday, and he mentioned that, you know, consistency tag and how they want to get rid of it. Specker! Well, the man with the mental head, that might just be in the bin off losing his head to Kaken there. Roflcopter with a 5-4 advantage.
Super risky play there from Specker. It's a play you more than often see if your team's down to try and bring an advantage back, but instead he's thrown that now over towards Rofl. So again, a little bit of an overside there, maybe not quite the right macro call, and the micro definitely wasn't there either, having to punch the ball twice, giving that away. This puts a lot of pressure now on the likes of Nate inside of Bathroom, Jack Daddy as well, playing behind the Vulcan shield to try and deny any Volt-ins as well. If Rofl decide to explode here and try to trade outside, they're more than likely going to be able to win it out.
Located by attackers.
Minute left in the round. Can they capitalize on their one-man advantage? Nico holding this main stairs position. Nate with a very important spot as well inside of the bathroom. Backed out over towards Con. Bailey down below, and speaking of Bailey, he ends up finding that elimination onto OJ. That's a critical one. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. Means that roam down below has been successful. Watching from below the hatch. Nate gets the kill onto Boydie, and suddenly things just falling apart here for Roflcopter until Wettables finds the elimination onto Jack Dad. Nate goes down. Wettables is making some plays here on the ace. On the Severe. And now Kaken on the ace can go in
Nitro
for the plan.
Nitro from Bailey gets sent out, doesn't hit the
he's
mark.
missed it all.
Cool Kid survives. Cool Kid Caden, of course. Doesn't matter though, Bailey still would have been left in a precarious position. It's a 1v3 retake.
I mean, technically, he would have been in a 1v2 without the plant down. It would have been a big difference. And now, speaking of the guy he could have eliminated, he swings over to the top of main stairs, guys, gets the kill, gets match point now for Roflcopter. It's 6-2.
Ooh, right. Oh, okay. I anticipated this match to be a lot closer than it's shaped up to be.
Boydie
so
still
far.
doesn't smile.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to please the man. But look, this smiles from the other 4 members of the team, so that's a consolation, I guess. It's something.
I mean, look, I'm just going to say, Kaken, Wettables, they have just been enormous in this matchup, guys. They have been the clear standouts. I mean, I think everyone's had some good moments. I think OJ definitely had a big one down in church earlier on, but you can't look past Kaken and Wettables.
Yeah, the spirit of LFO lives on. Wettables jumping across from that roster from stage 2, where he had a couple of standout performances. In fact, earned MVP in one of those weeks, stage 2. And of course, we can't forget Jigsaw playing for Team Bliss as well from LFO stage 1. So, yes, LFO, they may not be around in terms of the entire roster, but their spirit does live on, and yeah, I have to agree. Both Kaken and Wettables are having a big impact. They are top fragging, but outside of that, you know, they've been fulfilling their roles quite nicely. And yeah, as a unit, this team's really shutting down Order at the moment. It's difficult to put my finger on, finding it difficult to put my finger on exactly what's, you know, making this so difficult for Order, but it does feel as if Rofl are really just finding these opportunities and punishing mistakes from Order.
This has got to be a bit disappointing for Order, and to be quite frank, you know, we thought we maybe had seen Order take a bit of a tide turn off the back of their APAC South performance yesterday, with Derpe coming into the team. You know, they took care of Direwolves pretty comfortably in APAC South 7-4, and then they come over the next day here for OCN, and they're just getting torn to shreds by Roflcopter. I mean, that's just basically same old Order.
Yeah. Again, tricky to naturally actually gain consistency in the best of 1 format, but it is a little bit concerning that such contrasting results. And you know, the argument many would make is that the Apex South quality of teams and opponents is higher than OCN, so across the board, you know, you would be expecting to perform better here, right? Now again, Order probably investing most of their resources, most of their prep in towards APAC South, but there are some inexcusable mistakes being made in this matchup that don't really go down necessarily to pre-match prep. So definitely needs to be tidied up here. An opportunity for Order still to bring this one back, but if OJ can find this opening pick, it could be tough. Oh, he's stuck on the rappel now. Swing from Order. Doesn't quite hit the mark, and OJ able to find some refuge on the roof.
Roflcopter looking to close this one out. Take a resounding victory to kickstart their Stage 3 campaign here for OCN. Minute and 35 seconds in the round. That's an easy ping onto the legs of Bailey. In fact, I'd have expected Boydie to actually get that kill. Doesn't, and does give a reprieve here for Order.
Bomb located by attackers.
Con control, uncontested currently by Order. Do see Nico down below, inside of Kitchen. Could pre-place a C4 exactly where this player is positioned in Boydie. There we go. Right on cue, finds that kill. Angle opened up, but will fall off. That does finally give Order a man advantage to try and play off.
Yeah, a bit of breathing room here in this round. As you said, something to play off now. Definitely now focus a little bit more here on site. Aiken just trying to be wary of those gas babes. Knows there's a player still top red. Can't just push in just yet, but they are getting this con wall opened up. So now can go for the plant. Especially if they've got Wedables, who's of course an MVP from one of the week's last stage. We know what he's capable of. He's now 9-5-2. Getting to work on that Zofia. Kaken pushes in straight into Cash, and he's going to go for this plant with 25 seconds left. Do they even realize Wedables' position inside of CCTV, making it difficult for the player in top red? OJ got shut down. They got the plant down, though. Wedables with another kill, two for the round. Hot shot. Nice little swing, too. Suddenly, it's advantage once again for Roflcopter. It's only Nico and Nate. Nico doesn't last much longer. In fact, they trade each other out. It's a 1 versus 1 because Wedables is down. Nate versus Kaken. The OCL player comes into OCN now to close it out for a win. 22 seconds on the plant.
Nate needs to try and play the long angle with the SMG. That will prove tough. You have to back Kaken in for this one.
Getting down to the final 10 seconds. Kaken, plant down. He just has to play off of it. Noise from Nate. Tries to bait him. Knows where he is. What a shot from Nate!
It's too late, though.
Doesn't have the time, but you can still get excited for a shot like that. Wow. Regardless, Roflcopter, take it. What a match. 7-2 in the end. It was a stomp.
Boydie's still not smiling either, so that's a bit disappointing. But yeah, wow, what a performance from Roflcopter. Really well played. The tie and the dress shirt, the dress shirt serves him well. I have no idea. I thought 100% with the 2x, you're winning that gunfight. Either way, though, he did enough to waste time and clutch it up for his team with time on his side. Again, well played by Rofl. 7-2. I cannot believe it was that dominant.
I can't believe it either. And obviously, we've got our special analyst, Vast, coming in. And I have to ask him immediately, how surprised are you at that result? Or in some ways, are you not surprised at all? Because it seems like it's a bit of a Order of old.
I'm not necessarily surprised with Rofl beating Order. I'm surprised with how well Wedables and Kaken played. I don't know, they just looked really good. They looked really calm, confident, and they were making really good decisions. They looked like they were synergizing really well with the rest of the Rofl boys.
They certainly did. Obviously, we touched on it a few times. Guz, Wedables, and Kaken, they were absolutely dynamic. But Hotshot, Boydie, OJ, all had big moments as well. It was very much a team effort. And if that's the Roflcopter that we can see a lot of this stage, then some big things could be brewing for them.
Yeah, I've got to say, just across the board, Rofl really weren't doing anything insane. I don't believe. It was pretty straightforward siege. A couple of rounds here and there where they went for aggressive op picks and played into that, and it worked out well. But just across the board, they were capitalizing upon so many macro mistakes made by Order. Like this in Spectre, for example, going for that kind of play. And we saw in the last round, Order rotating 2 players down below, and neither of them in a position to deny plant, which made it really awkward for them. Like, there are a lot of situations where Rofl had an advantage given to them by their opponents, but they played into it. They managed to close out these rounds. They clutched up opportunities when they arose, and that's a sign of a really good team.
That little Little 180 shot there and then back on. Yeah, obviously ran out of time, but still nonetheless. What a statistical performance, 7-2. But you can see Wedible's cool kid. Cool kid Kaken. Hot shot.
Cool kid Kaken.
I mean, I got absolutely baited there by the graphic. But it was a team effort, Vast, and that's really what you want in these sort of results. Yes, we're going to speak about Wedibles. Yes, we're going to speak about Kaken. But, you know, Boydie, OJ, Hotshot, they all did their roles.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone stepped up when they needed to. Ruffle looked like they were just dictating the entire game. They had clear goals and what they wanted to do, and they were all kind of working towards those goals in kind of a step-by-step format. Yeah, I find it really interesting because Order, they pride themselves in their aggression. They always talk about how aggressive they are, and tonight they just were not aggressive at all. They were the most passive I've ever seen, and I think ultimately that was the reason that Ruffle were allowed to dictate the game.
You have to agree with that, guys, because really, I think besides Specker, who was +2 on entry, no one else really looked like they wanted to make anything happen.
Yeah, I mean, Vast is the back-to-back champ. I'm not going to argue with the man. And, I mean, obviously the same thing inside the server. Ruffle, again, they were dictating the terms of the matchup, and just across the board, Order making a lot of fatal macro mistakes. It's just these weird calls being made to go for different plays that really just weren't going to work out. I will praise them on the Monty play, for example. Bailey made that work really well, but that was honestly probably the only highlight for them in this matchup. And if you're only taking 2 rounds against Ruffle, it is, again, a very concerning sign.
I have to ask you, Vast, as an ex-captain, what were your thoughts on that very early timeout, especially after Order had won the 2 rounds prior, and then they've taken a tack timeout? Anything in that?
Honestly, I feel like that was Ruffle's tack timeout. Order gave Ruffle a free tack timeout. I don't really see the reasoning why they needed to do that. The score was 2-2. You know, that tack timeout could have been really useful for later on to reset the team's mental, perhaps. It's really strange. I kind of wish we got an interview because I really want to know why they decided that. Maybe it could have been, as you guys mentioned, kind of letting the boys know that maybe they're not sticking to their game plan. I don't really know. Puzzled.
Yeah, completely puzzled. And speaking of interviews, we are going to have one with the ever-eccentric Kaken coming in off this victory for Roflcopter against Order. Congratulations, firstly, on the victory.
Hold on.
Congratulations
wait.
on the debut as well for OCN.
Hold on, give me a sec. I gotta... Oh, yes.
Spectacular.
All right, let's go. Like... No. This is
already
the Kaken special, mate.
The Kaken special. Hey, it was pretty special performance in game as well. I just have to ask, what was it like, I guess, making your OCN debut?
Well, I think, as you can tell at the start, a bit shaky. Definitely because I was 1-4, but the second I had that double C4 down main, I was turned. We were ready. We were popping. The boys were hype.
Yeah, I'm keen to hear your thoughts, Kaken, just on the match as a whole. Obviously, you did hit that double C4 and you and Wedibles were really activated. But anything in particular you think led to your victory today? We believe that you guys were doing a really good job dictating the terms of the match. Did it feel like that inside the server?
Honestly, it felt like it came a lot closer than the score dictated. Especially those late rounds, like those Logi, those 30-second rounds. Those were really scary, but the boys pulled through, and we do have Warm OJ, the late round IGL god. He definitely helped us with a couple of those attacks, a couple of those defenses. So yeah, it was pretty stock standard, and we were definitely confident coming into the map.
Yeah, I want to just kind of touch on about your role. I find it really interesting that OJ and Hotshot are the IGLs and you play that support role, and yet you're managing to get a lot of kills on your role. I just wanted to kind of ask you, is there anything unique about the way you play the support? Anything different that, you do compared to other support players?
I don't think. I think it's just the hard work I put in, if I'm going to be honest. I T-hunt a lot, and I'm always thinking about the game, thinking about new angles, a bit of I don't know. But yeah, I think I put myself in a lot of positions where the team's already done all the hard work, and I can just clean up, or I use my util properly. Like there's a lot of lower tier, like OCL, no flame to any of them, but a lot of them do not use their util properly when they're on like support characters. And yeah, also because I got the AK-12, that helped too. I've been playing the SMG-11 for a long time. I got to play Ace still. I was having a bit of trouble yesterday with the recoil, but we figured it out, and yeah, and I don't have to call as much as well. I do give these little shots here and there, but it's mostly hot shot and OJ, so they just let me like excel and really get those frags. So yeah, feels good.
Big win, mate. Any final shout-outs, any final thoughts, anything you want to say to the fans?
Shout out to everyone supporting me. I have a lot of people supporting me from OCL. I really love, like, I love the appreciation, and you know, I love every single one of you guys. And this is not the end. This is going to be the start of something great. Yeah, it'll be good.
It's just the beginning.
Yeah, just the beginning of something awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what a way to start it off with the win. Congratulations once again, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, hope so.
Taken from Roflcopter. Wow, what a debut, guys, to win your opening game on your new team in a new league against an opponent like Order. 7-2 as well. I mean, that is quite literally a dream debut.
I don't think it could have gone much better than that. I think Kaken was probably being a little bit too humble there, saying that the rounds were quite close. I would agree with him that in particular, right, those Logi defenses, for example, got a little bit tight. But I mean, I think it was a pretty true 7-2 for the most part. Kaken can be really happy with his performance. As Vast pointed out as well, getting so many frags on a support role is insane. He doesn't have to worry too much about in-game calling, so he does have that freedom to pull that off. So it could be a very, very dangerous sup heading into the rest of the stage.
Vast, what's the limit here for this new Roflcopter lineup? Weatables looks great, Kaken looks great, they've taken down Order, that's 3 points secured. Is it like a high placing in the standings? What is it? What's the limit for this, boys?
Definitely looks like Stage 2 Ruffle. I see a lot of similarities. So I definitely think playoffs is on the card if they, keep playing like that. I think there are still a few questions. Can they play like this consistently? If they can, I'm expecting a pretty, high position for them. But they've got a lot to prove. They've historically always beaten Order, so it might be a different case for other teams.
Might be a new curse that Order need to eventually overcome. 3 points secured for Roflcopter. We've still got 2 more matches to be played, though, of course, here for Playday 1 of Stage 3 of OCN. Coming up after the break, it's Bliss versus Rhythm.
Order now at macros.com.au.
My name is Jigsaw, I'm from Team Bliss.
My name is Rapix and I'm from Team Bliss.
My name's Digital, I'm from Chiefs.
I'm Godlegion from the Chiefs.
And today we're going to be playing Quick as a Flashbang.
Throwing flashbang!
I would say I'm pretty observant. I'm always kind of looking out for things that I can exploit.
It's paramount that we're observant in esports and in competitive gaming.
I'm pretty observant. I can definitely identify things quickly within a map.
I'm pretty observant, but I'd say when I'm like in the swing of things and I'm really concentrated on my gunfights, I honestly don't hear a lot of calls, but I try my hardest.
My eyesight.
Eyesight's fine. Dad has glasses, mum doesn't. 20/20 vision.
Before or at the start of my career, it was pretty good. In the past year, it's kind of gotten a bit bad.
I actually have glasses, not next eye, I do. For reading, though.
Digital and God Legend. Don't really know you too well, but I think me and Repix got the sharper eye, not gonna lie.
Jig and I are definitely an iconic duo. They're not ready for us, that's for sure.
Look, I think they're a lot younger than us. I think, they've got a lot of energy, especially at this time of day, they can think. So I think they did pretty well.
Team Bliss, yeah, no, they're not that good. We smashed them. They're pretty easy. Hopefully that doesn't get snipped.
Look, I think Digital, it's early in the day, he's still waking up. I've got to have faith in my teammate. I would say he did pretty well. I've got to have faith.
I hope Jake does good. He certainly will talk up a game.
But we'll see.
I'll probably just breeze through it anyways. They did win against us in the grand finals, but we gave them that win anyways. I'm versing Dig and God anyways, so it should be easy.
No stress, no pressure. I got this.
Throwing flashbang!
Give me something.
I'm flushed.
That's a long flashbang. Is that the new update?
Wait, is this like fading out?
I see something on the left, but I can't make it out.
What is that on the left?
I definitely should have worn my glasses for this.
I see a silhouette.
Like a sort of lamp or a light top right. I feel like this is an operator. Jackal? No, Thermite. Jackal. No, it is Jackal. Yes!
Jackal.
It's Jackal.
Jackal.
I saw that's got to be like high school, I reckon.
That's not bad, 40 seconds.
His light on his head gave it away. I can see it.
I guess I just look at Jackal a lot. I don't know. I got a thing for the Spanish.
Throwing flashbang!
I don't know if it's going to be white for 20 seconds again. No, it's not.
Oh, hold on. This is quicker.
Bro, what is this?
Maybe it's a room.
Something to the left there. I can't even describe what I'm seeing.
It's going to be a gun, right?
It looks like a gun. Is that a UMP-45?
G36C?
It's a G360?
G360.
No, it's the G36C.
Yes! Let's go!
Oh, I'm so good.
If I didn't stumble, that would have been like 32 seconds.
Ooh.
Throwing flashbang!
Round 3. I'm flashed again, guys.
I'm gonna get this within 20 seconds. So far, just white.
So I think it's a map.
A map? No.
I see a flag.
Is that Oregon? No. Outback. No.
Is that a siege flag? Sledge. That's Sledge. Yeah.
Sledge is somewhere. Where is he, though?
Playing golf at the theme park.
Golfing.
Sledge at Depot playing golf.
Playing golf. Mini golf.
That was a poor performance, Dave. Right. No, I thought Sledge theme park was it. Didn't see him playing golf. Thought I could have saved a couple of seconds there. Is what it is. We move on, though.
He comes up with these pitches.
I think the first one did pretty well, but the last one I just couldn't figure out what it was.
Look, if the entire split was playing quick as a flashbang, I think me and Repix have got the bag. I'm not gonna lie. We've got that keen eye. Got the keen eye.
Jig's my partner. He has the quickest reaction time. He has the best aim I've ever seen as well. He's definitely smashed this one out, but I still think I did better than him as well.
I don't know. I feel like Jigsaw might have carried Repix from what it sounded like. So
one thing I will give to Bliss is they're good at choking, so they'll choke at this as well. So I'm hopefully they sort of match their grand final performance.
I think it might be a close one between us.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh, no.
Look, after those first two, I sort of guessed that, but no, it feels good. I'm used to winning, so I love that.
Halfway through Playday 1 of Stage 3. 2 matches in the book, 2 more to go. Bliss versus Rhythm coming up very, very shortly. Kind of have high expectations here on Rhythm to maybe struggle against Bliss. Guys, do we share the same sentiment?
One way to approach. Yeah, high expectations on Rhythm to struggle. That's one way to go about approaching this matchup. I want to change my prediction right now after you just said that. I want Rhythm to win this game.
Look, honestly, guys, though, Rhythm are a team that only picked up 1 point in Stage 2, and Bliss are the best of 1 Kings.
What? What did you just say? What? I can't with you right now. I don't even know what I don't even know what language you're speaking.
You've lost the plot. I'm going to go to Vast instead. Vast, how do you see this matchup? Surely you're on the Bliss hype train?
I did predict Bliss, but I don't know. Tonight has... I don't even know what's going to happen. The past 2 games so far have been pretty crazy. But yeah, I'd imagine Bliss will win this. I mean, they are the BO1 Kings for a reason.
Yeah, they certainly are. Guys, BO1 Kings for Bliss. For Rhythm, though, they're a team that, you know, can only go up this stage.
Kind of, yeah. I guess it can't get much worse for this team. Now, they do have a roster change between stages 2 and 3. AFX jumping across from the now debunked LFO, and unfortunately, everyone's favorite player in the region, Supremacist, is now a free agent. Interestingly enough, they've actually got a coach, I believe it must be, jumping on, Wood. That's news to me, so interested to see how much of an impact that's had on this team.
Let's go Wood. Yeah, AFX obviously want to keep an eye on. And look, there's some talented players on this roster, and I always do feel a little bit harsh for the, you know, the things that Guz and Manic and Dev all like to say about this team. But I think that this is a roster that is definitely capable of picking up more than 1 point this stage, and hopefully they can be somewhat, I guess, ambitious is probably the word, because at the end of the day, they can still finish over Wildcard, Guz, right? That's kind of the goal. If you can have more points than Wildcard, you know, the promo Rallo points, I mean, and the way that sort of works is they basically just need to finish above Wildcard. Well, then they don't even have to go to Rallos.
Yeah, LFO leaving the league has thrown them a little bit of a lifeline, right? Overt almost confirmed to finish in the bottom 2, so it's a really, really close contest now between Rhythm and Wildcard. Wildcard have already shown last night, they're in very iffy form. So if Rhythm can pump in some good performances here, put all their resources into OCN, the only league they're playing in, they are a very, very serious chance in avoiding relegations. Now, a point as well I want to mention, Drex. He's back, the man, the myth, the legend. So I'm keen to see what impact he can have on the team, as he did sort of step away a little bit during Stage 2. So to have him back in is really nice.
Fast, I want your thoughts here on this Rhythm roster.
Yeah, I've always seen Rhythm as that team that, you know, they do have the potential. There's been so many games where they've just lost in OT against top teams. And it's been like that for a while. And yeah, I'm hoping that bringing in a coach and maybe making a roster change, and I'm hoping that they've taken a different approach to this stage. I do think losing Supremacist, though, has damaged their fragging ability. And I am interested to see and hear what their thought process behind this roster change is. AFX is typically more of a supportive player. So I am interested to see their approach to this stage. I hope that they kind of have that nothing to lose mentality. But I hope they carry a strong mental, because there is a chance that they can dodge relegations. And it's all up to them, really.
The last time Rhythm won a game was April 12th. They'll be looking to overcome this bit of a drought that has invoked this team. Their opponents, though, of course, the best of 1 Kings. It is Team Bliss. I'm going to go straight to Vast on this one. And the reason why is because this is a team that has had much debate around them. Much debate around this team, Vast. They're the best of 1 Kings, yet they're obviously best of 3 performances, grand final performance in Stage 2, left a little bit to be desired. They haven't obviously had any roster changes, but they do bring Spruce in. I want just your overall arching thoughts on how this team is going to shape up for Stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll do well. I think they'll win a lot of games in the regular season. I think what, we'll find out is have they made a lot of improvements from playoffs, because I think versing Chiefs in that BO5 really highlighted a lot of errors in this team, especially with their having a diverse map pool, being able to adapt and conserve energy. So I think the regular season won't really answer a lot of the questions about this team. I think we'll get a lot of answers in playoffs.
That was kind of the mantra, I guess, for Stage 2, guys, wasn't it, right? They kind of breezed through the regular stage. They technically went 6-1. They had 17 points. They had plus 15 round differential. They had all of these things go their way. They get a spot straight in the grand final. They won 7-2 against Chiefs in that opening map as well. And then after that, 7-3 loss, 7-2 loss, 7-4 loss. And then that was it. In the end, it was the map pool that was the difference. Is that probably the conditions they need to work on in this regular stage? I guess widening their map pool?
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think that has to be the case. I would even argue that the fact that we now have 3 reworked maps in the pool, sure, Clubhouse hasn't really changed too much, but at least the other 2 have significantly. That does give them an opportunity to finally really dig deep into this map pool and find maps that work for them. If they want to be any chance of knocking the Chiefs off that top pedestal, they really need to work on their map pool. Now, that's probably a discussion more so to have down the line in terms of playoffs. Focusing in on best of ones, they're still going to be very, very comfortable. With Spruce jumping on board, I can only expect that the team's going to go on an upwards trajectory. If they start losing games, we can blame Spruce. But yeah, expecting same in the regular season.
Same, but different. Let's have a look at the maps here for this particular game. Of course, fortunately for Bliss, they only have to play one, guys. And it's going to be Chalet, where we will be heading. Looks like Rhythm had the final ban. They took out Villa. I'll go to you first for this one, guys. Any surprises here? Any expectations? What's your thoughts on the map, Vito?
Well, Chalet was the least played map in Stage 2. OC team seemingly not really wanting to head there. I can only assume that part of that was off the back of Apex South teams not wanting to show too much on this map, but now that it's kind of fleshed out, it's got an established meta. We'll probably see it played a little bit more. I don't really have much to comment in terms of head-to-head or map history, particularly on this map, but keen to see it played out. Chalet, very much an exciting map, can open up significantly for the attack, so just keen to see it played out.
Doesn't look like Rhythm has played Chalet at all so far. Stage 1, Stage 2 of OCN. For Bliss, though, Vast, they've only played it once. It was actually a loss against, you guess who? It was your Chiefs, where they lost that particular game. I guess this is kind of going back to our previous discussion where this could be Bliss looking to broaden their map pool.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Same with Rhythm. Maybe a lot of these teams have, decided that they want to, make their map pool more diverse. I think something to note as well that no team wants to play Bank, which is such a shame. I want to see Bank.
Yeah,
it takes a while.
We did see it 3 times, I think, in EUL today. So there is a real possibility that we do see it soon. I guess in local leagues it might take a little bit longer before we see it. We'll see it regionally probably first. But yeah, I'm in the exact same boat. Please, Bank today or tomorrow would be great.
Final thoughts, Vast, before we let you go. We get into this game.
Yeah, I think Bliss are going to win pretty convincingly.
That's probably a very astute observation. I would have to agree with Vast. I definitely can't disagree with him. Let's head into Chalet, though, for our 3rd match of the day. It is going to be Bliss versus Rhythm. All expectations on Bliss, of course, the grand finalists from Stage 2, looking to maybe go one step better here for Stage 3 and take the crown for themselves away from the Chiefs. Rhythm, well, it's anything but up, really, guys. They only picked up 1 point in Stage 2. No wins at all, whether that be regulation or overtime. That's got to be their goal, I think, for Stage 3. Find a win somewhere.
Yeah, and every single point for Rhythm critically important in looking to avoid relegations. It's basically a 2-horse race between them and Wildcard. It's a big storyline that we'll be tracking throughout this stage, but take a step back, looking at the bans, Thatcher and Sledge taken off the board first. Thatcher, a blanket ban basically across every single map. and Sledge very potent here on Chalet. A lot of opportunities for the Vert to be played, forcing teams now onto the Buck. An interesting ban followed up though here onto the Frost. That's one shotgun, one shield taken off the board, and those traps will no longer need to be dealt with. A little bit peculiar there. I don't know if that's necessarily a target ban maybe against Rhythm, something they've spotted in scrims or elsewhere, not too sure, but we'll might to round things off pretty typical. Again, forcing teams onto the Jaeger.
Do you want a fun fact with Xenox?
I always love a fun fact.
Always love a fun fact. Well, it's not so much a fun fact, it's a bit of a sad fact, in fact.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately. Both teams on a bit of a losing streak here. Rhythm, obviously, as we already sort of pointed out, have not won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 games that they've lost in a row. And for Bliss, technically on a 3-game losing streak. If we think back to the grand final for Stage 2, they lost the final 3 maps in a row. So from a technicality standpoint, Bliss need to find a win just as much as Rhythm. Rhythm definitely more so those 7 losses in a row. Their last win actually came against LFO. That was 7-5 on Oregon, as I said, on 12th of April. So on the defense first up here for Rhythm, we'll see if they can break the duck and find a way to find a win. For Team Bliss, though, they are by far the favorite. 75% on the HP Omen community vote. Of course, if you guys want to get involved on that, we've got one more game to play after this. If you want to join in, of course, head over to @R6 Esports OCN and @Omen by HP_ANZ on Twitter to vote on the next game to follow, which will be Chiefs and Wildcard after this game.
5 seconds remaining.
In terms of operator selections heading into this round for the side of the defense, Alibi being bought by AFX, indicating a bit of aggression here potentially. MX4 Storm with the 1.5 scope. Definitely quite strong, and in fact he's going to establish himself inside a backstore. He can watch the library vault in at the double window if he wishes to hold that position. Elsewhere, we did see the Tachanka being used to generate setup. Again, good area denial. Bliss though, aggressive already over towards Solar. Repix, interestingly enough, on Nook, not looking to sneak in from down below, instead on the rappel, maybe looking for something early here. Now, we don't typically see Solar attacks here in OCN. It's normally library side across, but Bliss going for something a little bit different.
The E1D deployed. Obviously, we touched on it in the map veto stage, but Chalet, not a map that either of these two teams have really seen much of for Team Bliss. Last played it in the Stage 2 Grand Final against the Chiefs, losing that one. Fortunately for their sake, it's going to be the second E1D. That was a 7-4 loss, so not entirely embarrassing. In fact, it was one of their better performances against the Chiefs, despite the 3-1 loss in the end. Minute 45 on the clock here so far. Not a lot has actually taken place. Wouldn't be surprised to see this take a few rounds for this to open up. Jigsaw, though. And along with Repix, looking to pinch Leb and successfully have accomplished that now inside a bathroom.
Control obtained by Repix. He can lurk now. Maybe even find a pick inside of Piano, especially if Rhythm are unaware. Here we go. Moves forward. You can hold this cross. This is so powerful. Bliss can basically now think about getting that plant down in bedroom. Yes, bit of a thorn in the side. Drex behind that deployable shield, but if he's cleared, Bliss have basically free real estate on site.
A minute left here. Opening round of our third match of the day. Goal. Holding his position.
He has no idea that Repix is here. He has no idea.
Well, they obviously know they lost control of the bathroom, so it's not out of the ordinary, but you can definitely tell by the way that Ghoul is holding that window position. If Repix does swing, he will probably find the kill. By the way, Todd's on site, and Ghoul ended up just running straight past Repix. Great observation from Guz. Catching that one, and it's a flawless round. Well, that one was a little slow to get going, Guz, but in the end, as we got down to the final moments, Bliss just pulled them apart.
Yeah, I questioned the approach there from Bliss, sending Repix in through solo, anticipating that might be a little bit risky, as opposed to, you know, going down through main garage and maybe up through West Main and then up the stairs. But it worked. It accelerated the process there of taking control. And once the double window cross plus Repix himself were established that foothold there, I mean, yeah, very difficult to deny the play and retake site. So really well played by Bliss.
Really?
Yeah, it really was. Can't fault them too much on that round. So unfortunate for Rhythm, but they can go over towards Bar now.
I mean, we're seeing quite a bit of Nook tonight. I think more than we saw in Stage 2 entirely. We've seen it on Oregon, now we're seeing it here on Chalet, and we're seeing it actually be quite effective.
Yeah. We do see it occasionally here on Chalet. One player in particular that does come to mind is Digital. I know likes to play him on the entry, particularly down through basement. I guess roam around, try and find picks. Bit of a lurk, but yeah, it seems to be quite prominent at the moment and does offer quite a bit to the attack.
Of course, Ubisoft Australia is proud to once again be partnering with Livin. It's a mental health organization dedicated to breaking the stigma around mental health. You can support Livin by following them on social media and wearing their merch like us. Got my shirt on today. OCN viewers can also take advantage of a great offer. Use the promo code OCN15 at checkout to receive 15% off. Simply type !Livin in Twitch chat to visit their online store. You too can stay living in style, which is probably something Rhythm will need to do, is figure out how to stay living against Team Bliss. It's going to be proving to be quite difficult here. I think Bliss, a team with high expectations this stage.
Oda finds the opener there onto Novaics. Pillar control lost, I believe. Refix can look to lurk from down below. Cam taken down. Good start here for Bliss. They can really start to work off this. Plenty of time remaining. If they gain control up above, clear out top library stairs, then they can really get a lot of work done, particularly on the vert. So that's probably going to be their goal. And if Repix can lurk once again down below, cut off any potential rotations, that'd be huge. Oh, drone hole. Whoa, okay, cool. Taking a lot of damage there. Tapped a couple of times in the toes by Todd. Good work there to inflict some more damage and a bit more pressure on towards Rhythm, who are yet to trade back that opening pick.
Do they really need any more pressure than they've already got applied to them? Well, how about one more kill to the side of Bliss? Oda off to a great start here, 3 and zip. And this Bar Games defense is being pulled apart, just like the prior round. It's not as if this map is super attacker-sided. We've seen defenders do well on certain sites. EE1D deployed. All very much low in health. AFX and Leb expected to really need to stand up here. But you can see pretty much from above that mezzanine completely open. Top of library stairs not really being held because Leb's worried about down below. Everything has just been completely opened up, Gus.
And at this point, Rhythm are all kind of just sitting around waiting for something to happen. At this point, you just need to try and send it, try and find something back. At the moment, they're just waiting basically to get picked apart, to die, and to lose the round. So someone here needs to step up and go for something.
This could be the go time as well with the final EE1D deployed by Jigsaw. Todd over towards this big window with Shade. Don't even know if anyone's watching in sight. No one inside a bar stock from what I can see. In fact, there might be one now. That would have been Ghoul, who's now dead. Rapix with 2 and putting that Nook to good use. Well, 2 flawless rounds in a row. For those maybe who thought I was a little harsh with our introduction of this matchup, you can kind of see why. Not a good start for Rhythm, Gus.
Yeah, great analysis. 100% on point.
Thank you, man. I'm trying. You know, I appreciate it.
You're just
got
getting
my
ready.
color glasses on for tomorrow night.
Getting ready
me
for
and Manic.
tomorrow.
Yep.
Are you going to be doing color tomorrow night?
I will be.
Oh,
yeah.
God. I might have to mute the stream.
I would probably just mute it anyway, because who wants to listen to Manic and then who wants to listen to me, really? Let's be real.
Nah, I'll leave it on. I'm sure there'll be some good content tomorrow night. But yeah, focusing back in on this matchup, and Bliss just completely overrunning their opponents. And like I briefly mentioned before the final play there, when you're at that disadvantage Rhythm, they were in that 3 versus 5, we could see all of them just playing static. And when you're in that position, you need to just try and manipulate something, go for something and see if it will stick. More than likely it won't. You're probably going to lose the round, but you've already put yourself in that position. Playing static and just getting torn apart by Bliss, who have the initiative, never going to work out. So not really liking what we're seeing so far from Rhythm. That said though, they can try and reattempt up above. If they can counter the solar push that we saw last time from Bliss, then they'll probably have a better time.
Yet to find a kill so far in this match for any of the Rhythm players. It's been 2 flawless rounds from Team Bliss. And that's probably what Team Bliss would love to have off the back of what was, you know, a very disappointing grand final in the end, losing 3-1 to the Chiefs. There's not too much disrespect in that, honestly, because the Chiefs are such a awesome team that it was always going to be a difficult obstacle for Team Bliss, but this is really all they need to do, is just keep stomping these best of ones, get back into that position, finish on top again, get straight back into the grand final. That's really where you want to be. And then prove yourself where it really will matter. Because at the end of the day, no one's going to back in Bliss to win the grand final until they actually do it. So whether they have a good regular stage or they have a bad regular stage, it doesn't make a difference. So you may as well just have a good one and get back straight into the grand final. 4-zip from Oda, 4-zip from Repix, both having big impact so far. 5 versus 5 here, 2 minutes on the clock.
Similar setup once again from Bliss. Repix on the solo repel, double window being held by Shade on the cross. It makes things very, very difficult. AFX in a compromised position, looking to try and hold on to bathroom control as long as possible, but Jigsaw as well on that balcony to the west, pinching that position. That gives free real estate once again to Repix, who'll likely look to roam and lurk again inside of bathroom, take that piano control and get that cross. AFX spotted as well here by Shade. Bliss are just in such great positions, and they still have so much time to work with.
Going to be difficult for AFX to readjust and rotate away from that spot. Pinged out. Player inside piano. Here for Rhythm. AFX down below as well. AFX still inside of Office, but yeah, as you said, Bliss have got everything surrounded. AFX
is dead.
Literally cannot move an inch backwards. Otherwise, his Tushy's going to be blown apart. Ghoul will find the opening kill, though, for Rhythm in this match. They're on the board, and it gives them a one-man advantage with 1 minute left in the round. Can they capitalize?
Really good coverage there from Ghoul. If he didn't play that position, AFX would be in the grave. Nonetheless, they're Bliss now. They're on the back foot. They need to try and go for something. Opening up this wall in solo, proving to be a challenge. Shade is on the double window, so he can't use his summers on the wall, and regardless, it has been electrified by a claw. Can't tell, of course, if it's positioned up above or down below. I would assume down below if no Vegas is holding that position. Either way, though, 30 seconds now left. Bliss likely will need to try and force their way in towards this B objective, see if they can stick something.
We're under 20 seconds. You would probably back in Bliss to hit their shots here, but Ghoul's got 2 from that piano position. Pod got 1 back, but Ghoul is just launching off here into space. He's got 3 for the round. Still only a one-man advantage, but Drex gets involved, so does Leb. Much better from Rhythm in that particular round. Able to fight fire with fire against Team Bliss. They're on the board.
What a round from Ghoul, playing that piano position. It's really the one place that they need to have really good control of if they want this setup to work and to try and counter this push from Team Bliss. He did really well in covering AFX, which nullified the position on the double window. He then found another great pick to reclaim bathroom. That then opened up the opportunity to deny the plant. So it all just links together really nicely there for Ghoul. Made it work in the end. Still a little bit sketchy. I would argue that part of the reason Bliss were unable to win that round was because they just really bother to deal with the Kaye denying the wall. They also had Shade position on the double window as opposed to in solo, so they couldn't even open up the wall. I would argue that that Todd on the Capital probably should be playing that position. I'm sure there's great reasons why they're not doing that, so I'm absolutely talking out of personal opinion here, but either way, didn't link together, and yeah, really well played by Ghoul. I think he was definitely the standout there, allowing Rhythm to win that round.
Yeah, and it just fills them with some confidence, because I think when you come into the server and you lose the first 2 rounds, both flawless as well, both very convincing, probably does a world of good for confidence, and that probably at least is just like, all right, bit of a sigh of relief. We're not that far ahead of this. It's now only 2-1. They're not going to be able to get ahead of themselves. We've stemmed the tide, stemmed the bleeding, maybe even stopped some of this momentum. Now we can play off of this. And so for Rhythm, they can actually find some rhythm here. They're of course going to stand above here for this kitchen dining defense. Pretty stock standard for most teams. We'll see what Team Bliss has got to crack it.
We've seen quite a bit of Lion in the current meta. We saw it in APAC South. We're seeing it in a few of the other regions, and it seems to be transferring now in towards OCN. Jigsaw, again, huge fragger, was a fantastic player in Stage 2, MVP in fact. And not only does he have a fantastic primary weapon in his hands, but at the push of a button, he can essentially freeze the defense, allowing them to be choked up a little bit. First of those E1Ds will rain out. AFX now pinned inside of Piano. Shade loving this repel. We'll cut off that position. It'll be up to the rest of Bliss, really to apply additional pressure. Again, Repix on the Nook, seeing what he can find. Cheeky ankle as well. Through West Main in towards that kitchen corridor from Jigsaw, but he'll fall off that and again aid the rest of the team here in the clear. Oh, jeez.
AFX has not had an easy time of things so far. His first couple of rounds, he'd like to get on the board here, get one back, but also just play his role. Jigsaw, very aggressive position if he can. Oh, that's as easy as it comes. Silently just creeps up through the window, gets the kill onto AFX, and his woes do continue here. Advantage for Team Bliss. Obviously, Jigsaw will know there's a player top library, ends up getting the kill onto Lev, and now it's 5 versus 2, and how quickly things can change, guys.
That's rough for Ghoul there. I think ideally he needs to try and get out of that position. They already wasted half the round. If he makes his way back towards site, Rhythm wouldn't have been in the worst of positions, but with 2 members falling, now things get tough. Fortunately, Novax does find Todd, at least in the 2 versus 4, so it's not unwinnable. Drex with the C4 as well. Jigsaw, though, Westmain finds a kill. That angle is absolutely disgusting. Oda cleans up house. Bliss take the round.
Do you really expect anything different, though, guys? Really? When Bliss are on, it's hard to stop them. They've got so much frag power. Oda, Jigsaw, Rapix on display once again there, and they now take a 3-1 lead here on Chalet. And honestly, again, kind of like the first 2 rounds, very convincing. So far, the round that's kind of been an anomaly was that 3rd round, which Rhythm were able to take. And it was really the only round that Rhythm were able to kind of stall out Bliss for a moment in time and then capitalized after that stall. Bliss, in the other 3 rounds, have really just hit that go button from the start and have taken over everything and ultimately just continued able to find these kills with ease.
Yeah, just the persistent pressure here from Bliss, really outstanding, and honestly, it really just feels like they're picking up the best of 1 form that they left off with in Stage 2 and even further back in Stage 1. So, yeah, positive signs for them so far. The players that are stepping up and needing to. Oda's actually standing out so far, playing quite well. Repix as well, finding quite a bit of success on the Nook, proving that the FMG 1.5 scope, really, really powerful. The ability to lurk around on Chalet, really, really powerful. Rotating is difficult enough, but if you don't really know exactly where those attackers are positioned, really increases that difficulty tenfold. So they're playing into that strategy and that game plan really, really well, and Rhythm are struggling to cope with that a little bit.
Once again, it's on Rhythm to see if they can find a way to halt this momentum, get another round back. Bliss are just tearing them apart, really. Does certainly feel like if Rhythm can find an early pick, that can just be enough to maybe slow down the Bliss onslaught. Oda 6-1, Rapix 5-1, Jigsaw 3-1. And they are on song. They are hard to beat. They are hard to stop. They will find kills. They'll be aggressive. They'll push in. They will keep the pressure on. And we're seeing this Nook again just be so successful.
Ooh, good combo here. The Sun was plus the grenade. Ghoul survives. I could have sworn that nade landed on top of him. But either way, though, it doesn't quite do enough damage to kill him. In fact, doesn't really do any damage at all, but that position now exposed as second Salma will be deployed. Repix does fall though. Drex and AFX, 2 players down below. If Repix has spotted them both, he can call that out to the rest of the team, and Bliss might be able to take some more map control. Elsewhere, Jigsaw looks to capitalize, but slowed down by that gas babe. Oda not really wanting to vault in here. Vert down below. Bliss struggling a little bit to find footholds at the moment. Someone needs to step up, try and find a pick or 2, and really establish a foothold in towards the map, because at the moment, literally everyone is locked outside. Except for Jigsaw. He could do damage.
Yeah, and this is what I sort of mentioned at the earlier portion of this round. Rhythm getting that opening pick just slows things down a bit. More than enough to now maybe even capitalize. They do that. AFX has now 2 for the round, which is great for his own personal beliefs as well. Started very slowly in this match, but 2 big kills when Rhythm needed them most. Makes it a 3 versus 5. Rapix, Jigsaw both eliminated. Oda still roaming around and has been a menace in this match, but under 40 seconds remaining, down 2 players, trying to reconvene with the diffuser. It's probably a bridge too far here for Team Bliss.
Ghoul in a bit of an off position. A Drex in backstore could pose a threat, but no, those angles earlier will serve Shade well. Narrowly misses the second pick. Bliss still at the man disadvantage. Ghoul will look to swing double window as one player has vaulted in. Oda still popping off,
down.
traded up above though. Oh, a flank down below. What? Ghoul shut down. It's Shade sweeping through late. 10 seconds left now as AFX looks to try and deny that diffuser. Gets one pick, leaves it in the 2 versus 2 with 5 seconds left. It needs to be reclaimed, but the timer continues to tick down.
Yeah, no
Shade
time.
left all alone as Oda's still down up above. There's nothing that he can do, and Rhythm will claim the round.
Yeah, no time in the end. Well played by Rhythm. I think they've actually played the clock really well in that particular round. Bliss almost did some Bliss kind of things, getting a few cheeky kills to bring it back. They had a 3-on-2 at one point. Oda, as soon as he did get that 3-on-2 though, did go down. So it's technically a 2 versus 2. Overall, really good round from AFX as well. And in the end, Rhythm deserved to win that round. They make it 3-2. They've got an opportunity here, guys, to make it 3-3 at the half, which considering the rounds that Bliss have won, the 3 rounds they've won, I mean, that is staggering.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's one of these matches where you sort of sit back and watch it and you go, yeah, Bliss should be just, smashing, should be 4-1, 5-0, but not the case. Rhythm finding rounds here and there. The wins that Bliss have claimed, again, as you mentioned, or alluded to, they have been very dominant, a couple of them flawless, in fact, but the ones that are a bit more 50-50, Rhythm are just being able to edge out. And a positive sign in that most recent round was it wasn't necessarily off the back of a single player going absolutely huge. Their previous round win before that was Ghoul going nuclear, finding that 3k, but just in that previous round gone by, a much more well-rounded team effort. They fell off the holds that they had, repositioned in towards site, managed to make it work, showed composure in the late round, and that's really what you want. So yeah, in a great position to maybe even out the half. I can't believe we're really saying that considering the start that Rhythm had.
5 seconds to go.
An opportunity does present itself, and Bliss is probably a team, when we speak about mental fortitude for a lot of teams in OCN, guys, there's a few that pass the test. Chiefs, Knights.
Who's
Chief? Calm down, Chief. But Team Bliss, are they a team that has that same level of mental fortitude as a team, like the Chiefs, like Knights? I'm not so sure. I don't know if that's been proven. I think that they could actually be capable if Rhythm find a few rounds, get some momentum. Bliss could crack.
Maybe. Make a fair point. The thing to note is that last stage, they literally only lost one best of one. It was in the final Playday. So yeah. It's difficult to know if their mental has been tested all that much.
Nice shot.
Yeah, not bad, especially on to the MVP of Stage 2. Not bad.
Bit of a slow start, actually, for the MVP. Jigsaw just 3-3. Oda has stepped up in his absence, though, at 7-1. And again, though, advantage for Rhythm. Although, Cast the Curse does not last for too much longer as Shade finds the elimination onto their backs. This is what makes Bliss so good, though. We speak about Oda, we speak about Rapix, Jigsaw, but Todd and Shade are more than capable of fragging out, playing their roles to such a high degree. And again, I've done it. Shade dies now.
I was going to say as well, before any of this Caster Curse happened, that maybe us giving Jigsaw MVP is the ultimate Caster Curse, but who knows. As we stand though, 4 versus 3, AFX inside a piano with a very powerful cross, but Rapix again lurking inside of bathroom, needs to be shut down. Now has the cross as the flank goes down.
Well, not even a minute remaining. There was about a minute 15 when that plant does go down for Team Bliss. Just kind of throws this round now in disarray, unfortunately for Rhythm. Lab, though, with a nice Nitrocell elimination onto Todd. Rapix, pressure mounting. Oda now able to get into piano control, and with both piano and bathroom under control for Team Bliss, they eventually make this pretty easy. 11-1 versus 2. Does have information on both of them, although he does get tagged ever so slightly. The ping, the wall bang, Oda with the elimination. In the end, though, Bliss do actually take this half 4-2.
Another dominant round from Bliss to close out the first half. Welcome back from the halftime break. They do lead 4-2 heading into the second of regulation. Bar will be the first round, or the first sight rather, attempted here by Team Bliss. And Oda, the star fragger, is going to nerf himself a little bit in the frag department. 6 picking onto the Clash, looking to maybe stall out some time here against Rhythm.
Yeah, I don't think a 4-2 half in the end is actually spot on. Honestly, Rhythm had a couple of good rounds. They fought pretty bravely after the first 2 rounds, right? Like, the first 2 rounds were as one-sided as I've seen in a long while. I mean, 2 flawless rounds to open up a match. I'm actually not sure I've ever seen that before. But nonetheless, Rhythm then fought back, to their credit. You know, you win a round, then you lose a round, then you win a round, and they're involved even in the rounds that they then lost from that point onwards. So I think 4-2, spot on. We'll see what they've got now capability-wise on their attack on a map like Chalet. It should be able to see them have somewhat of a chance of sending this one to OT, for instance.
Okay, pretty interesting setup here from Bliss. So they're playing up above behind that main pillar, and they've actually created lines of sight down in towards that dining hallway. So I can only assume a lot of emphasis is being placed on holding this position, right? They've also got 2 Kona stations at least on the library stairs. So Repix and Oda are probably going to just sit here, and Oda's going to act like a mobile deployable shield. So instead of having the stationary shield down, Repix is just going to play behind the Clash. If he takes any damage, he'll fall back, get healed, and just replace that position over and over and over again. So this is going to be pretty challenging for Rhythm to deal with. There are a couple of ADS devices covering this position as well, so it's going to come down to how effectively they could dump that utility and not throw bodies at the waiting hands, of course, of Repix.
This first round's certainly going to be tallying. A 5-2 lead to Bliss would put Rhythm right on the back foot. 4-3, that's up for grabs. Rex inside of Piano. I mean, Repix, talk about top of library stairs shield. I like the innovation.
I like this. I really hope it works, honestly. Like, this is smart.
Shield that can move, cuz. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly very smart. So, fortunately, that shield now no longer at the top of library stairs. AFX will swing out from Piano. Found the kill onto Jigsaw after he did find the opening pick onto Drex. 4 versus 4.
Pretty neutral trade, the Jaeger for the Capital, so they kind of cancel each other out, I would say. Neither going to have a massive impact in the later stages of this round had they have been dead or alive. Drex maybe a bit of a loss there in terms of the bolt utility, but either way, nothing to write home about. Vex and AFX double down. 4v2, Oda left alongside Todd. You could even make the argument it is a bit of a 1v4 as Oda walking around with that Clash on his back, going to make a lot of noise and not the best in terms of fragging and finding kills.
How is this guy 10-1? No, you know what I mean. Like, it's, you know, they've still lost a couple of rounds as well, and yet he's not really been dying that often. Headshot onto AFX, make it 11-1 now. Not expecting him to clutch the 1v3 from here, guys, but I would almost expect him to run to the other side of the map and keep this KDA.
Maybe.
He doesn't, though. Aww. Probably should have.
Jesus, that's a bit dirty.
That's a nice one. Nice round as well for Rhythm. Makes it 4-3, and they looked pretty good while doing it. Ended up cutting apart the defense of Team Bliss, and the Clash experiment probably didn't quite go down so well.
Yeah, it was something a little bit different. Unfortunately for Bliss, the lineup from Rhythm was probably one of the most difficult combination of counters against the Clash, because they had the Capital that could just flush them out with the Flame Bolt. They also had the Zofia, which can concuss the shield and knock it back. And there was plenty of other secondary utility that could have been used to dump the ADS devices and nade them out, flush them out, etc. And we saw that. So maybe that's something that Bliss needs to attempt when they have a better lineup against them to suit them. Better in the sense that there's less utility to dump them out, no Capital, etc. So I hope that we see that return at some stage when it's a little bit more appropriate, but yeah, on that occasion it's not quite working out. It is going to force a rotation over towards Kitchen. We'll see the castle being brought in here by Oda alongside the Aruni, so quite a bit of denial in terms of entrance. And some of those lines of sight, deployable shield on Kitchen as well to play deep inside of there. Keen to see how much of an influence they try to have on the top floor. We often see teams on the attack wanting control above. There's a lot you can manipulate down below, and I can only assume that with Buck being available, that will be the play.
The other thing to remember with Rhythm as well, guys, they've had that history of matches where they finish, say, a 7-5 kind of loss. Happened a lot in Stage 2. Even in Stage 1, they were renowned for those sort of overtime kind of losses. A team that's always so close but could never quite get the dub. And that's the challenge for them here. Is this going to be another close loss? You know, another kind of honorable loss? Or are they going to be able to really contest and push Bliss all the way, maybe even find the win?
Who knows? Pretty slow progression from them so far, but at least Library has been obtained. Drex and AFX can now begin to drone ahead. Office is free real estate, no one playing the half-wall position, so Novax will be able to open up that double wall. Repix does pose a threat inside of bathroom, and Jigsaw's playing deep inside of bedroom. I think there's even a third defender actually up above, so interesting here from Bliss, playing very, very deep back in towards top floor. Here's Oda actually behind the bed there, so yeah, a little bit more defensive to what we might see from other teams who love that half-wall position, but can definitely still work.
Pod down below. On the Valkyrie with a Nitrocell in the back pocket, the only one that Team Bliss actually have. 3 bulletproof cameras though. So information galore in this particular round. Vax though, they look to open up this wall, and now the problem with kind of ignoring the top floor though is that it does mean Team Bliss still have all of that vert control.
If you don't have top floor, you can't win the round. I mean, it's pretty simple. We very, very rarely see it actually be a success. You need to have, you don't necessarily need to have direct control above, but at least pressure to prevent defense from gaining vert control up above, creating those lines of sight. And we can see already these deep angles behind these deployable shields. We also saw gas babes in the hands of Shade are going to prove to be really, really difficult to deal with. So Bliss well and truly at the advantage at the moment.
35 seconds remaining. Team Bliss, they hold on from here, win this round, make it 5-3. A little bit of heartbreak to Rhythm if they can't win it from here. Seems like Rhythm are kind of stalled out here, stuck, unable to really make that next step. They know that they haven't got vert control. They know that Bliss have really got all of the angles covered. Jigsaw inside of Office, 10 seconds remaining. Ghoul absolutely beaten to a pulp. The Vax can't even get this plant down. He is so low, goes for it again, but they've already lost Leb and AFX. 5 versus 3. Now Vax is actually going to be able to get this diffuser down. Drex finds a shot back. Drex has got 2 all of a sudden. Makes it a 3 versus 3 with the plant down. Team Bliss, despite the vert control, have just started to lose a couple of players. Ghoul, now Vax, they've got some angles here.
Both so low on HP though. Ghoul does have West Main cross. Oda sees the gun, finds the kill. No Vax now left in the 1 versus 3, taken down by Jigsaw. Will retake the site, reclaim that diffuser, disable it in the process, and Team Bliss will be able to win the round.
Yeah, kind of messy towards the end, which I think is indicative of the fact that Rhythm never got vert control, never really put much pressure above or anything like that. Bliss were able to eventually, you know, sort of reconvene and retake the site. It was more so messy just simply because, well done to Drex, hit some nutty shots and was able to get it down to a 3 versus 3, but Bliss holding on. And it just felt Rhythm's attack kind of just got a little bit unstuck. It was almost like, all right, we tried above, didn't work. We're just going to go down below, see what happens, and ended up, honestly, almost making something of that, but just not enough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was just one-dimensional. As I said, you need to have control above, or at the very least, someone's just up there applying pressure and stopping the likes of Jigsaw denying the plant from above. If Jigsaw had played that a little bit better, honestly, the round would have been over a lot earlier because he did just narrowly miss that denial from above. Had he have played it a little bit better, Rhythm wouldn't have been able to get that plant down. So if they want to go for that dining and take and hit it more directly, they need to have someone still above. If you haven't cleared those players there, they'll be in a great position to deny the plant. So a slight oversight there from Rhythm, and Bliss doing a good job to read into that. Able to retake site, good composure, as you would expect. And yeah, a little bit of a worrying sign there from Rhythm, who are struggling a little bit to get consistency in this matchup. We're seeing shining lights here and there, but just not quite enough. They are in general being outclassed.
We'll see if this tactical timeout can maybe reignite things for Rhythm a little bit. They've been good. They've been enjoyable to watch after the first 2 rounds. Really, if you actually get rid of those first 2 rounds, it's 3-3 since then, which is probably a fair representation of the match. Nonetheless, though, we can't get rid of the first 2 rounds. They are there, and that's why it's 5-3. Bliss now on the verge of potentially grabbing match point. You're on defense as we head into round number 9 now. Once again, we're seeing a bit of Thunderbird. How have you seen the new operator, Guz? I mean, I personally find it hard to sort of judge the effectiveness of the chrono stations.
When Thunderbird was announced, I didn't think she would have too much of an impact, and the main basis for that argument is the fact that the headshot percentage is, I don't know, let's for argument's sake, somewhere from like 40 to 60%. So in almost half of every engagement, your health has no dictate. It doesn't dictate if you win the fight, because one shot equals a death for a headshot. So in that regard, I don't think it would be too useful, but we are seeing it employed in some of these positions where you have someone hunkered down, they're playing for their life, and they need to stay alive as long as possible. On Chalet, for example, we saw it on Library Stairs. On this objective, maybe inside of Solar or Half Ball, you can place those Kona stations and they will have an impact. I haven't seen necessarily where Repix has actually placed them, so I guess we'll find out. But yeah, probably having more of an impact so far, and will likely only be innovated upon more. Specker last night said that he thought Thunderbird was going to be really, really impactful, so we'll have to wait and see.
I do want to ask you, though, 5 Nitrocells on the side of Team Bliss. In the prior round, they had 1. They've now upgraded to 5.
Well, 4. Oda has shield.
No, Jigsaw's got C4 as well. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, 4. Okay. Wait, hang on a sec. Why does it say 5?
Yeah. I think it's a little bit buggy at the moment. But so it's like the grenades. Remember last night it was showing like 6 nades for like 2 people or whatever it was. Anyway,
I can't count.
You just got to tidy up on your color skills before tomorrow night.
No, on my counting skills.
Well, that too. It is an astute observation though. 4 nitros is still quite a bit.
There's
First one from Shade doesn't hit the mark. Drex has actually done a good job here to get solo control, and Shade is in a pretty poor position here. Honestly, he is caught in a really bad spot. Drex should be able to swing this.
Still another 3 Nitrocells to contend with as well. And a half. Todd over towards blue, and this should be a kill. Oh, actually a bit of a pre-fight from Leb. Almost caught Todd. Todd does not lose that fight though. Shade ended up getting the kill onto Drex as well. Shade, though, maybe just pushed out a little too aggressively inside of Solarium. Does give a kill back to Rhythm. Makes it 4 versus 3.
Good intel being gathered here by Jigsaw and those black eye cameras. Another nitro wasted, however. I think it did prevent the wall from getting open. No, it did not. Nice line of sight and entry point now established for the attack. Bliss, though, with the man advantage, should be able to hold on.
2 left. Todd and Repix with Nitrocell still available for Team Bliss. Make it 1 left. And make it none left. This one, though, how about lucky last from Todd? They had 4 of them. It took the final one to find a kill, but it's 4 versus 1 anyway. AFX with a bit of a ping, bit of information. We'll be able to capitalize on it. He gets the kill onto Todd, but he is stuck at trophy stands and he ain't going anywhere. It's match point, Guz, and you start to think this one's slipping away from Rhythm.
Decent groundwork there by Rhythm. They did manage to get the wall open. They probably weren't too far off attempting to get a plant down, but it was a very different approach to what we saw from Bliss. They weren't really applying as much pressure on the double window cross. They were really struggling getting control of bathroom, which meant that they couldn't have that sort of pincer that we did see from Bliss on their attacks. So a bit of a stark contrast there. Was eventually punished. Probably could have been a lot worse for the attack had Bliss have actually used their nitro cells a little bit more effectively. Only 1 netting a kill. But yeah, just across the board again, Bliss outclassing their opponents, and Rhythm, at least in comparison to their opponents, a little bit more lost. But again, they've had a roster change, and yeah, they're not one of the strongest teams in the region. So we're looking to see them just improve.
3 match points now for Team Bliss. And Rhythm find one last little ounce of ability to get back into this match. Or is it a bridge too far? I would suggest it's the latter. Team Bliss, of course, the kings of best of one. Oda has just been impeccable, though. 13-2-1. By far and away, Guz, the MVP of the night so far.
I would say so. If you could do something special here on the Clash, I'd be even more impressed, because last time he whipped it out, it was completely useless at the top of Library Stairs. It seems like they're probably going to go for a similar approach here. Repix, again, bringing that Thunderbird. Now, thankfully, for Bliss, they don't have that Capitao to contest with like they did last time. So if anything, it should be a little bit more effective. Still 9 flashbangs, I guess you have to deal with, and the nades from Ghoul, but I do think it will be a little bit more achievable.
Yeah, Jigsaw's been a little bit quiet so far. 6-4-3, but it's not just the Jigsaw show, is it? It's a team effort. On any given night, any of the Bliss members can all pop off and have big games and carry the load. What makes them so scary as a team. Spending this bar game site, they'll leave Solarium as an entry point for Rhythm. Of course, Oda, top of Library Stairs, as the makeshift shield. And then they've got the other one over towards the chimney position on the mezzanine.
Jigsaw, one of the best fraggers in OS, tasked with holding that position, and he's probably the kind of player you want playing there. Still taking swift control over towards Office with the rest of the team. Leb setting up on the window. He can flashbangs in towards this position. Top Library Stairs. That's the key location that Oda on Clash is trying to hold with the Repix behind.
Time is just starting to tick away a bit. They have not been able to deal with Oda. I think the issue last time was Oda pushed closer towards Library. I think if he does get displaced, he probably needs to go back down Library Stairs and not to give up that position and to split away from his teammates.
Oh, this is interesting.
Okay. It's a little bit different. Shade even going for a peek here. I think he might have thought he had some sort of information, but didn't. Ghoul actually found the kill onto Jigsaw. I'm not sure if that was just sort of like a guess, Guz, or if he thought he had info.
Yeah.
But the round is falling away from Bliss here.
Yeah, either way, it does leave 2 on site. Now 3 as he rotates back towards it, but now basically no one left. Todd now just inside of Barstock looking to hold on in the 1v5. It's fallen apart here.
Okay.
For Bliss. 4s from Rhythm.
I don't want to take anything away from Rhythm, but that was a strange round from Bliss. Just a little bit strange. Kovacs paying off.
Cool. Look, we've seen it twice now, the Clash and the Thunderbird on Library Stairs, and
it's not working.
Not a fan. Nah, it's not working. I really wish it would, but it just isn't. And honestly, Rhythm didn't even do that great of a job clearing at that time. They burnt the ADSs with flashbangs, they sent in nades, and they didn't actually do a whole lot, yet it still didn't quite stick. So either the execution isn't there from Bliss, or just the setup is fundamentally flawed. I think seeing it twice now, I'm probably leaning more in towards it just being flawed, and it's probably not really the play. Now, one thing I need to know is, IQ's eyes, dude, they are 100% different on this operator preview screen, and it is absolutely tripping me. I don't know what it is about them, but they are different, and it's really, really annoying me. Sorry,
cool.
I just had to...
No one asked though, but anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
I was actually about to say that you could, in the interview to come, actually ask about the Clash Thunderbird setup and get some...
If Bliss win.
Well, if they win, I guess it's 6-4 now. Rhythm at least made this a little bit more of a contest with 2 rounds separating these 2 teams. We head down to Kitchen Dining. I do kind of expect Bliss to win from here. It would be definitely quite controversial if they don't.
Controversial?
It would be controversial.
Controversial?
I can't speak English today.
I thought you were trying to make some shitty joke, but no, you just misspoke.
No, I did.
God, I did not look forward to listening to you tomorrow night, but
Attackers have located a bomb.
anyway. I do look forward to concluding this match potentially here in round 11. And Rhythm, they put up a bit more of a fight, head this game to overtime. Now, I did mention IQ's funny eyes in the op selection phase, but she isn't to be laughed at. Did get buffed heading into Crystal Guard. She can now spot out exactly what gadgets are on her scanner. She can ping them out to teammates as well, so she's quite effective in finding utility. And with Valkyrie being available in the hands of Todd, he will be able to find those cameras and counter them directly. So keen to see just how much of an impact Drex will have, as well as the scanner. I mean, he just has a fantastic primary weapon as well that he can work with. And there you go, you can see him pinging out those Valk cams. Right on cue.
It's like a little peek, shoot and run and hope you don't get caught in the process. This is good though for Rhythm. And honestly, no pun intended, but if they can win this round, they can probably find themselves with a bit of rhythm going into the next round to maybe send it to OT. Which, if they can send it to OT from this point, guys, they would match Stage 2 their points already in the first Playday.
They need to clear above, though. Last time they played this objective, that was their downfall. They need to get control above, or at least post someone there to prevent Bliss from denying the plan and being in a position to retake site. They have blown open the wall. No one actually playing that position at the moment from Bliss. But as we saw last time, Jigsaw rotated late. Look at him. He's lurking inside a bedroom. He's ready and waiting for that call to come through for the execute. He's just going to go to half wall and deny the plant if no one from Rhythm is there to stop him.
Pretty sure we saw Ghoul and AFX. Ghoul actually has just gone back down. AFX, I think, was holding library stairs. They almost need to sort of push in and, at the very least, take Piano and office control if possible, or at least put pressure on it, make it very difficult to stay above dining. 54 seconds, still a bit of time. Of course, that wall has already opened up for Rhythm. But yeah, as you already pointed out, guys, this is kind of how it played out last time. It's very one-dimensional. Bliss still have vert control.
Echo Drains as well already waiting. Those Yokais can deny the plant as well. Jigsaw above. I mean, they've got the perfect pinch here. They are ready and waiting on the side of the defense. It's going to be very, very challenging for Rhythm.
Yeah, and Rhythm's just going to have to hit some nutty shots. Really. Jade getting some free intel. AFX, well, if they're going to have to hit it, may as well get the first one out of the way. Now they've got the man advantage. Todd, ready to swing from West Main. He's got a nice little angle, I think, over towards Novax. Yokai drone goes up, then comes straight back down. Now Novax can get the plant down. Frag grenade does go out, but it's unable to find anything. That's the Yokai drone being successful onto Novax. The time, it's pretty close. I don't know if he's got this. He doesn't! Wait, Rhythm's still won the round anyway. Wait, hang on. Hang on, how much time did he have? How much time on the kills there?
Can we get a replay?
We need I need like a slow motion replay.
Yeah. Slow-mo replay, Prod, please.
I was not even looking. I was only eyes on that timer, guys. I missed the kills. And I'm pretty sure they just won the round for Rhythm. Well, I definitely did.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I need a replay to digest that round again because that was pretty wild. Rhythm did a decent job setting up in terms of establishing themselves for the plant. AFX did really good work up above to find Jigsaw for that kill, but yeah, it just fell apart there. So many kills raining out. Yeah, very difficult. I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I'm literally just sitting there glued at that timer. And then as it ticks down, I'm looking at like the red timer at the top, near the match point, and I'm like watching the two of them, and I'm thinking, actually, I'm pretty sure this plant timer is not going to be done in time. And then suddenly I look at the kill feed, and there's like 3 kills. Crazy end to a round. Rhythm, can they force OT? Can they match their point score from Stage 2 against the king of best of ones, guys? Or is this going to be heartbreak again? Is this just setting them up for another 7-5 loss?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Who knows? Rhythm don't like to be let down easy, that's for sure, though. They like to make it as painful as possible, but on the same token, they're really putting up a great fight here. That last round, yeah, look, still don't quite know how to digest that one, but they put down a really good effort to hold out the onslaught there from Bliss. They put so much plant denial and did a really good job in trying to disrupt up above, but yeah, it wasn't quite enough inside of the defense. And now Bliss under a little bit of pressure. They only lost a single best of 1 in Stage 2. They are the BO1 Kings. They almost went flawless. Imagine losing the opening Playday to Rhythm. That would not go down well.
It would also make their task of finishing first once again very difficult if it does play out that way. It's not like it's season defining or anything, but boy, is it not ideal. That's whatsoever, basically. What a position Team Bliss now find themselves in, or at least for Rhythm to find themselves in. A chance to send it to OT. Master Office. To Team Bliss, it almost seems like they're shutting up shop already, guys. Like a very defensive approach here. Not much in way of forward-facing aggression towards Rhythm, just allowing them to push up through the mezzanine, through library, take control, and then make their way through Office.
Mez wall now opened by Novex with that exothermic charge. AFX monitoring the run out as the Thermite will drone forward. Half wall pinged out. That's Shade playing that position. A Kona station alongside to aid him in his ventures. We'll go to heal him back up if he takes any damage. In fact, he is overstimmed at the moment. He can try and swing wide. A little bit risky there considering again he has a holo in hand. Now he's not being pressured from the office balcony outside here to the east. So he can play a little bit more loosely, but if that gets tightened up, Rhythm should be able to flush this player out and then go for a half wall plant.
Just under a minute remaining. 5 versus 5. It couldn't really get any more tense than this. Shade's going to find a head though. Novex, oh, he found a second. Oh no. Is it heartbreak once again for Rhythm? They've gotten so close, guys, to getting it to OT. They deserve a point from this game. AFX is still up, 11-8-3. They need him to find a few kills. Lev gets caught as well. Todd goes down. The trade at least comes through from Drex. But unfortunately, he's the solo in 1 versus 4. Heartbreak once again for Rhythm. The early GG. How many times can this team lose 7-5? That is just mentally draining if you're Rhythm. Team Bliss, though, secure all 3 points.
It was a great start to the map for Bliss. 2 flawless rounds to open up proceedings. Then it got a little bit dicey, but they did a good job to correct the ship and they sailed to that 3-point victory, or 3 points to the standings, a 7-5 result. I don't think they'll be overly happy necessarily with how that map played out, but a win is a win at the end of the day, and it's only the first Playday, so there's always going to be some cobwebs to blow out.
Yeah, exactly. I think you've summarized it really well there. For Team Bliss, they get the 3 points, they escape. Honestly, they just escape what could have been a large upset there. Unfortunately, though, for Rhythm, another 7-5 loss. Again, just falling short. Again, an honorable loss. Vast, this is basically Rhythm that we have been seeing stage 1, stage 2. They look all right in some of these rounds, but they can never get points.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking seeing it happen, you know, over and over again. They just struggle to start off the game strong. They didn't even get a kill until round 3, so yeah, I think this game for them was just not starting off strong. It's a big point.
Guys, obviously for Team Bliss, it started off peachy. They had the 2 flawless rounds. We thought, right, this is going to go to script, but credit to Rhythm. They threw the script in the bin, and they really brought a contest here on Chalet. Ultimately, though, for Team Bliss, this is a map they don't have a whole lot of experience on. They've gained probably some invaluable experience courtesy of Rhythm.
Yeah, the best of 1 season against some of these quote-unquote weaker opponents is a good opportunity to test out maps and get some mileage on them in a competitive environment when there is a little bit of pressure and you know, you really want to perform. Yeah, Bliss, they tried out some experimental things, the Clash and the Thunderbird combo. We saw a couple of different setups here and there. Didn't all work out, but at the end of the day, you know, they got the dub over the board. Dub over the board. I don't even know if that makes sense.
They got the dub over the board.
But yeah, it worked out for them.
For Vast, I mean, seriously, this is heartbreaking for Rhythm. For Bliss, it's job done. They'll move on from this. But for Rhythm, where do they go from this? Because it's another 7-5 loss. Again, no points. Do they just look at this as like, I don't even know. Is it just same old, same old? Are they even happy with this sort of result? Because obviously we know that Team Bliss had a very successful best of 1 sort of regular stage campaign in stage 2. So this sort of result's actually not that bad on face value, but it's just sort of the same old for Rhythm.
I think the fashion that they lost in probably brought a lot of emotions from last season. It's kind of frustrating seeing Rhythm they didn't really change their playstyle from last season. It kind of looks like the same old Rhythm. I want to see some change from these guys. I want to see some more aggression, some more risk. You know, they are facing relegations. They've got nothing to lose. I think they're just playing a bit too passive, and Bliss were just able to play to their strengths and were given the room to do what they want to do.
Oda was fascinating. He was extraordinary. He was everything, guys. 2.51 player rating, 13-4, +1 on the entry. Did just about everything. Generally, when it does come to Bliss, and this is just my observation of it, it seems like it's always like one player goes absolutely insane, and the other 4 all have pretty good games.
Yeah, probably a fair assumption. And I mean, often when we talk about that sort of play style, the terms or the flags of inconsistency start to arise. But for whatever reason, in the best of one format, which inherently is a little bit more volatile, they seem to thrive in it. So it seems to work out for them. Oda, despite playing Clash a handful of rounds, yeah, still able to frag out, having quite an impact. But again, it wasn't like anyone else was really lagging behind, and overall, just a solid performance. Jigsaw, arguably a little bit quieter, but again, still had an impact when required, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Bliss as a team, they can all stand up, have big moments. Let's go and have a chat, though. The big man himself, Oda, fresh off of that victory, fresh off of a great performance. Oda, I must say, firstly, probably not the result you were looking for despite getting the 3 points. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Honestly, Rhythm came out strong tonight, I guess. Like, obviously the first few rounds we had them, like 2 flawless rounds, and then, you know, they bring it back. They didn't just, like, take those rounds, and, like, their mental was still strong, I guess, for them. Like, they bring it back, and, like, well done to them for keeping their heads up.
Yeah, Oda, good to see you as always. Keen to hear your thoughts on Spruce. Of course, jumping on board, a lot of experience in that big head of his. How much of an impact has he had so far?
Spruce has actually done a lot of work, to be honest. Like, every day I've seen him in the chat just posting a bunch of, like, spreadsheets on teams and stuff, and just, you know, doing what he has to do. He's actually done a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that was my question as well, but I guess I want to talk about, like, obviously you guys are quite a good BO1 team in the regular season. You're very dominant. I want to talk about what you guys did in the off season. Obviously, you lost the Chiefs in the BO5 finals for Stage 2. I just want to know, is there anything in particular you guys have worked on? Was there anything highlighted from that tournament that you guys were like, all right, we need to improve on this for next season?
I think it's changing strats around. Like, we always doing the same stuff. Like, so we play our best of ones, and then it comes to playoffs, we're still running the same stuff. So I think it's going to come down to changing it up a bit, and you know, just playing more maps, I guess, working on every map, so we have more room to, like, move around with, not just like the same map, same playstyle.
Oda, before I give you the floor, I do just want to ask about the Thunderbird and the Clash at the top of Library Stairs. Didn't quite work out, but I like to see the innovation. What's the go there?
Normally it's just teams, you know, they use the Capital and the nades, and you lose a lot of HP from that. So, like, the Thunderbird's there, you know, we have Todd smoking from below, which install them, and then it's just like Rebix getting his HP back up, or even me, and then we can just contest them again and not let them take that control. But yeah, I don't know, they just gunned us on that play. It didn't work.
I love to see at least some innovation there from you guys. Any final thoughts, shout outs to the fans?
Shout out to the fans in the chat, shout out to Team Bliss, you know, always looking out for us, and just like, yeah, good org, great org.
Bliss up, best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Bliss up, see you tomorrow.
So, Team Bliss, they survived the scare, guys. 7-5 victory over Rhythm. They get all 3 points, unfortunately for Rhythm. It's happened again. That seems to be the story from this particular matchup. Guz, you mentioned sort of brushing off the cobwebs. That's kind of probably what it feels like the most. But most importantly, what Oda sort of touched on there is just trying some different things here. Using the regular stage, new maps, some new strats. And I guess because of that, you're maybe not going to get those 7-2 stomps.
Yeah, and I think that links back into, I mean, my question for us as well, Spruce jumping on board. I think that's probably going to allow them, if Spruce does seriously put in the work, they'll have a lot more groundwork to actually go off. That will deepen their map pool, their strategy pool, we won't see the same old things. We did see some of that innovation today, not all of it successful, but again, yeah, like you mentioned, good to see them testing the waters a little bit. I can only assume that's going to improve. I'm keen to see them trial out some other maps. If they have other stuff cooked up, especially on the reworked maps, they could be a real threat.
Vast, final thoughts, I guess, on this matchup before we wrap it and throw to a break?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with everything. It's good to hear that, you know, Bliss are kind of working on, you know, those mistakes that were apparent in the playoffs. And, you know, you're going to have games like this where they're not going to be the cleanest, but it will be better for them long term if they can have a better map pool.
Definitely agree with that. I think the long-term benefits should pay off for Bliss, and they have the short-term benefits as well, all 3 points. One game to go tonight, Chiefs versus Wildcard on the other side of the break.
Bomb located by attackers. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers. Attackers drop the bomb.
At Livin, we are breaking the stigma of mental health. Everything we do is about empowering people to speak up, because it ain't weak to speak. Join us on the 14th of October as we host our first ever Giving Day, called Giving for Living. Over a 12-hour period, all donations will be matched through the generosity of our matching donors. This means that $20 transforms to $40, which can provide 2 conversations with a school-aged child about mental health. $100 transforms to $200, which can provide 10 conversations with a school-aged child about mental health, and so on. Donate and follow the campaign at livin.org/giving. Help us have more conversations with the youth of Australia so we can continue to break the stigma of mental health.
I'm Morgan Ishizaka. I play support for the Chiefs, and what you don't know about me is that I studied marine biology at university. Yeah, when I was little I really liked fishing. I just had an interest in a lot of marine life. My name, Fisher Guy, sort of ties into my interest in marine life as well, because when I was little and coming up with a username for my first computer game that I was playing, Minecraft, I named myself Fisher Guy. Favorite marine animal? Probably just be fish, yeah. You know, there's a lot of fish. It's hard to pin down one that might be my favorite. It's good to understand many fish, not just one. Yeah, a lot of people have come to me with questions about fish, but all I can remember now is just stuff about Siege. So the Siege operator that I think would make the best marine biologist would probably be Wamai. In-game, he's wearing a wetsuit, and in one of his cinematics, he's swimming around in the ocean. Some fish grunt. I don't know, there's all kinds of sounds that they can make.
I'm not letting you get up unless you say blah, 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 blah.
No, please no.
My My name is Patrick Wines. I play support for Wildcard, but what you don't know about me is that I'm a very average skier. I started skiing after year 12. Me and my mates went to a trip to Japan and I learned to ski there. Spent a week in Tokyo, spent a week on the mountain. It was pretty amazing. I picked skis instead of snowboard because all my friends were doing it, so just copied them pretty much. How do I describe how good I am? I'd say I'm a pretty average skier. Nothing special, but I can get things done. Yeah, I can go down the hill. So my worst skiing story was one of the slopes just opened up and I went down. It was like freshly groomed. And I went down way too fast and right at the bottom of the slope. It wasn't groomed, so I ended up just face planning. Tons of people watching as well, so it wasn't the best. The siege operator I would most like to snuggle up with in a snowy chateau would be Buck. You know, got the experience in the mountains, got the whole snowy theme to him, plus he's Canadian. My favourite thing about glade skiing would be just going through the trees with not many people there. Less people do see if you fall over, so that's good.
Well, it's basically confirmed. Spruce is definitely not the problem yet for Bliss after the back of their 7-5 victory over Rhythm. One game to go tonight, though. Chiefs versus Wildcard coming up very shortly. And Vast, you're going to be finally dissecting your former team as they head into this match. I just have to ask, are you excited for this one more than any of the others?
Yeah, I'm really excited to roast Digital. I mean, I used to do it all the time, and now, you know, I get paid to do it, so it's just such a good feeling.
You get paid? Whoa. Oh, jeez.
Jeez, he's on a better package than we are.
Guys, honestly, looking ahead already to this matchup for Wildcard, they had an awful start in APAC South. I'll be hoping that that doesn't happen again here tonight in OCN.
Yeah, an awful start to APAC South, and honestly, it's been a pretty awful year in general for Wildcard. They started off on the back foot when Diesel unfortunately departed quite suddenly. We had Silex jump in stage 1, he jumped out, Milo jumped in. There's been all kinds of jumping in and out, but no consistency. Worthy, though, on the side of Chiefs, has been consistent alongside the rest of his roster. I don't know why I singled out Worthy there, that was super weird. And they're not even consistent, because Ethan's jumped in. Vast, of course, washed up now on the caster desk, and Ethan with a lot of previous experience in Pro League dating back to the Atletico days, even further back than that. A lot to bring to this roster.
Vast, I know you're new to the broadcast and new to the desk, but we'll throw you in the deep end here. Have you got any clue about any of these guys on this roster?
Nah, I don't know. I don't really know them that well. Yeah, I mean, that Ethan guy seems alright.
That's true. That's a pretty good pickup.
I've heard a few decent things about Worthy.
Do you honestly think Ethan coming into this lineup should make them a better team than when they had Vast?
They've lost a lot of jokes, but yeah, I think ultimately they will be a better team in the long term.
That's nice to say. I gotta say, you're being too modest at the moment. Guys, I mean, the Chiefs, they're back-to-back champions. They're going for 3 in a row. They're riding an all-time high. They had a great start in APAC South as well yesterday with their 7-3 victory over Elevate. They broke that curse. Ethan's looking good without doing anything amazing as well, right? Like, he just seems like he's slotted in.
Yeah, last night was, I mean, it wasn't a loud performance, a quiet one. It was kind of just pretty modest. He got his job done. We did see him playing a little bit more of a support role. I can't remember the exact operators he was playing outside of Smoke, which is a little bit unusual for Ethan. I remember back in the day when he was playing for Wildcard, very frag heavy. He was the guy that you would send in on the Ashe, on the Jaeger. He was getting work done. So maybe now with Fast jumping out, he's kind of had to fulfill a little bit more of a support role. Again, keen to see how that transition continues. But yeah, across the board, Chiefs looking great. I can only guess they're going to continue to improve.
Their opponents for tonight, they're in red. It's Wildcard Gaming. They had a 7-1 loss in APAC South against the Knights. They are a team that has yet to make the playoffs in any way, shape, or form in Stage 1 or Stage 2. They will be looking to try and do so in this stage, but Vast, I think it's very unlikely that they're going to be favored to do so. Certainly a possibility, because when you look at these names, you look at this roster, and you look at these faces, except Molosca, this is a team that you would still back to find some form at some point and find a way into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch these guys play and you see them struggle, it's really a shame because they're really good players, and I think that they're at a point where they're just trying to figure out, what's going wrong, and it seems like that it's taken a long time. They've, brought in a coach in Rousty to maybe aid with that. Personally, I think I'm hoping that they've done some role changes from Stage 2, and it kind of looked like they have last night. I think putting Gio back on more of that role already looked a lot better. Yeah, I think there's still a lot of question marks with this team.
Guys, I'll get your thoughts on Wildcard here. Of course, Stage 1 was a complete write-off, right? Like, no expectations were put on Wildcard to do anything in Stage 1. Stage 2 was a sort of development stage. Molosca came in, did some really good things. Stage 3, though, obviously not off to a great start in APAC South. To be fair, they did play Knights, who are, APAC South champions. But there's no more, I guess, we'll say excuses is probably the word.
Yeah, Stage 3 is... I don't think we can emphasize just how critical this stage really is. Wildcard, no joke, are at a really serious threat of making relegations, right? It's basically a two-horse race between them and Rhythm. Whoever has the better Stage 3 will avoid relegations. Rhythm, unfortunately, didn't pick up any points tonight, so that's a leg up to Wildcard. If they sneak something here, then they already have the advantage. But, yeah, Wildcard need to undergo even more improvement. It slowly did start to see that in Stage 2. I think, as Vast mentioned, some role change-ups are probably well advised. If they can pull that off throughout Stage 3, it could pay dividends. I don't think we're going to see it necessarily pay dividends immediately. Chiefs going to be a very, very tough opponent to start things off, but no doubt a learning experience for them.
Yeah, it's a very much rough start to both APAC South Life for Stage 3 against Knights and now OCN against the Chiefs. For Wildcard, let's go to the map vetoes, though. So far, we've had Oregon, then Clubhouse, then Chalet,
what the hell?
Yes! Get Bank. We actually had a bit of a discussion prior to the stream going live. I think we actually posed the question, what's the best map Wildcard could get? Was it not Bank that we said, Vast?
Yep, it was Bank.
Yeah?
Oh, wow, I am... I'm just excited
guys,
to Bank. What do we even...
Take the floor.
I don't even know what we expected. It has been so long since we've seen Bank in competitive. It's been well over a year and a bit now, I believe. The one thing that Wildcard have going for them... I mean, actually, no, both teams have it going for them. They've been around for so long. They've both played Bank extensively. I'm just interested to see how the map shapes up. There's been a couple of minor changes here and there that could significantly impact open area in particular, a lot more viable than it was previously as they removed the hatch in the middle of the room. Basement now, there's a bit more variety in your attack approach. Back attacks are probably going to be a little bit more prominent in through Vault. Yeah, whichever team, again, has done their homework and has scrimmed on the TTS is really going to benefit here. If teams have put in the hard yards and actually scrimmed on the TS and have adjusted to the map, they could really blow their opponents out the water. Wildcard, they have a great opportunity here to outclass their opponents if they have done that homework.
Bast, I have to ask you now, of course, you can give us your very much unbiased opinion or your biased opinion, but has Wildcard won this map veto?
I actually think they have. I thought that Wildcard would have a chance if they were to take Chiefs to a more even map. And I think Bank is an even map because despite it not really having huge changes, I still think that with Chiefs having to bring in Ethan, they've had to catch up on bringing him, incorporating him. And I think this game will be who's got the most experience on Bank right now.
Do you think that, I guess, maybe the other way to look at it is Chiefs maybe looking to try and get ahead of the competition here, get an early look in to Bank and how it's going to play out? I think I could be wrong here, but I think you guys actually played, say you guys, like you're still on the team, you played Chalet pretty early on as well when it came back into the map pool. So I'll get your final thoughts, but do you buy into that theory at all?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as a new map or a reworked map came out, our thought process was just to play it quickly, and we didn't really want to be the ones that banned it. We wanted everyone else to ban it. So it seems like, the boys have still subscribed to that kind of idea. And to be honest, not too much has changed. When Bank was around, we were actually pretty decent at it. So I wonder if, a lot of those kind of old strats or comfortability will come back.
Final scoreline, if you had to give one, or basically just who do you think is going to win this game?
Chiefs, probably 7-4.
That's pretty respectful. Well, that's going to be match discussion done. Let's head straight over to Bank. Grab your credit cards. Let's swipe. Let's get some money. Guz, can you believe it? We actually got Bank to close out the night for Stage 3 of Oceanic Nationals.
I've never been this excited for a game of Bank in my life. It's been so long since I have been excited to watch some Bank. Again, when it was back in the day, towards the end of its life cycle, it was probably one of the most boring maps to watch. Got super stale, but hoping that the rework has spiced it up a little bit. Now, we have seen Bank touched a little bit in Tier 1 at least. EUL played it 3 times in the first Playday. From what I saw, and that was a limited amount. I had to do a shitty unit assignment today, so I didn't have much time.
Oh, excuses already.
There wasn't, honestly, that much innovation. It looked pretty similar to an old match of Bank. So I'm hoping that these teams, again, spent that time on the TTS to try out something new, bring some innovation into the server. Whichever team can out-innovate and throw off their opponents, likely to win.
Look, I'm going to be also very honest here. I've never seen a game of competitive Bank.
I'm scared. Do you know the map?
Ever.
At least a bit? Or...
Oh, yeah. I love actually playing Bank.
Okay.
It's actually one of my favorite maps.
Okay.
And we've had some good times in it as well in our ranked sessions too. So I'm more than okay there. But yeah, it's going to be first for me. Flores taken out. Thatcher, Mirror, pretty standard bans. I mean, the Flores one is the only one I would look at and say, well, is that Bank specific? Is that a player ban sort of thing? And then the Clash is also going to be banned out by Wildcard. But, we don't have much information to really go off, of course. We don't really want to go deep diving into some of the old Bank stats and the old Bank ways of things. This is pretty much like, as you said, new changes. But most importantly, it's been a long time since we've had Bank anyway. So we go into this one with a fresh look into it. Wildcard on the defense first, Chiefs on the attack. And we go into Executive and CEO.
Top 4 first. The objective that was one of the last to be innovated upon on the old Bank. In terms of new Bank, in its reworked form, top floor not overly changed. The only major discrepancy to the old map that we're probably going to notice is the fact that lobby, you can't get the same lines of sight from parking across from those huge windows. They have now been boarded up, so you can't sit back and spawn over towards the west and peek in towards the objective itself. So nice quality of life change. It depends on how much that's actually going to change up competitive, hard to read into. But I mean, early signs already here from the Goyo and Molosca, those Vulcan shields, placing them to face east. So anticipating a square take here from the Chiefs. Again, being a brand new map, I highly doubt either of these teams have actually scrimmed each other on this map. I mean, that would make no sense. So they don't really know how they're going to approach it. Are the Chiefs going to go for a lobby take, go up banana and go that way, throw off this setup? I don't know. We'll have to see.
HP Omen community vote is in favor of the Chiefs, 82% to 18%. I can agree with that one. That is for sure. Of course, make sure you follow at R6 Esports OCA and at Omen by HP_NZ for tomorrow so that you can vote on the community vote for tomorrow's games. Of course, we are back tomorrow for more OCN action. It'll be myself, Manic, and Vast bringing the action. So lots of excitement, probably very little analysis. Which kind of like this game, I guess, as well.
Bomb located by attackers.
What do you mean, mate? I'm going to bring hardcore Bank analysis, mate.
Come on.
I've watched thousands of hours of EUL on this map. I'm well equipped. No, I watched about 3 rounds, so feeling ready to go. Pre-placed drone inside of lobby here for the Chiefs, indicating that maybe they'll go for something up banana. The main stairs in that lobby position. I don't mind this setup from Wildcard over towards stock, getting pretty creative there with the 3 ADS devices, the line of sight as well to protect the Vulcan. As I say that though, ADS devices being juggled currently by Emo. He'll place those inside of the elevator, which has been reworked. It's now the elevator to the west that's open. The awkward vault, I believe, as well has been adjusted a little bit, if not removed. So a bit more comfortable for Vinny to play this position, but still critically important as the Chiefs try to pressure it.
Almost get kind of consulate vibes there for a moment with the rappel looking in through the window. Minute and a half.
Look at that, the dual upside down rappel in lobby. This is nuts.
Digital wanting to push up those lobby stairs. A little bit of a hesitation at the moment, I think, from the Chiefs here on the attack as to how they're going to really push forward. Ethan, quite literally outside. Vinny not giving up his position inside of the elevator, but I think this is right now a win for Wildcard when it comes down to the time. Our favoured here with a minute left.
ADS devices cleared, that nade not getting caught, instead taking them out. Now Vinny's in a very compromised position. Fisher still has 2 frag grenades remaining. With those shots raining out, the Chiefs will know that he's in this position. GO elsewhere though does drop Digital on that conference boost, that long desk boost. Fisher does trade one back, however, leaves it in the 4-on-4, but the Chiefs trying to force themselves up Banana. Ethan does get one more. If Vinny loses this fight, it's surely over. Molosca and Pat to hold on.
Yeah, Vinny does lose the fight in the end. Chiefs now completely outnumber Molosca and Pat. Molosca does still have a Nitrocell in his back pocket. The gas babe just proving to be enough to hide Ethan for a split second. He swung out. He got the kill. Molosca got a kill back. A lot of damage onto Worthy as well. Fisher guy, though, going to get this plant down. Nitrocell is going to be ripped, but doesn't find the mark. User planted. Molosca now stuck in the hallway position, and he's not going to be able to move much more forward from here.
Transitions over towards the top of wide stairs, but Fisher ready and waiting. His ex-teammate will take him down. Clean shot. Bit of a wind-up attack there from the Chiefs, looking to take that Banana control, but they made it work with Kanto exposed and the elevator cleared when Vinny was dropped. It was pretty smooth sailing from that point onwards.
Yeah, it took them a little while, I think, though, the Chiefs. In the first minute and a half, it definitely was that sort of slow approach, playing off the rappel game, trying to find a few targets, win a couple of those ones. Wildcard obviously putting a lot of emphasis on Vinny inside of the elevator. Didn't quite work out, and once Chiefs kind of got up above lobby stairs, they basically just overwhelmed Wildcard from there, had that 2-man advantage and played it off perfectly. But it is very, I will say this, guys, refreshing to be on a new map. It's kind of like when we first had Chalet come in. It's always exciting. It's always nice. We head down to the basement, though. This is where it does get interesting, whether or not we see too much of a change. Obviously, the vault changes are going to be there. Of course, the parking lot entryway has been opened up slightly as well. I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference, but yeah, whether or not we still see that sort of blue stairs hold. I was watching one of the EUL vaults, and it was very extensive over there as well.
Yeah, now I did hear some pros hypothesize when the map was announced that maybe we'll see some more extensions above and roam games on the downstairs defense. We're yet to really see that come into realization. I'm assuming it's probably going to be a similar case to Clubhouse, where we'll have to wait and see one prominent team in the world, pull it off, and then we'll probably see other teams follow. So at the moment, a little bit more stock standard. Pat with the Tachanka can play Plantinal in combination with Vinny. So I'm not overly interested in what we're going to see here from the defense because it literally looks like year one. I'm keen to see what Chiefs are going to pull off here on the attack. Will they go for that back push to the west, utilize that new hatch that now drops in towards the vault, or will they go for a blue take server and try and bait out that Plantinal?
On the Jackal. Great map for Jackal as well.
A bomb has been
Actually
located.
surprised it honestly made its way through. God Legend can get to work as well, clearing a lot of this. So top-down approach for the Chiefs, not too surprising. More than anything, it's sort of what you mentioned before, whether or not Wildcard or teams playing from down below, would they roam up above? Would they extend above, be aggressive? But it's so far shaping up to be a turtle.
Chiefs, they're reading well into that. Really, really quick map control, which is a really positive sign for them. Allows them to open up these hatches quite freely.
Minute and a half remaining here as they eventually get these hatches opened up. You can see the emphasis as well. Wildcard, 2 players over towards the vault area. Gio trying to see if he can get a cheeky little kill as that hatch does get opened up. So far, no real action taking place. Chiefs doing what they need to do, but Wildcard not offering much in way of trying to slow them down.
Geo in classic Pulse fashion can sit in gold. Nitro flies out, hits the mark there onto Worthy. Now keep an eye on Pat. He's playing deep inside of lockers. He can bring out that Shamika launcher, shoot out that fire in towards that default plant position, which will now be a little bit trickier for the Chiefs, being a man down. Fisho will create a crouch hole in towards the objective if he has enough fuel remaining. I think it's going to be tight. He makes his way back up to square. Gold Legion and Ethan meanwhile swinging in towards parking, going for a flank. Molosca there though to greet them, says hello. Shoots out some shots, takes a little bit of damage, but will survive. The Chiefs really struggling now with time against them.
Hatch is trying to also buy quite a lot more time here, trying to deny this entry. Digital, 20 seconds left, and he's not able to make his way in. Ethan, God Legion, both inside of this garage area, coming in at the last second, trying to provide a bit of a flanking opportunity. God Legion does eventually go down. Fisher guy will almost stick that plant, doesn't quite manage it though. Digital, the 1v3. How many times have we seen this happen before? He's found 2. Unfortunately, time not on his side, and Wildcard do defend successfully.
That was, to be brutally honest, that was a really, really disappointing attack there from the Chiefs. They had 2 minutes to work with there. They did a fantastic job gaining map control. They knew top floor was clear, first floor was clear. All they had to do was work the hatches and formulate a plan for the approach to the site. They did try to switch things up a little bit, send 2 players in parking and go for a bit of a flank, try and cut off that cross across red, but didn't really work out. A little bit too awkward for them. Great counterplay from Wildcard. Pat sitting deep on the Tachanka, wasted a lot of time there on the plant. Early Nitro from Geo as well proved to be really effective in giving his team the man advantage. So yeah, unfortunate there for the Chiefs. That was honestly just reflective of what a bank blue take kind of entails. It's really not the play I don't think we're going to see come back into the meta anytime soon.
We head over to kitchen open area for round 3, or staff open area, however you want to call it. This is probably a site that I would expect Wildcard to play off of a little bit more than sort of the previous 2. Unless they kind of want to continue with this approach of playing it safe. There's nothing wrong with playing it safe, and you know, we kind of, I guess, saw it in that last round, guys, where Wildcard didn't really offer much. They were very defensive, turtle on site, and the Chiefs just couldn't really do anything to punish them.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how aggressive they do play offside here in open area. It is the one objective, arguably, in the rework that offers the biggest window of opportunity for teams to innovate, and if you've done so well really early, it's basically a way to get a free win on the defense if you've played it properly. Now, we did see a bit of innovation in sight. Emo Room with a couple of cheeky angles with the Maestro cameras pre-placed to deny that vault-in. Elsewhere, rotations into archives, footholds, over towards, rotation in fact over towards the main stairs. So Wildcard allowed to play quite fluidly here. I don't believe they're playing top floor at all though. But again, with that hatch being taken away, where Gold Legion's at now, down below in towards site, you don't necessarily have to hold above as aggressively as you did previously.
Gold Legion looking to just clear out a few of these electronics now from the second floor. Top down for the Chiefs. That is one thing that they have been good at so far here on Bank, is really clearing a lot of these floors above and then making their way down. Wildcard need to be careful that they do roam out a little bit more here on this open area site. That do be careful with their positioning. Chiefs are quick to get on the move and could catch someone off guard, but haven't really been able to see Wildcard too much here, but they're not offering anything above, like you said.
That does allow Digital, their vert player, to use that sledgehammer to full effect, gain lines of sight down below, and cut off some of these rotations that have been pre-established by Wildcard. Here on the pulse, gaining intel, and Vinny with those black eye cameras seemingly will be able to as well. A lot of work being done here by the Chiefs, no frags to show for it just yet, but the groundwork being put in place for when they go for the execute, they can prevent Wildcard from re-entering site.
Definitely a bit more of an emphasis on Wildcard playing around that sort of Talos Archives area, extending, we'll say, sideways position. Vinny finds himself in an elevator once again. Oh, headshot? No, he missed it all, actually. Ethan, though, was eliminated by Pat elsewhere. Keeps Wildcard with that one-man advantage. 50 seconds left to the round. And rather slow approach again here from the Chiefs. And It's going to come back to bite them with the last 45 seconds ticking down. They haven't really been able to establish too much here. Digital, chance gone begging there from CEO.
Yeah, Pat able to retreat back towards site. Digital chases, but doesn't quite catch him. And I believe Pat now, yeah, inside of E-Box. That's a very difficult position for Digital to read into. No doubt he'll probably walk past that and get flanked late. Fisho, meanwhile, Kit up above. Needs to try and drop down and think about a plan. God Legion does find the first for the Chiefs, but Vinny's still inside of Elevator. Could pose a threat.
Just under 20 seconds left. Digital, though, finds a kill. He's got 3 now entirely in this match. Fisher Guy trying to stick this diffuser down. Vinny finally swings out. Perfectly timed. Fisher Guy tries to do the same, but he walks straight into Vince here. Wildcard, take 2 rounds in a row.
A really strong side-base extension there from Wildcard. The Chiefs looking a little bit lost there. They did, again, good job in gaining control up above, and they did establish Vert, but they didn't really make it count, unable to find any picks. And then when it came crunch time for the execute, that Vert that they established didn't really offer much in being able to prevent those players from getting back in towards the site. Elevator as well, uncontested, and Vinny able to swing through late and find a couple of picks for himself. So a good start for Wildcard. The first 3 rounds, a decent stock take, I think, for them so far. They've shown that, you know, they've done their homework. They've created some decent strats so far that are working out, and they'll be looking to replicate that form here on second floor. Keep in mind, last time they struggled with that lobby take from the Chiefs, and honestly, there's nothing saying that the Chiefs won't change up here and go for square. It's pretty 50-50. You can make either work, so Wildcard need to be careful that they don't invest all their eggs into the basket of expecting a West push again.
And it definitely feels like Wildcard, you know, especially the way they played that round, very sort of conserved approach with their roam without extending too far out, kept things pretty close, always had sort of trade partners close by to each other, playing off of each other, but yet still also playing in positions where they could catch members of Chiefs off guard, and it honestly worked out pretty well. Vinny, a couple of times now playing out of that elevator area, whether it's second floor, whether it's first floor, but honestly, I think right now Wildcard just definitely playing the map a little bit better than the Chiefs. Hard to gauge too much, of course. It's only the first half. Wildcard on the defense, Chiefs on the attack, and you know, who knows? Maybe it all sort of plays out the same when we do switch into the second half.
Line of sight there, interestingly enough, in towards square from the A bomb site. I mean, nothing too radical. We have seen that in the past, but again, indicating that Wildcard's spreading their setup to compensate for both pushes, both potential pushes. Early indications from spawn, and their positions would suggest that they'll go for a square push. The Chiefs, that is God Legion. Ooh, looking up blue. The lost screen inside of Archives could be an engagement. Oh, elsewhere inside of Open. An engagement ensues as well. Milo looking to prevent the Chiefs from taking free control below.
Good start from Digital. So far in the first couple of rounds. Needs a bit of help, though. All Wildcard in these last 2. Much of it, though, has been sort of Wildcard winning these kind of rounds, or maybe Chiefs just being unable to find an avenue of an attack. They definitely don't seem like their usual selves, maybe their usual confident selves on certain other maps. And even if they do sort of succumb here, it's fine. It's experience that they can gather. Worthy, though, does find the opening pick. And it feels like a much-needed one as well for the Chiefs. Minute and a half remaining here in the 4th round. And they capitalize off this pick.
Trying to work out where that pick even was. I thought maybe it was the open area window. It could have been stock windows. Either way, maybe even top square. Not sure. G-Stay will take control of stock. Ethan looks through the drone hole into Jan to see if he can find anyone. Pat is playing in that position. Close angle. Shotgun likely in hand.
A bomb has been located.
He was in stock.
That's Janitor. That's in stock.
No, I'm saying Geo was in stock.
Ah, okay.
God Legion finds a second for the Chiefs. This is much better, though. Something they haven't really been able to do is find these sort of picks early on.
Pat looking to go for a play. Emo Rin does find his mark. God Legion down below with Milo down. There's no control there for Wildcard. Emo Rin looking to retake. Over towards airlock. Will push up towards the A bomb site. Finds himself in a very powerful position, but it's vulnerable at the same time. Fisho wallbangs him straight through the wood. Now Vinny in the 1-on-4.
Nice yourself. Might get the player on the window. Doesn't even do that. And I was going to say definitely won't stop that diffuser from being planted. Ethan comes in from behind. Puts Vinny out of his misery. And we are tied 2-2 here on Bank.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing there from Wildcard. We've basically now established that top floor is a no-go for them. They failed against the lobby push. They've now failed against the square push. So it doesn't seem like they're comfortable either way. And the Chiefs are reading into them quite well. And again, that's the one objective that's almost completely unchanged in the rework, outside again of those lobby windows being covered now. So a little bit disappointing for Wildcard, but at least they can find comfort in basement, and then for their final defense, they could go back to open area. So not the end of the days, or not the end of the world rather, for them. And in fact, I mean, a sign of confidence is the fact that they're bringing the same lineup for basement. 2 plant denials, Smoke, Tachanka, Milo can provide coverage with those ADS devices, Kaid to protect hatches, and Geo can play gold. So the Chiefs, they're going to be put on the back foot for this round. It's up to them to innovate and to really refine what we saw compared to last time.
So 2 more rounds to go in this first half. Or we can maybe start to gauge a bit more of an idea as to way things are going to play out in the second half. Not a lot of lobby play, in fairness.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Not a lot of square play either, to be honest, either.
Again, I think it is just going to come down to one team having the confidence and backing themselves in and actually dry running something that's viable. Because a roam is still going to be really, really tricky on Bank, especially if Jackal's up. It's going to be very, very tough. So, I don't know. I think if we see Bank in a year's time, might be a little bit more viable, but for now, Wildcard playing a little bit safe, understandably so. They won it last time with this approach, so there's no real change. There's no real, incentive to change it up that much. Chiefs, of course, they will do their due diligence, go for a top-down take. Digital can work some vert for covering rotations if he so desires. No Jackal being brought, instead Ethan bringing Cap, so can use smokes and fire to cover, particularly in the plant.
So I think that makes sense, though, right? Because of the way that Wildcard have sort of been playing this, especially last time on Locker CCTV. If they're not roaming, you don't need it.
You don't need the Jackal. It is really just a safety measure in case there's like one strange roamer on top floor or something. But yeah, not going to be the case.
I was going to say, I only count 4. Emma just loitering around the parking lot. No roam at all from Wildcard once again. He will stay down below. It's been like this on pretty much every single site. Open area was the only one that was kind of extended out a little bit. Wildcard are keeping it safe. Too crazy. It does mean Chiefs have got a lot of time, but it also means the Chiefs need to make sure they don't fall into the same trap that they did in the second round at Wildcards, where it was very one-dimensional and not the best attack.
Minute 25 remaining as the hatch is now being confirmed by the Chiefs. Fisher, interestingly enough, will attempt to use his blowtorch to open the newly positioned hatch in the lobby. That could facilitate push from behind. That will compromise Geo's position and Vinny as well if they still sit here. Pat will send out the first of his Shamika launch charges. Perfectly placed there. I believe it's bouncing off the top of that exit sign in towards the default plant. Gold Legion pinching from main stairs, and it is a very similar setup here from the Chiefs. They need to start burning out more of this utility though if they want to think about getting the plant down.
Probably need to also just speed up the process here as well, because last time the clock really did get away from them. Gas Babes going out, trying to deny the Chiefs from making their way in. 35 seconds remaining on the clock, and Fisher Guy has actually established a bit of a position here to get this diffuser down. 2 more seconds. Nitro Assault from Jero hits the mark, stops that diffuser. There were a few kills that did go in favor of the Chiefs, and it continues. Gold Legion's got 3. Vinny, though, with a big shutdown onto Worthy. Makes it a 3 versus 2 under 20 seconds left.
No more plant denial remaining. No smoke babes, no C4. They need to try and rotate now. Reposition themselves. Vinny looking to reclaim long as Ethan will stick the plant. Gold Legion covering the cross down to Geo. Narrowly misses the second, but Vinny under so much pressure will eventually find that kill, but not really in a position to go for the res. May well think that back. Go to his left and pick up
He can
Geo.
get it.
Try and bring this back to a 2 versus 2. HP advantage though. Positional advantage well and truly towards the Chiefs.
Well, this is the thing. You get Geo back up. That's in my opinion, probably the right play here, but it does allow Digital to sort of rotate away. He's got, as you said, that positional advantage now. Both of them, Digital and Ethan. Now, Digital's been in this sort of position how many times? Same with Ethan. I don't see a way that Wildcard's going to be able to bring this one back. Ethan with the kill on to Geo, who was, of course, low health. And unfortunately for Vince, yeah, it's all too little too late. He did get the kill onto Digital, but he was never going to be able to get the one onto Ethan, and he ran out of time as well. Chiefs picking it back here on Bank, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, much cleaner there from the Chiefs, able to find critical picks to open up that round a little bit more, give them the freedom to get that plant down on their terms, and then in the post plant, really, really well played. Great discipline from both Digital and Ethan. They were just ready and waiting for their opponents to retake above. They were forced to retake above in the end. Valiant effort from Vinny, finding a little bit of form in this round, but yeah, not quite enough.
Got to say as well, guys, probably not ideal that we're seeing a lot of the
We were,
for a
we
second.
were in the corner. Hello.
It definitely feels like Bank Basement is...
Yeah, dude, I'm not going to lie. This has been boring to watch. These basement attacks, man, they are the exact
not
same as
offering
they used
much.
to be. Nah.
Attackers need to locate
Nope. But again, it's going to take time for it to end.
Yeah. I was going to say whether that changes obviously remains to be seen. I think you also have to remember you're going to play it somewhat safe, right? Teams still need a bit more time to maybe try and innovate from some of the changes. But for right now, it's, yeah, kind of same old, which is definitely paying off for the Chiefs. We're up 3-2. Final round of the opening half here. Final game of the day for Playday 1 of OCN Stage 3.
What has been more exciting, though, is definitely these open area holds, not only in EUL, but in this match, in OCN. We are seeing some innovation from Wildcard, the sideways extension, whilst being arguably aggressive in terms of the footprint they're taking, actually being quite a conservative approach in the fact that they're not willing to take all that many risks. They're not trying to take on as many 1v1s as possible, instead just looking to wither the time of the Chiefs, prevent them from gaining that control sideways. So we may see the Chiefs actually change things up here, maybe go for Vert, instead get that control above and see what they can do with that. Digital's pathing would suggest that could be the play. Keen to see if it works out.
An opportunity for the Chiefs to and a 2-round advantage here going into the second half, and then they can switch onto the defense. That's the other part as well, is sometimes it comes down to team sort of differences, I guess, whether or not the Chiefs maybe will look at basement, adjust and innovate it a little bit more than Wildcard. So it's always hard to sort of draw a conclusion and be like, oh, Wildcard played it this way, that's how everyone's going to play it, but definitely estimate it could end up being rather similar. Ethan, though, this time around bringing the Jackal, and this time around it's going to be far more effective than had it been in the last round. Obviously, as you said, open area, seeing a little bit more of a roam from Wildcard. Nothing too crazy, but footsteps to be found.
Velcam up above for the pre-placed Nitro Cell, but it doesn't find its mark there onto Digital, who's playing safe on the concrete near front desk. Still establishing Vert in towards that position, down in towards Archives and Tellers, putting both Pat and Milo under some perceived pressure, forcing the rotation. Oh, Digital find the kill, clean there onto Milo. That's a nice opening pick. The Vigil taken off the board, and that relieves some of the pressure now. Any potential roam from Wildcard.
Oh, nice Nitrocell from Geo. Picks out Digital, who's been honestly amongst it so far in this match. Just under a minute left. Now it's a 4 versus 4. Well, Legion going down blue stairs. He's got the ping. He's got the information. He finds the kill. He does. Pat eventually goes down. Imran's down too elsewhere. And suddenly, in the span of about 3 seconds, guys, it's now 4 versus 2 in favor of the Chiefs with 35 seconds left.
Vinny going for the flank though, up top blue. Digital, the only person on drones, doesn't look like he has one. Vinny swings wide, doesn't win the fight!
Oh, no.
You have to win those, Vinny. Gets shut down. Now Geo on the 1v4.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. If he wins that as well, it's a 2-3 sort of situation. Time is low. Geo ends up getting this kill. Unfortunately, though, running out of teammates, maybe running out of rounds. It's a 4-2 opening half to the Chiefs.
Well, it's a slightly reworked map and a slightly reworked roster in the Chiefs. Worcester, God, couldn't even get that out. But it seems to be working wonders. There you go. There's the W I was looking for. Ethan going 7-2 so far. An impressive performance from him, playing that entry role on the Jackal in particular. Able to gain really good map control, and the rest of the team playing off that nicely. But that's the attack done. We transfer over towards the defense, and much like their counterparts in Wildcard, the Chiefs will attempt top floor first. We didn't see it defended successfully at all by Wildcard, but maybe Chiefs can turn that fortune around.
Yeah, and obviously, as I sort of alluded to early on in the first half, it's hard to gauge too much. First time seeing Bank, obviously, so it's hard to sit back and say, well, you know, Chiefs are running away with this or anything like that. We need to see the second half. Hard to also honestly gauge whether, you know, sort of defender side, attacker side, and if there's any influence on the side at all. I definitely think the way that Wildcard played, though, they played it pretty conservative for the most part. Only really open area stuff that they actually sort of expand out and extend a little bit horizontally. But outside of that, it was basically turtle on site and hope for the best.
Habana positioned on the west rappel here of lobby, suggesting that maybe Wildcard will go for Kanto control. As I say that, Vinny actually ends up getting a pick, so that's Ethan taken down. Don't know where that was. Yeah, no idea. Must have been either lobby or banana. Can't quite tell. Either way, though, that is Ethan taken off the board. No smokes available for the remainder of the round.
Nice start, though, to the second half for Wildcard. Remember, this is a team that got absolutely demolished yesterday against the Knights 7-1 in APAC South. They would be wanting to find some form here in OCN, turn their fortunes around. It's been a rough few months. It's been a rough year, basically. Pat with the exothermic charge. That one is successful. Opening up these square walls. Minute and a half, though, and they've still got this man advantage opening up these walls. This, right now, is fine from Wildcard. Oh, never mind.
Say that, but Worthy from down below will hit the Nitro cell as Pat was frantically trying to open up that wall open, covered by the mute jammer, placed down by Fisho Guy. Very classic Bank so far, really. Wildcard trying to take control of square. They have members on the rappel, cutting off those rotations back towards side and in between the objectives. Digital will conveniently relocate that Yokai drone playing in the elevator of all places downstairs. A little bit peculiar. But nice little shelter for him. Incentive, though, on Wildcard here to really make something happen.
Are they, like, completely stalled out right now? I mean, Diffuser down. They have seemingly pulled away from certain positions and now trying to reconvene. There's only under 40 seconds remaining. This seems like it's in the favor of the Chiefs.
It is a 4v4, though, so they could trade it out, but Worthy inside of open area, unaccounted for there by Wildcard, shuts down Geo, and now the Chiefs should be able to claim the round.
Getting tough from here. Vinny's completely pinned down as well.
15 seconds left.
Time completely against Wildcard. Imran did eventually rotate over to the square walls, pick up that diffuser that was originally dropped. He's just going to try and plant it. Moloska's dead, though. Vinny doing a decent job, and Imran might be able to get this diffuser down, but he will now find himself in a 1 versus 3. The diffuser down. It's so much more to do now from this position. Does get one. He might have found a second. Wouldn't have mattered. They both tag team Tim, God Legion, and Fisher Guy. Diffuse will be counter diffused. It's now 5-2 to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I've seen Emo bring back worse positions, to be honest. So it was really well played there by the Chiefs to just pause. You saw Fisho didn't aggress over towards square. The other two teammates didn't engage by themselves. They all waited, ready, set, go, boom. And yes, one person died, but the immediate retrade there from the Chiefs was absolutely spot on. Really well played there by Worthy. Impactful in that round. Got the C4 pick. Also got the lurk pick inside of open area. Opened up the round for the defense. And the Chiefs slowly looking like they might be able to run away with this game. I still think we need to see at least one more objective, one successfully, and that match point claimed. And then it starts to become a bit more of a realization that the Chiefs are the better team at the end of the day.
4 in a row now, though. So at what point do you say they're running away with it? Because I think they were already kind of running away with it. You've got to remember that it was Wildcard who originally were up 2-1 off the back of the opening 3 rounds. And yeah, well, since then it's been all Chiefs, and this is probably what we would have expected coming into this game, even though it is on Bank. You know, when we spoke about if there was going to be a map that Wildcard probably wanted, it would be Bank, and yet it's still playing out in Chiefs' favor. For the first time, though, guys, we do head over to Talus Archives. This is actually the first time we're going to see it here tonight.
Yeah, and so far this evening, we haven't seen teams be too ambitious with their extensions vertically. They've mostly been horizontal extensions, so we might see the Chiefs play into that philosophy and extend into open area. But as I say that, investment in utility up above with castle barricades, etc., may actually indicate that we will see CEO, front desk, etc. held up above here by the Chiefs. They have plenty of aggressive operators to frag out and facilitate that play style, so we'll have to see whether or not that does actually pay off and what the approach will be here from Wildcard. Do they contest up above? Do they try and go open area across? There are a couple of different routes they could consider, but I think it's important that we just see them play off one another. I mean, at the end of the day, that is the best way to go about things. Just be synced on a plan and make sure you can try and execute that to the best of your ability.
Protected.
Crucial round here for Wildcard, though. They cannot allow Chiefs to go up 6-2 and get 4 match points. Would basically be a nail in the coffin. I don't think Wildcard has been terrible in this game, though, guys, in this match. Done some decent things. Vinny has been thereabouts, up to 8 kills now for the team, top fragging. Finds yet another pick. They just not have been capable of really closing out any of these rounds. Digital with a Nitrocell elimination onto Pat, immediately makes it 4 versus 4, ties it up again.
Wildcard looking to get a foothold in above here, but Ethan potentially causing some issues playing behind the couch. Flashes rain out though. Vinny still contesting that rappel.
Wow.
Worthy eventually find that pick. Thinks about reclaiming the position behind that deployable shield, watching in towards square, but instead will go for the percentage play, rotate over towards the A-bomb side inside of Talus' office. And a very well-measured play at that. Chiefs with the man advantage, are looking to close out this round. Emo up above. Molosca as well on the vert. Wildcard desperately looking to crawl something back here, but Worthy doubles down on the pain. And things start to look pretty grim.
And I was about to say maybe that the Chiefs seemingly had all sort of fallen back to sight, that they could have given up vert control to Wildcard, but that C4 basically puts an end to this one now. 40 seconds left. Digital playing at bottom square here in the first floor. He's got a good little angle here, although misses a few shots. Bit of a whiff from Digital. Giro will punish him. Allows them to push down, although Worthy covering. He's got 3 in the round. At stage 1, MVP Worthy showing up here for the Chiefs. After what has been a bit of a quiet game from him this round, he has been immense. And they're going to need him maybe to be immense to finish off Geo. He still has Ethan, who's 7-3-2, just quietly having a big performance. Geo will get this diffuser down. Never mind, even though he does, Ethan just sweeps across, gets the kill. He'll get the counter defuse. Chiefs will get match point.
Clean-up work there from Ethan is successful, able to claim the round for his team. Good presence up above there from the Chiefs, able to bleed out time and resources there from Wildcard, who do, unfortunately, look a little bit lost here on Bank. I know it's a big map, but they seem to have forgotten the map themselves, I guess. Got that in the inventory, and yeah, looking a little bit lost at the moment, but yeah, I think that's what we've probably come to expect heading into this matchup. The Chiefs much more refined at the moment, and Wildcard still finding their feet.
Yeah, this has basically gone the way we kind of expected it. The start was fun. The start almost kind of was like Wildcard evolved for a brief moment in time, but yeah, what's that now? 5 rounds in a row to the Chiefs, and probably highlighting that defense has been even stronger than maybe even some of their attacking rounds. They've looked pretty clean defensively. In fairness, they also looked pretty good on the offense. And to complete the World Tour, For what would also be a 7-2 victory, we head down to lockers and CCTV for what could be the final round of the night.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you. I feel like the first couple of rounds were pretty hype, pretty exciting siege, and it's kind of fizzled out a little bit from that point onwards. And I mean, that's probably, yeah, what we expected at the end of the day. The Chiefs, it's a little bit more experience and in better form at the moment. So the anticipated result heading into this one seems to be playing out. But maybe Wildcard can bring this back slowly. Basement attack will be no easy feat. And the Chiefs actually, here we go, they're roaming. So the hatch has been opened up. Gold Legion top floor, Ethan as well on first floor, using that super shorty to open up different angles and different rotations. So I am just super excited to see if the Chiefs can pull this off, because we didn't see Wildcard attempt it. And Vinny, again, opening pick. Is it on the same rappel? It is. So that is like, what, 3 rounds in a row on this rappel? He's on the opening kill. That's a little bit ridiculous. The Chiefs definitely making some pretty critical mistakes in that department. Completely falling apart there, but just like every other round, they'll look to bring it back. Milo, though, finds a second.
Yeah, this is a really good observation that you found there, because what it also do is I don't think we'll give a fair representation of what this room could have been.
Yeah.
You lose God Legion immediately, he's on the Vigil. Now Worthy, you know, both of those two going down basically spells disaster. For the final 3 players, you almost have to give up on the roam at this point, go back down and see if you can hold, but by doing that, you already concede. I would almost like to see them just repeat again and for once maybe not die to Vinny inside of 5 seconds.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad strat. Milo, hungry for blood, finds a second in this round.
Yeah, this is over, this round.
Maybe Digital can pull off a miracle. One of the best players in the region, but no. Shut down. Good night. Good show. The 1 on 5. Wow. Also taken out. It's flawless for Wildcard, and the roam might not be the play.
Well, I mean, again, as I said, it's...
I hope not.
it's difficult. I would definitely give that one more go and say, all right, let's not die to Vinny immediately. They may also say, you know what, we gave it a go. Did not work out horribly. They know what they could. Maybe you've got that VOD now, right? You can look at that. Let's not show anymore. We'll use that in the future. Let's just go and finish this off.
It's probably the right idea. It is an interesting point you bring up, though. Like, I'm honestly surprised that the Chiefs have actually even let this map through, right? Because the Apex South teams now have something to go off on this map. Didn't get played yesterday. No reason why it might not get played next week, but maybe the Chiefs just back themselves in. And honestly, for the most part, I mean, yes, there has been a little bit of innovation here and there. It's playing out very, very similar to Old Bank in many respects. So I don't think the Chiefs are giving away all that much.
This is the thing, though. Chiefs actually were the first team to play Chalet in OCN, and they were the first team to play Chalet in Apex South when it came into the map pool. And now they're the first team to also play Bank. So I think they've got this history to obviously play these new maps early, which helps them. You know, we think back to the Stage 2 playoffs, and one thing that we were able to, credit them for was their really large map pool. This is how you get that large map pool. You play these maps, and that's exactly what Bliss did earlier on tonight, where, they played a map that they didn't really play much of in Stage 2.
100%. 2 really nice pre-play strains there as well from Wildcard inside of lobby. Would maybe indicate that we'll see Vinny once again go for that rappel and apply some early round pressure. The rest of the team spawning over towards the east, though, and Geo likely to make his way up blue, indicating that a square take will be the play. Tell you what, if Vinny rappels here on lobby and finds another free kill, I am going home.
Just call in early.
Yeah. Can we just spectate Vinny just for the entirety of the first minute of this round? I want to see how he's getting these free kills because it's a little bit ridiculous.
Also, if you want a fun fact, guys, provided this does end before, say, 7-5, Overt will find themselves in a playoff position after Playday 1.
That's probably one of the worst fun facts you've ever had.
And Wildcard will be below Rhythm.
Oh, Wildcard. Does that mean Wildcard are relegated? Confirmed?
Well, there's 6 more weeks, but 6 more Playdays, but
yeah. We'll run with it. What a storyline that would be.
It is definitely one to follow throughout Stage 3. Of course, Wildcard, Rhythm, what happens there? How does Overt go? There's so many different storylines. Team Bliss, do they shake off the playoff jitters
Wait,
that's plagued them.
Sorry to interrupt. I mean, you're going on a really good spiel here about storylines, but we're a minute 30 into this round. What a Wildcard achieved? Literally nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. They're going for a 3-man or 2-man repel at least here on the north. Yet to gain control of square. Stock's being held by Worthy. They haven't contested that. Vinny hasn't gotten his free pick. And Kanto's... That's not really going to be an angle they can create. This is a really, really bad position that Wildcard find themselves in.
Shapes up for what could be eventually a very one-dimensional kind of attack that Chiefs will be able to snuff out late into the round. Minute left. Well, still match point. Pat 1-7. Rough on the hard breach in this game. Worthy getting a little bit aggressive inside of Stock.
Needs to be careful that he doesn't drop. Oh, ADS will save his life. I'm choking as he almost did. Oh, Jesus. Worthy though holds the angle, swings wide, finds one. Immorin taken off the board, no Maverick available for the rest of this round, and that's 2 nades. No longer available for Wildcard. 25 seconds left, and the push
Pat's
will come
in though.
through.
Oh, never mind. Pat's dead though. They're all going to probably die at this point, and they certainly are. Geo trying his best. Unfortunately, though, to 1 versus 4. Well, this game certainly got away from Wildcard. They had a decent start, but the Chiefs put a stop to it. They put the foot on the throat. They got the job done, and they pick up right where they left off, and that is with a dub in OCN. Digit's happy. The whole crew is happy. Not too many smiles from Ethan. He knows it's only Playday 1. Don't need to get too excited, but the Chiefs continue their winning ways.
Yeah, they just got the job done. It was a pretty hectic start to Bank. It was exciting. We saw some pretty exciting siege across the board from both teams, but it really did fizzle out. The Chiefs outclassing their opponents, and that last round in particular, oh, that was really, really rough for Wildcard. Really, really, really difficult to watch. So, look, I'm sure they'll go back, watch the VOD, and look to improve a couple of things. But, yeah, the Chiefs, the back-to-back champs, they're off to a good start.
And we come back to our lovely desk. Vast, of course, big win for your old team. It was a little shaky, though, at the start, the first couple of rounds. What was going through your head when Wildcard got out to a 2-1 lead?
I mean, I wasn't too worried. Like, you know, I knew that the boys usually start off slow, but I wasn't too worried about the scoreline.
Was it anything that, I guess, in the way the game was being played that stood out to you, or the fact that it was basically almost same old Bank, was that expected on your part, Vast?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what to expect. It was kind of nice seeing a lot of the old strats. I was hoping to see a bit more different stuff. It was cool to see Wildcard's open area defense. Yeah, I just think this game was pretty stock standard. Chiefs played exactly how I imagined them to play. Wildcard, yeah, they looked, I don't know, pretty shaky.
It was a good start, guys, but ultimately Chiefs got on a bit of a roll. They won 5 in a row before eventually closing it out. 7-3, probably the scoreline this game did deserve. Bank, we're going to need to see it a few more times, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm keen to see that basement roam explored a little bit more by the Chiefs and see if that's going to be more viable because, yeah, like you mentioned, they basically threw the round in the first 30 seconds, so it didn't give a good read. On the flip side, I do think that the attacking half from Wildcard really, really exposed some of the issues that they are probably experiencing at the moment. They were getting stalled out constantly. The attack's a little bit one-dimensional, were never really going to work out. You can cover those errors and those mistakes and those pitfalls a little bit better on the defense, and they managed to do that in the first couple of rounds, but yeah, they got exposed in that second half, and yeah, they definitely need to go back on the drawing board. Back to the drawing board.
Ethan with a 2.112 player rating, 10-4 minus
2.112.
2.1. It's been a long day, guys. Thank you. 2.12. Minus 2 on the entry, though, but honestly, really impressive. Again, without really being, I don't know, the overarching force of the team, Vast, Ethan just quietly gets it done in the background.
Yeah, Ethan, Worthy, and God Legion had a really good game. I mean, everyone on the Chiefs had a really good game. As you see on the stats, the kills are quite evenly spread. And just watching them, they all looked like they were in unison. They had a clear goal of what they wanted to do during the round, and all the players were working towards that goal.
Certainly so for Wildcard, Geo, Vinny, probably the two clear standouts. I think half of Vinny's 8 kills came from that rappel cars, which I'm surprised happened so many times in a row. Ultimately, though, I mean, really, we just put this one down. A job done for the Chiefs more than anything.
Yeah, the expectation heading into this one was a Chiefs win. We all predicted them. We know that Wildcard is still a long way off their previous best selves, so maybe a little bit disappointing in the fashion that it occurred and the fact that Wildcard's attacks were really, really shaky. I probably didn't expect them to be quite that bad, but hey, at the end of the day, expected result. Chiefs will be very, very happy with that, no doubt.
Certainly probably not the kind of game we expect the flamethrower to come out from Digital. Let's go and have a chat with the ever-lovable from the Chiefs. Congratulations on the win. Pretty stock standard kind of game. I do have to say, though, heading over to Bank, I'm personally not surprised. You guys were the first team in OCN to go to Chalet. You're the first team to now go to Bank. It's just your mantra, isn't it? You guys just want to get in and get dirty with it.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not shy from playing the new map. So, yeah, no, Bank was refreshing. It was cool to see, it back in after so many years. Yeah, it felt nice.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest, dude, nothing really stood out to me as being that crazy tonight. So I'm going to pose a fun question to you. Why'd you drop Vast? Was it because of his Siege GG rating in Stage 2?
Answer this very carefully, Digital.
Yeah, no, Vast left the team. I can't do it while he's right here, guys. Solely his decision, him stepping down. Yeah. How are you, mate? It's been a while. Not long, but
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I want to talk about Ethan. I mean, he looked a lot more like himself, like the old Ethan would expect. Obviously, there's, a lot more for him to learn, and, it's still going to take time to incorporate him. But how are you guys kind of feeling with him?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's he's slotted in perfectly. It's like he's been playing comp the whole time. I think for the past, previous to him joining now, he was still sort of watching Pro League and sort of integrating himself back into the scene and into the meta. So yeah, no, there hasn't been any really humps or anything. It's been really, really, really smooth. Yeah, and he played really well today, so it was good to see.
Give you the floor, mate. Shout outs, thank yous, all of the usuals.
Yeah, shout out to the fans, shout out to Chiefs, everyone watching. I do have one thing to say, is that if the people out there are looking for a free $1,000 or a chance to win a Bitcoin, head over to Chiefs' Twitter page and enter in the latest giveaway for a chance to win $1,000 and a Bitcoin.
Is that a Manic Monday with the plug there? Jeez.
That wasn't bad. I mean, I'm going to go straight onto the Twitters.
Lastly, before I let you go, did you catch any of Vast tonight?
What do you mean?
As in, did you watch any of the broadcasts, see how he went, or are you going to maybe watch it back and see how he...
I was messaging him. I think he's been an excellent addition. Hoping to see him maybe into some South APAC. That'd be awesome as well. I think it's healthy for the broadcast team and for you guys to get some ex-pros in. Gives good insight. So yeah, no, it's been well.
Yeah, certainly it's great to have someone on the team that knows what they're talking about. Thank you very much, Digital.
Absolutely.
And likely we'll have a chat with you tomorrow.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Always great to chat with Digital. We tend to do it quite often, guys, because Chiefs just tend to win.
Yeah, always good to have a chat with Dig. I'm glad we finally clarified why Vast was dropped. I mean, why Vast left the roster on his own accord. Really good to get that insight. But yeah, like I said, honestly, that was a pretty straightforward game of Bank. A little bit disappointed we didn't see more innovation, but we did see a little bit of it here and there. And like I said, I think as the map develops, particularly at a high level at Tier 1, we'll see some of that filter down.
Yeah, basically. Got to say, 7-3, that was basically as straightforward as we could have got it. In fact, tonight really was quite straightforward. Vast, there was probably only one real upset, not just for the fact it was a win, but the scoreline. The Roflcopter 7-2 over order is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to put Ruffle. I was going to predict them. And yeah, I mean, now I know not to doubt Wettables and Kaken ever again. No, but they played a really good game, and it's not that I didn't think that they could do that. Yeah, as I said before, it was just the roster changes. I wasn't too sure what it was going to look like this early in the season.
In fairness, guys, the other results, I mean, 7-5 for Knights Overt. That's not too bad. We maybe didn't expect it to be that close. And then I guess the same can be said for Bliss and Rhythm.
Yeah, both Overt and Rhythm, I would say probably Overt even more so deserving of actually claiming at least 1 point tonight. They did a great job up against the Knights, and it was just one very small thing, Juicy on Monty, I believe, that really, really screwed them over in the end. If it wasn't for that adaptation from the Knights, Overt honestly probably had a really good chance of taking that map. In terms of Rhythm Bliss, unfortunate there for Rhythm. Again, another 5-7 loss, and then that final result we just saw, Chiefs, pretty expected.
Have a look at the predictions, and lo and behold, I'm in first, Manic's in last. That's the order restored. The rest doesn't really matter. But look, honestly, this basically shows mostly no one gave Roflcopter a chance. I mean, Vast is already on the caster bandwagon where he's like, oh, well, I would have picked them, or I was going to pick them.
It's definitely a Matic statement.
He's already fitting in. But guys, look, this is the way we sort of thought it would play out, and for the most part, it did.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't really know much more to say. It was expected, most of the results. In terms of, again, Knights Overt a little bit closer than maybe we anticipated, and Roffle, those roster changes, maybe, for the better. That seemed to work out, and Order, despite a good night last night over in APAC South, unable to 1-for-1 transfer that form across to Ocean.
It's not easy to predict, though, Oda, honestly. Oda? I said Oda Vast because, well, you know what? It's not easy to predict. It's also apparently not easy to speak. Let's go to our MVP of the night. I already spoiled it. It's Oda Vast. I want to get your thoughts on this. He had an amazing game. 3.25 KD ratio. I don't think anyone else really came close.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the first player you would think would, be the standout player on Team Bliss, but it is good to see that when Jigsaw isn't having his best game, when Repix isn't having his best game, that Oda can step up when his team needs him to.
Yeah, that's probably the makeup of Bliss, guys, really, in a nutshell, that, if it's not Jigsaw, it's Oda. If it's not Oda, it's Repix. If it's not Repix, it's Todd. And it just continues on as a team. They are all collectively capable of standing up. It just so happened to be Oda this time.
Yeah, the one thing I really liked watching Oda tonight is he never really was scared to go for a play, and there were multiple instances where he facilitated big plays. Like, he had to man up, drink that confidence pill and go, I really need to back myself in, go for this play. If I don't, I'm probably not going to win the round. And on most occasions, he pulled it off. That's why his KD was so strong. He posted those stats on the board, and honestly, if he didn't show up, thinking about it now, Bliss probably would have been in a lot of trouble. Repix wasn't on his best form. Jigsaw as well, pretty quiet. I don't know how much of that may have been Oda, quote unquote, taking those kills, but like I said, he was playing very opportunistically, and paid off.
I don't know where you're going with these pills, guys. I just don't know. Drinking pills, mate, come on, cut it out. Vast, obviously, Oda, great player. Bliss, great team. Obviously, though, they're a team that we need to get answers from them come playoff time more than anything. Obviously, for Team Bliss, that's the main makeshift of it, is that can they get it done come playoff time? They only just barely got it done against Rhythm in the best of ones. Is that somewhat of a blip? At least, oh my god, I've just completely... Is that somewhat of a blip, you think, on the reputation of Bliss already to start the stage, that, they can be beaten in best of ones, that they're not going to be able to maybe go first place again and make a grand final again, that they can be beaten?
I think they have the right attitude with their approach this season. If it is the case that they're trying to be, take a chance on playing maps they're not really comfortable on, I think for the long term, it will only better them. And yeah, it's good to see that they're kind of taking risk and going out of their comfort zone.
That's true, guys. I mean, I was the one that actually sort of brought that up originally, was that if you are going to see Bliss be a team that can actually go and take that next step, win that grand final, it is to go out of their comfort zone a little bit, go to some different maps, play a different sort of style, make some new innovative strategies. That's why they got Spruce on board. Let's go and have a look at the standings and see how things do shape up after the first play day. And again, sort of going back to the way we spoke about the predictions and such, no real surprises with any of this. It's everyone on 3 points.
Except for Overt being second. That's
oh yeah, that's
a little bit unexpected, but
I don't know how they've managed that one.
take them out of the equation, put them in the bottom 4, and it's an even split as there was no overtimes played tonight, so everyone earned 3 points if they won, 0 if they lost. And again, in terms of the split, pretty much what we expected outside of Ruffle getting their dub.
Hard to really speak too much about this. It's always difficult on Playday 1 though, I guess. But Vast, if anything that you've seen today that, I guess, looking forward for the rest of the stage, is there absolutely anything that has piqued your interest, whether it's Overt's performance, Rhythm's performance, anything that makes you sit up and go, hey, I wasn't expecting this maybe coming into this stage?
I think every game went how it should have been, as we talked about before. But I think Ruffle is, I think Ruffle surprised me the most tonight, and yeah, I'm excited to see, you know, if they can carry this performance onto the other teams. You know, I think a big test will be, can they carry it towards, you know, Knights, Chiefs, you know, Wildcard, Bliss.
Does your final thoughts and maybe any sort of surprises that have come out of Playday 1?
Nothing too wild. Again, I'll just back up Vast and say that Ruffle's performance tonight was quite impressive. We did fortunately get to see Bank brought out. Maybe not as much of a wild shape up to maybe what I was anticipating, but again, the foundation has been laid for some further innovation there. So hopefully we get to see that played a little bit more. We might even see Coast tomorrow night as well to shift things up. But yeah, another fun night of OC Siege, and I look forward to watching you two clowns go at it. So not you guys, you're not the clown. Yeah, you and Matic, the two clowns, go at it tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night's going to be a lot of fun. We've got some great games. It should be, I would say, a little bit more difficult to predict. At least I hope so. You can join me, Vast, and of course Manic Monday tomorrow night for some more OCN action. That's us done though for Play Day 1. We'll see you tomorrow.
One in Harry Potter. Haywood finds one, but it's a great swing from Edpan.
Edpan covers. There's a quad now for the round. But the plan did not go down. Juicy to maybe salvage this for the Knights of the 20. With his low health and elements. The 3 versus 3 down. Elements, he will finish off Sage. He does get the second one. 3 for the round. Josh though, now in a 1 versus 1. Expecting Order to take out this round. Roflcopter turn around their fortunes. Kaken, bit of a slow start here at OCN, but what a way to make your entry.
Wedables initiates things, finds Nate, forces the drop inside of Logi. Wedables swings. Wedables will find those picks. The rest cleaned up by the rest of the team. What a half that was.
Kaken plant down. He just has to play off of it. Noise from Nate. Trying to bait him. Knows where he is. What a shot from Nate.
It's too late though.
Doesn't have the time. Wow, but it's not able to find anything. That's the Yokai drone being successful onto Novax. The time, it's pretty close. I don't know if he's got this. He doesn't. Wait, Rhythm's still on the round end. Wait, hang on. Hang on, how much time did he have? How much time on the kills there?
Can we get a replay?
We need I need like a slow motion replay.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling, so I'm running out of time. To leave it all behind. Let me see the rainbow.